Hello, my friend, and welcome. Tonight, there is nowhere you need to be, nothing you need to do, and no thought that deserves your full attention. Tonight, we are going to travel a very long way together, back across the centuries, back across the mountains and the deserts and the wide, slow rivers, back to a world that feels almost like a dream already. A world of kings and conquerors, of golden palaces and silent starlit plains, of armies that moved like slow floods across the face of the earth. We are going to tell the story of a man named Darius, a man who rose from the dust of conspiracy and uncertainty to sit upon the greatest throne the ancient world had ever seen. His story is long and rich and full of the kind of detail that asks nothing of you except that you close your eyes and let the words wash over you like warm water. So settle in. Pull your blanket a little closer, let your breathing slow down, and let us begin very gently at the very beginning. Chapter 1. The world that waited for him. Before we can speak of Darius, we must first speak of the world into which he was born, because no man arrives into an empty stage. The world that shaped Darius the Great was ancient even by the standards of ancient times. It was a world of river valleys and high plateaus, of cities so old their founding lay beyond the reach of memory, of languages and gods and customs that had been accumulating for thousands upon thousands of years before anyone thought to write a single thing down. Let us begin in the east, in that broad, windswept land we call the Iranian Plateau, a vast elevated region that stretches between the Caspian Sea to the north and the Persian Gulf to the south, bounded on the west by the Zagros Mountains and on the east by the Hindu Kush. It is a land of dramatic contrasts, of salt deserts so flat and white they look like the dried beds of vanished oceans, of mountain ranges so tall and jagged they seem to have been pushed up in some ancient fury and never quite settled back down. It is a land where summer comes on like a hammer and winter draws down like a heavy curtain, and the people who lived there learned, over many generations, to be patient and enduring and adaptable in ways that people of gentler climates perhaps never needed to be. The people we are most concerned with called themselves the Iranians, or something like that word, and they had arrived on this plateau long before the time of Darius. They came, scholars believe, from somewhere to the north, speaking languages that belong to the great family we now call Indo-European, languages distantly related to Greek and Latin and Sanskrit, and eventually to the languages you and I speak today. They were pastoral people originally, herders of cattle and horses, followers of flocks across the wide grasslands, people who knew the stars and the seasons intimately because their lives depended on that knowledge. Over the centuries, these Iranian peoples had settled and diversified. Some became the Medes, who occupied the northern and western parts of the plateau, the region closest to the great civilizations of Mesopotamia. Others became the Persians, who settled in a region to the south and east called Parsa, which the Greeks would eventually call Persis, and which we now call Fars, in the southwestern corner of modern Iran. These two peoples, the Medes and the Persians, would between them write much of the history of the ancient Near East in the centuries leading up to and including the reign of Darius. But let us not rush ahead. Let us first spend a little time, a slow, unhurried, dreamy little time, understanding the broader world in which all of this was taking place. To the west of Iran, in the broad flat valley between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, lay Mesopotamia. Even to call it ancient seems barely adequate, for by the time Darius was born, Mesopotamia had already been home to civilized life for 3,000 years or more. The Sumerians had built their cities there, inventing writing almost as an afterthought, a practical tool for keeping track of grain and livestock that somehow became the medium through which human beings first began to record their thoughts, their prayers, their stories, and their laws. After the Sumerians came the Akkadians, and after them the Babylonians and then the Assyrians, each civilization layering itself atop the ruins of the last, each one inheriting and transforming what had come before. By the 7th century before the Common Era, the Assyrian Empire had become the dominant power of the ancient Near East. The Assyrians were formidable people, skilled administrators and even more skilled warriors, famous for their military innovations, and, it must be said, for a certain ferocity that made their name a kind of synonym for terror across the region. Their empire stretched from Egypt in the west to the borders of the Iranian plateau in the east, and for a time it seemed that the Assyrian order might simply continue forever, that the world might simply remain organized according to their will indefinitely. But empires do not last forever. That is one of the melancholy lessons of history, and one that Darius himself would one day understand very well. The Assyrian Empire, for all its power, had accumulated enemies in the way that powerful things tend to do, and those enemies eventually found each other and made common cause. In the closing years of the 7th century, a coalition of Babylonians and Medes descended upon the great Assyrian cities. Nineveh, the splendid capital, fell in the year 612 before the Common Era, and it fell so completely that within a generation or two the very site of the city was lost, covered by the desert, and the Greeks who passed through the region would look at the mounds and earthworks and not even know what lay beneath. The collapse of Assyria left a power vacuum in the ancient Near East, and into that vacuum stepped several competing kingdoms. There was Babylon, revitalized and ambitious under a new dynasty, the Neo-Babylonian kings of whom Nebuchadnezzar is the most famous. There was Egypt, ancient and proud as always, managing its own affairs behind the natural barriers of the desert and the sea. There was Lydia, in western Anatolia, a prosperous kingdom known for its wealth, and for a king named Croesus whose name would become a byword for riches. And there was the emerging power of the Medes, who occupied a large portion of the Iranian plateau and who had been important players in the fall of Assyria. For a few decades, these powers maintained an uneasy balance, the kind of balance that history tends to describe in retrospect as a period of stability, but that probably felt to those living through it like a constant, low-level anxiety, a sense that the ground might shift at any moment. And then, in the middle of the 6th century, the ground did shift, suddenly and dramatically, and the agent of that shifting was a man named Cyrus. Cyrus, it is worth pausing on that name for just a moment, letting it settle in your mind the way a stone settles to the bottom of a still pool. Cyrus of Persia, Cyrus the Great, the founder of the Achaemenid Empire, the man who, in the space of a single extraordinary lifetime, transformed a small and relatively obscure Persian kingdom into the largest empire the world had yet seen. The man who was Darius the Great's most important predecessor, and in many ways his model and inspiration. But we are getting a little ahead of ourselves. Let us slow down again, the way a river slows as it enters a wide plain, spreading out and growing calm. Let us spend a little more time with the world before Cyrus, because understanding that world is like understanding the soil out of which a great tree grows. The Persians at the time we are considering were not the dominant Iranian people. That distinction belonged to the Medes. The Persians were a somewhat subordinate group, occupying their southern territory of Parsa and generally acknowledging Median overlordship, at least in a formal sense. They were organized along tribal and clan lines, with a hereditary aristocracy and a king who was drawn from the most prominent of the noble families. They worshipped gods who were recognizably related to the deities of other Indo-European peoples, gods associated with fire and light, and the ordering principles of the cosmos, and they practiced a religion that would later be systematized into what we call Zoroastrianism. The Persian nobility was organized into clans, and the most important of these clans, the one that would eventually produce both Cyrus and Darius and all the Achaemenid kings, was the clan of Achaemens. The name Achaemens is actually something of a mystery. He may have been a real historical figure, a chieftain who lived several generations before Cyrus, or he may have been a semi-mythological ancestor figure. The kind of founding father that noble families tend to claim when they want to legitimize their lineage. What matters is that the Achaemenid clan became the ruling family of the Persians, and from them came the dynasty that would shape the ancient world for 200 years. So now you have some sense of the stage, a broad, dramatic landscape, ancient civilizations to the west, an emerging Iranian population in the east and north, and in the south on the highland of Parsa, a people called the Persians, ruled by the Achaemenid clan, waiting, without quite knowing they were waiting, for the moment when their time would come. That time came with Cyrus. Chapter 2. Cyrus the Great and the World He Made. Sleep is coming for you, friend, like a slow tide. Let it come. Let your thoughts grow softer at the edges. We are going to talk about Cyrus for a while, because you cannot understand Darius without understanding Cyrus, and because the story of Cyrus is itself one of the most remarkable stories the ancient world has to offer. Cyrus was born sometime around 600 to 580 before the Common Era, though even these dates are uncertain, subject to the kind of scholarly debate that tends to make ancient history feel like trying to read a map through fog. What we know is that he was a prince of the Persian royal house, the son of a man named Cambyses I, who was king of Persia under Median overlordship, and that his mother, according to some traditions, was a Median princess, a daughter of the Median king Astyages himself. This Median connection is significant, and it comes wrapped in one of the most extraordinary stories from the ancient world, a story so full of the familiar ingredients of legend that it reads almost like a fairy tale, which is perhaps what it is. The story, as told by Herodotus, the Greek historian who is one of our main sources for this period, goes something like this. Astyages, the Median king, had a daughter named Manding. Before she was married, Astyages had a dream, one of those vivid, portentous dreams that ancient kings were always having, in which a vine grew from his daughter's womb and spread until it covered all of Asia. His dream interpreters, the Magi, told him this was a sign that his grandson would one day rule in his place. Troubled by this, Astyages arranged for his daughter to marry not a Mede of high birth, as might be expected, but a Persian of somewhat lower status named Cambyses, calculating that a Persian grandson would be less of a threat than a Median one. When Manding gave birth to a son, Astyages had another alarming dream, this one involving the boy himself, and again the Magi told him that his grandson was destined to rule in his place. Astyages, desperate to prevent this, ordered one of his trusted nobles, a man named Harpagus, to take the infant and kill him. But Harpagus, unwilling to commit the murder himself, but also unwilling to defy the king outright, passed the task along to a herdsman named Mithridates, telling him to abandon the baby in the mountains to die of exposure. Mithridates, however, had a wife whose own child had just been born dead, and rather than abandon the living prince to the cold mountain air, she persuaded her husband to raise the boy as their own, giving the dead child the royal wrappings and leaving it in the wilderness to be found. And so the young prince grew up among the herdsmen in the hills without knowing who he was. The story continues, as all such stories do, with the prince's true identity eventually being discovered, with the anger of Astyages, with the terrible revenge he took upon Harpagus for his disobedience, and finally with the grown Cyrus returning to claim his destiny. You may recognize elements of this story from other myths and legends. It is the story of the child of destiny, raised in obscurity, who returns to claim what is rightfully his. It is Moses in the basket among the bulrushes. It is Oedipus exposed on the hillside. It is Romulus and Remus suckled by the wolf. These stories appear again and again across human cultures because they express something deep about the human understanding of destiny and identity, about the impossibility of thwarting fate. Whether the story of Cyrus's childhood is literally true, we cannot say with certainty. What we can say is that by around 559 before the Common Era, Cyrus had become king of the Persians, and that within a remarkably short time, he had launched a revolution that would remake the map of the known world. Cyrus first turned his attention to his Median overlords. The relationship between the Persians and the Medes had long been one of nominal subordination, with the Persians acknowledging Median supremacy while retaining considerable practical autonomy. Cyrus, either through the ambition that was natural to him or through a more calculated reading of political opportunity, chose to challenge that relationship directly. Around 550, he rose in rebellion against Astyages. The campaign was briefer and more decisive than anyone might have predicted, partly because Cyrus was an exceptional military commander, but also, it seems, because Astyages had managed to alienate a significant portion of his own nobility. The very Harpagus who had been tasked with killing the infant Cyrus all those years ago, and who had suffered Astyages' revenge for his failure to do so, defected to Cyrus during the decisive campaign, bringing a large portion of the Median army with him. Astyages was captured, and the Median Empire fell. And here is where the story of Cyrus takes on a quality that distinguishes him from almost every other conqueror of the ancient world. He did not slaughter the defeated Medes. He did not humiliate Astyages. He did not demand tribute and hostages in the traditional manner of conquest. Instead, he incorporated the Medes into his new empire as partners, allowing the Median nobility to retain their positions and their prestige, blending Persian and Median traditions into a new synthesis. The Achaemenid Empire that Cyrus was building would always have this dual character, Persian at its core but deeply influenced by Median precedent, and this willingness to absorb and integrate rather than simply dominate would become one of the defining characteristics of the empire. Having secured his eastern flank, Cyrus turned west. His next target was Lydia, the wealthy kingdom in western Anatolia ruled by the famous Croesus. The story of the fall of Lydia is one of the great cautionary tales of ancient history, and it centers on an oracle. Croesus, troubled by the growing power of Cyrus, consulted the oracle at Delphi to ask whether he should attack the Persian king. The oracle responded in its characteristically ambiguous way, telling him that if he attacked Cyrus, he would destroy a great empire. Croesus, interpreting this as a favorable omen, launched his campaign. He was wrong. The great empire he destroyed was his own. Cyrus defeated him decisively around 547, and Lydia with all its fabulous wealth passed into Persian hands. The fall of Lydia brought Cyrus to the shores of the Aegean Sea and into contact with the Greek cities of Ionia, the western coast of Anatolia. These cities, prosperous and culturally sophisticated, now found themselves subjects of the Persian Empire, a situation that would breed resentment and eventually revolt, but that is a story for later chapters. Cyrus turned his attention southward and eastward, consolidating his control over the Iranian plateau, bringing various peoples and territories under the Persian umbrella through a combination of military force and diplomatic finesse. And then, inevitably, he turned toward Babylon. Babylon, even the name carries weight, does it not? The city of the Hanging Gardens, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. The city of Nebuchadnezzar, who had carried the Israelites into captivity and built ziggurats that seemed to scrape the sky. The greatest city in the ancient Near East, the commercial and cultural heart of Mesopotamia, surrounded by walls so thick that the ancient sources describe chariots racing along the top of them. Cyrus took Babylon in 539 before the Common Era, and he took it with almost embarrassing ease. The sources describe a city whose population was weary of its own king, Nabonidus, who had alienated the powerful priesthood of the god Marduk by neglecting the traditional religious ceremonies. When Cyrus arrived, the city opened its gates. The Persian army entered without a battle. And Cyrus, in his characteristically magnanimous fashion, presented himself not as a conqueror but as a liberator, as the chosen servant of Marduk himself, restored to his proper role as the patron of the city. The famous Cyrus cylinder, a clay document discovered in the 19th century and now housed in the British Museum, Records in cuneiform script the proclamation that Cyrus issued upon taking Babylon. It is a remarkable document by any standard, presenting Cyrus as a just and pious king who had been called by the gods to restore order, protect the temples, and allow displaced peoples to return to their homelands. The Israelites in captivity in Babylon were among those who benefited from this policy of return, which is why Cyrus figures in the Hebrew Bible as a hero, the instrument of God's mercy, the one who allowed the Jewish people to return to their land and rebuild their temple. Whether the Cyrus cylinder represents genuine benevolence or sophisticated propaganda is a question that historians continue to debate. Perhaps it was both. Perhaps Cyrus truly believed in a relatively tolerant approach to governance, having seen how the Assyrian policy of brutality had ultimately generated the resistance that destroyed their empire. Or perhaps he was simply a shrewd politician who understood that willing subjects are more valuable than resentful ones. Either way, the result was an empire of remarkable diversity, and at least by the standards of the ancient world, relative tolerance. With Babylon secure, the Persian Empire now stretched from the Aegean coast in the west to the eastern reaches of the Iranian plateau, encompassing an enormous variety of peoples, languages, religions, and cultures. It was, by any measure, the largest empire the world had yet seen. Cyrus did not live to enjoy it for long. He died around 530 before the Common Era, campaigning in the far northeast, in the region beyond the Oxus River, fighting the nomadic Massagetae. The accounts of his death are dramatic and varied. Herodotus tells us that the queen of the Massagetae, a formidable woman named Tomyris, had warned Cyrus to turn back, and that when he refused and attacked, he was defeated and killed, his head cut off and plunged into a bag of blood by the vengeful queen, who told him to drink his fill of it. This story may or may not be true. What is true is that Cyrus died in battle in the northeast, and that his body was brought back to the Persian homeland and buried at Pasargadae, the city he had founded. His tomb still stands today, a simple, dignified structure of white limestone that has survived the centuries with remarkable intactness, and which Alexander the Great, centuries later, would visit and command to be maintained with respect. So Cyrus was gone, but the empire he had built remained, vast and complex, and already beginning to develop the administrative habits and cultural synthesis that would define it for generations. His son Cambyses inherited the throne, and with it, all the challenges and opportunities that such an inheritance entailed. And it is with Cambyses that we begin to move, slowly and steadily, toward the man who is the true subject of our story, toward Darius. Chapter 3: Cambyses and the Road to Egypt. You are still here, friend. Good. The world outside your window is quiet now, or nearly so. Whatever sounds reach you are distant and harmless, the ordinary murmur of the world going about its business without requiring anything of you. You have no obligations to that world tonight. Your only task is to breathe slowly and listen, and let the story of Cambyses carry you a little further down towards sleep. Cambyses II was not his father. That is the first and most important thing to understand about him. He was the son of greatness, which is a complicated thing to be in any age, and there is evidence to suggest that the comparison weighed on him, that he was aware, in that uncomfortable way that the sons of great men often are, of how the world measured him against the long shadow cast by his predecessor. He was not, however, without gifts of his own. He was an able military commander. He was methodical and organized, and he had, from the very beginning of his reign, a clear objective: Egypt. Egypt, the oldest civilization in the Mediterranean world, the land of the pharaohs, of the pyramids and the Sphinx, of the Nile flooding every year in its predictable and life-giving rhythm. Egypt had been doing things more or less its own way for 3,000 years by the time Cambyses became king of Persia. It had been invaded and conquered before, ruled by the Hyksos and then by the Nubians, and in each case it had managed to absorb its conquerors or expel them, maintaining the essential character of its civilization through the sheer weight of its accumulated tradition. But Cambyses was determined, and the Persian Empire was now the largest and most powerful political entity in the ancient world. Egypt, for all its ancient prestige, could not stand alone against it. The campaign against Egypt took years of preparation. Cambyses needed to secure his allies in the region, to arrange for the supply of water and provisions across the desert approaches, to negotiate agreements with the Arab tribes who controlled the desert routes. He needed ships, because the Egyptian coast would need to be approached from the sea as well as by land. He needed intelligence about Egyptian defenses and political conditions. The Egyptian king at the time was named Amasis, who had himself come to power through rebellion and who had maintained a policy of cultivated friendship with the Greeks, particularly with those of the island of Samos and with the kingdom of Cyrene in what is now Libya. These Greek connections gave him some diplomatic ballast against the growing Persian threat, but they could not provide him with enough military weight to resist it. When Cambyses finally launched his invasion, around 525 before the Common Era, the decisive battle took place at Pelusium, in the eastern delta of the Nile. The accounts of the battle are colored by legend, as so many ancient battles are. One tradition says that Cambyses, knowing of the Egyptians' deep reverence for cats, had his soldiers carry cats and images of cats in front of their lines, and that the Egyptian archers refused to fire for fear of harming the sacred animals. Whether or not this is true, the result was not in doubt. The Egyptian army was defeated and Egypt fell. Amasis had died just before the Persian invasion, as if he preferred not to witness what was coming, and his son Psamtik III inherited both the throne and the hopeless situation. He fled south after Pelusium, attempted to rally resistance at Memphis, failed, was captured, and was eventually executed after attempting to revolt against his captors. Cambyses became pharaoh of Egypt, adding yet another title to his already impressive collection. He was now king of Persia, king of Media, king of Babylon, king of Lydia, and pharaoh of Egypt. The empire that his father had built now included the entirety of the civilized world west of India. But the Egyptian campaign marked the beginning of a difficult period for Cambyses. He launched additional campaigns that ended badly. An attempt to conquer the kingdom of Kush, to the south of Egypt, foundered in the desert, with his army running out of supplies and reportedly being reduced to cannibalism before turning back. An expedition to conquer the oasis of Siwa in the western desert, where the famous oracle of Ammon was located, disappeared entirely. According to legend, a great sandstorm swallowed the entire army, 50,000 men, and they were never seen again. Archaeologists have been looking for evidence of this lost army ever since. More troublingly, rumors began to reach Cambyses from the east. His brother Bardia, whom he had left behind when he marched to Egypt, was said to be gathering support and threatening to rebel. Whether this was true or whether Cambyses was simply paranoid, we cannot say with certainty. What we do know is that Cambyses, troubled by these rumors, ordered his brother to be killed. Whether Bardia was actually killed or managed to escape is one of the central mysteries of this period, a mystery that Darius himself would later have strong reasons to address in a particular way. And then, while Cambyses was making his way back to Persia to deal with the situation, something went wrong. According to the ancient sources, he injured himself with his own sword while mounting his horse, suffering a wound to the thigh. The wound became infected, and within weeks, Cambyses was dead. He died in 522 before the Common Era, somewhere in Syria without ever reaching his homeland. He had no son to inherit from him. The throne of the world's largest empire was suddenly, unexpectedly, fatally vacant. And into this vacancy stepped someone claiming to be Bardia. Chapter 4. The Mystery of Bardia and the Coming of Chaos. Listen to the quiet around you, friend. Listen to your own breathing, the slow and reliable rhythm of it, the way it goes on without your needing to tell it to. The ancient world is drawing you in now, drawing you back through the centuries to a moment of tremendous uncertainty. A moment when the fate of millions of people hung on questions that nobody could quite answer. Who was the man who now claimed to be Bardia, the brother of Cambyses, the son of Cyrus the Great? This is, from a historical standpoint, one of the most fascinating and genuinely unresolvable questions of the ancient period. The account we have comes primarily from Darius himself, and we must always remember, when we read the account of a revolution written by the revolutionary who won, that we are not reading a neutral document. According to Darius, the real Bardia had been killed by Cambyses before the Egyptian campaign, as Cambyses feared his brother might rebel in his absence. The man who claimed to be Bardia when Cambyses was in Egypt was, Darius says, an impostor, a Magian, a member of the priestly class named Gaumata, who had taken advantage of the secrecy surrounding Bardia's death to assume his identity and seize the throne. This is the official version of events, set down by Darius in one of the most remarkable documents from the ancient world, the Behistun inscription, a massive trilingual text carved into a cliff face on a major road in western Iran, visible to all travelers, and intended to legitimize Darius's own seizure of power. But there is another possibility, one that some modern historians find at least as plausible. Perhaps Cambyses never killed his brother at all. Perhaps the fear of Cambyses's unstable reputation led to a cover-up. Perhaps the man who called himself Bardia really was Bardia, and it was Darius who was the usurper, who invented the story of the Magian impostor after the fact to justify his own violent seizure of the throne. We cannot know for certain. The evidence is too fragmentary, too filtered through interested parties. What we can say is that the man who presented himself as Bardia was accepted as legitimate by a very large portion of the empire. He ruled for several months, during which he reportedly remitted taxes and military obligations for 3 years, a measure that would have made him very popular with a population that had been subjected to the considerable financial demands of Cambyses's Egyptian campaigns. The sources, even those hostile to him, admit that the people were glad of his rule. But there was a group that was not glad. The Persian nobility, the great clans and families who had built their power and prestige in the service of the Achaemenid dynasty, were suspicious. Whether because they genuinely believed this Bardia was an impostor or because they sensed an opportunity, 7 of the most prominent Persian nobles formed a conspiracy. The names of these 7 conspirators are preserved in the Behistun inscription, and they are worth remembering, not because you will need to remember them for anything, but because there is something quietly moving about the fact that we know their names at all, that across 25 centuries these 7 men can still be identified as the actors in a drama that changed history. There was Otnes, son of Pharnaspes. There was Intafran, son of Veiaspara. There was Gabrias, son of Mardonius. There was Megabyzus, son of Daduvahia. There was Aspathanes, son of Prixaspes. There was Arjumanish, and there was Darius, son of Histaspes. Darius was not the eldest of these conspirators. He was not the most senior. He was not even necessarily the one most obvious to lead such an enterprise. He was a young man, probably in his mid to late 20s, from a branch of the Achaemenid family that was not the direct royal line. His father Histaspes was a Persian noble, a governor but not a king. Darius himself was serving as a spear-bearer in Cambyses's army, a position of honor but not of supreme authority. And yet it was Darius who would emerge from the conspiracy as king. How? That is the question we must now address, slowly and carefully, the way you would cross a dark room in the night, feeling your way step by step. Chapter 5. The 7 Conspirators and the Night of Decision. The air is growing softer now, is it not? The thoughts that were so present and pressing when you first lay down have begun to soften and blur, losing their sharp edges, becoming more like suggestions than demands. Good. Let them go. Let them drift. The story will hold you here gently, and when you slip into sleep it will carry you down without a bump. The 7 conspirators met and discussed their situation. We know this from Herodotus, who gives us a wonderful and probably somewhat embellished account of their deliberations, including a famous passage in which they debate not merely the immediate question of what to do about the supposed impostor, but the broader constitutional question of what form of government Persia should have after the crisis was resolved. Should it be a democracy, an oligarchy, or a monarchy? The debate is fascinating and may reflect Greek ideas being read back into a Persian setting, but it is also, in its way, genuinely illuminating about the tensions that existed within Persian elite society. The conspirators agreed on one thing: the man claiming to be Bardia had to be removed. They disagreed on timing. Some argued for caution, for delay, for gathering more support before acting. Others argued for immediate action, before the supposed impostor could consolidate his position further. Darius, according to the sources, was among the most urgent voices for immediate action. He argued that delay only increased the danger, that every day that passed was another day in which the impostor might discover their conspiracy and move against them first. There is a quality of decisive, impatient energy in the Darius of this period that would characterize his entire reign. The 7 conspirators, armed and determined, gained access to the palace where the man calling himself Bardia was residing. The exact location varies in the sources, but the general account is consistent. There was a confrontation, a fight, and at the end of it the man who called himself Bardia was dead, killed by the conspirators. With him died, if Darius's account is to be believed, the Magian impostor's brief usurpation. And with that death, the question of who would next rule the Persian Empire became immediately and urgently open. The 7 nobles had agreed in advance that the man whose horse neighed first at dawn on the morning after the killing would become king. It is a wonderfully archaic and somewhat charming decision-making method, and Herodotus gives us a delightful story about how Darius's clever groom managed to ensure that Darius's horse was the first to neigh, by means that involved bringing the horse to a spot where a mare Darius's horse was fond of had been the night before. Whether or not this story is literally true, the result is unambiguous. Darius became king. In September of 522 before the Common Era, a young Persian nobleman who had never ruled anything larger than a district became king of the largest empire the world had ever known. The problems that awaited him were considerable. Chapter 6: The Empire in Rebellion. Let your shoulders fall a little. Let your jaw unclench. The Persian Empire in the autumn of 522 is a wide and troubled land, and we are going to walk through it together slowly, without hurry, watching how Darius begins to impose his will upon a world that is very far from being certain it wants him to impose anything. The problem was not simply that Darius was a usurper of uncertain legitimacy, though that was certainly a problem. The deeper issue was that the Persian Empire, in the months since the death of Cambyses, had begun to unravel. The news of the confusion at the top, the death of Cambyses, the brief reign of the supposed Bardia, the killing of that figure by the conspirators, had spread across the vast territory of the empire the way fire spreads across dry grass, and everywhere it spread it had kindled the ambitions of those who saw an opportunity. Rebellions broke out across the empire simultaneously, a remarkable and frightening proliferation of challenges that would have overwhelmed many rulers. In Elam, in southern Iran, a man named Atrina rose up and claimed the kingdom. In Babylonia, a man named Nidin-Tubal claimed to be Nebuchadnezzar III, the son of the last Babylonian king, and announced the restoration of Babylonian independence. In Media, a man named Phraates claimed to be the descendant of the old Median royal house and proclaimed himself king of the Medes. In Persia itself, a man named Vahiezdata claimed to be the true Bardia and challenged Darius's authority in his own homeland. In Margiana in the far northeast, a man named Frata raised the standard of revolt. In Parthia and Hyrcania in the great northeastern territories, rebellion stirred. In Armenia, another challenger arose. in Sagosha, in the heart of the empire. Yet another man claiming royal descent proclaimed himself king. Darius faced, in the first year of his reign, no fewer than 9 major uprisings, spread across an area that stretched from Egypt to Central Asia. He was confronted with the possibility, not at all unrealistic, that his empire might simply dissolve, that the vast construction of Cyrus and Cambyses might fall apart at its seams before he had time to do anything about it. What he did, in response to this overwhelming challenge, is one of the most impressive demonstrations of political and military energy in the ancient world. He moved fast. He split his attention, fighting on multiple fronts simultaneously, sometimes personally leading his army, sometimes delegating to trusted commanders while he dealt with other threats. He maintained a relentless pace of campaign, defeating one rebellion and turning immediately to face the next, never allowing any single challenger time to consolidate or attract additional support. The Babylonian revolt was his first priority. Babylon was too central, too important, too rich to leave in hostile hands. Darius marched south and met the forces of Nidin-Tubal at the Tigris River in December of 522. He won. He pursued the retreating Babylonian forces to the Euphrates and defeated them again. Nidin-Tubal was captured and executed. Babylon was back under Persian control. But even as he was finishing with Babylon, news came of new revolts in other territories. Darius dispatched his generals to deal with the peripheral rebellions while he moved to face the more serious threats personally. The Median revolt, led by Phraortes, required his direct attention. He fought a series of battles in Media, defeating the rebel forces and eventually capturing Phraortes himself. The execution that followed was characteristically brutal by the standards of the ancient world, the kind of punishment meant to send an unmistakable message to anyone else contemplating rebellion. Nose and ears cut off, one eye put out, then displayed at the capital, then crucified. The revolt of Vahiezdata in Persia proper was, in some ways, the most dangerous and the most insulting. This was a challenge in Darius's own homeland, by a man claiming to be the true heir of Cyrus. Darius sent his general Artavardia to deal with it, and Artavardia defeated the rebel forces in 2 battles. Vahiezdata was captured, and his execution was similarly exemplary. One by one, through a combination of his own military skill, the loyalty of his generals, and the sheer organizational capacity of the Persian imperial system, Darius defeated the rebellions. By the end of 521 before the Common Era, roughly a year after he had become king, the empire was substantially pacified. The rebellions had not all been fully suppressed, and there would be further fighting in the months ahead, but the existential crisis had passed. Darius had survived. And now, having survived, he turned his extraordinary energies not just to holding what he had, but to reshaping the empire from the ground up, giving it the structures and systems that would make it the most durable political creation of the ancient world. Chapter 7. The Behistun Inscription and the Story Darius Told. You are drifting now, are you not? That comfortable heaviness has begun to settle into your limbs, the heaviness that is not quite sleep but is the antechamber to it, the place you visit just before you cross the threshold. The voice of the story is still there, still steady, still carrying you forward, but its hold is growing gentler, more suggestive, and that is exactly right. Let us pause for a moment on a cliff face in western Iran. Imagine it, if you can, through the soft haze of your approaching sleep. The road that runs through the Zagros Mountains, connecting the great cities of Mesopotamia in the west to the Persian heartland in the east. A road that has been traveled for centuries, by merchants and soldiers and pilgrims and messengers, a road that is the artery of empire. And rising above it, impossible to miss, a massive relief carved into the rock face, images and inscriptions stretching across a surface 60 meters above the road, visible to everyone who passes but accessible in its detail only to those who can read. This is the Behistun inscription, and it is one of the most important documents from the ancient world. Darius had it carved sometime around 520 to 518 before the Common Era, when the rebellions were being suppressed and his power was being consolidated. It is written in 3 languages, Old Persian, Elamite, and Babylonian Akkadian, because these were the 3 main administrative languages of the empire, and Darius wanted his message to reach the widest possible audience. It was, in a sense, the ancient world's equivalent of a public broadcast, a statement of legitimacy and power and divine favor, carved into the living rock where it would stand forever. The inscription tells the story of Darius's rise to power, of the rebellion of the Magian impostor Gaumata who claimed to be Bardia, of the 7 conspirators who killed him, of Darius's selection as king and the divine favor of Ahura Mazda, the great god of the Zoroastrian faith, who supported Darius and gave him victory. It then lists the rebellions that Darius faced and the way he suppressed them, presenting each victory as further evidence of divine favor. The inscription is also, famously, the key that unlocked the lost language of Mesopotamia. When a British officer named Henry Rawlinson managed to copy the Old Persian portion in the 1830s and 1840s, in an extraordinary feat of rope climbing and determination, he was able to compare it with the other versions and eventually crack the code of cuneiform writing, opening up the entire world of ancient Mesopotamian literature and record to modern scholarship. Without Behistun, we might still be largely ignorant of the content of thousands of clay tablets that tell us so much about the ancient world. It is in this indirect way one of the most consequential pieces of writing ever made. But let us set aside the archaeological significance and focus on what the inscription tells us about Darius himself. It tells us that he was a man who was very conscious of legitimacy, of the need to explain and justify his rule. He claims descent from Achaemenes, the founding ancestor of the royal clan, establishing himself as a member of the rightful ruling house, even if not from the direct line of Cyrus. He emphasizes the favor of Ahura Mazda, the supreme deity of his faith, presenting himself as the chosen instrument of the divine will. He dwells at length on the rebellions and his suppression of them, turning what might have looked like a troubled beginning into evidence of his special status as a man whom God supports. The inscription also gives us a remarkably direct window into Darius's self-understanding. He presents himself as truthful, as a hater of the lie, as someone who rules according to the cosmic principle of order against chaos, of truth against falsehood. These are Zoroastrian concepts, deeply embedded in his religious worldview, and they would shape his understanding of kingship throughout his reign. He tells us, near the end of the inscription, something that sounds almost modern in its directness. By the favor of Ahura Mazda, what I have done, that I have done with good will, not in anger, not for the sake of gain. I love the just man, I hate the unjust. Whether these were genuinely his sentiments or whether they were the standard rhetoric of ancient royal propaganda, we cannot know. Probably they were both. But the emphasis on justice and truth and the divine basis of royal authority would run as a consistent theme through everything Darius did. Chapter 8. The Architecture of Empire. The night has deepened around you. The world outside is quiet. Whatever light was in the room has softened to something barely there. You are in that beautiful suspended place, not quite asleep but not quite awake either, where the mind moves freely and gently, and without the sharp edges it wears during the day. Stay with me just a little longer. We are going to talk about how Darius built his empire, and this is a story about organization and patience, and the remarkable human capacity to impose order on vast, complicated, recalcitrant reality. It is, in its way, a soothing story, a story about things being sorted and categorized and put into their proper places, which is a fundamentally peaceful kind of story. The Persian Empire that Darius inherited was enormous. It stretched from the Aegean coast of modern Turkey in the west to the Indus River in the east, from the steppes of Central Asia in the north to the first cataracts of the Nile in the south. It encompassed dozens of distinct peoples speaking scores of different languages, worshipping hundreds of different gods, organized according to hundreds of different social and political traditions. It was, in short, not so much a unified state as a collection of very different places held together by the memory of Cyrus's conquests and the presence of Persian armies. Cyrus had been content, largely, to rule this diversity through a light touch, maintaining local traditions and institutions wherever possible, demanding only that the subject peoples acknowledge Persian supremacy and pay their tribute. This approach had worked well enough for Cyrus because his military genius and personal charisma were enough to hold things together. But it was not, Darius understood, a system that would survive indefinitely on its own. It needed formal structure, regular administration, predictable systems of taxation and governance. Darius created the system of satrapies, and in doing so, he created one of the most successful administrative frameworks in ancient history. A satrapy was a large administrative province, governed by a satrap, a word that means something like protector of the kingdom in Old Persian. There were, in Darius's organization of the empire, something like 20 to 23 satrapies, though the exact number varied over time. Each satrapy encompassed a region with some natural coherence, whether geographic, cultural, or ethnic, and each was headed by a satrap who was typically a Persian noble, often a member of the royal family or the high nobility, a man who could be trusted to represent the king's interests, and whose social position gave him the authority necessary to govern effectively. The satrap was, in effect, a viceroy. He commanded the local military forces, administered justice, collected taxes, oversaw the local bureaucracy, and generally kept the peace. He had considerable practical autonomy in the day-to-day management of his province, because the vast distances of the empire made it impossible for the king to micromanage everything from the center. A message from the capital at Susa to the satrap of Egypt or the satrap of India might take weeks or even months to arrive. The satrap needed to be capable of making decisions and acting on them without constant reference to the center. But this autonomy had built-in limits. The satraps were watched by royal secretaries who reported directly to the king. They were monitored by the commanders of the local military garrisons, who were separately accountable to Susa. And periodically, royal inspectors known as the eyes and ears of the king would tour the satrapies, auditing the accounts and investigating complaints, making sure that the satraps were not abusing their position or withholding revenue from the royal treasury. This system of checks and balances, of delegated authority combined with independent oversight, was a sophisticated solution to the fundamental problem of governing large territories before the invention of modern communications. It allowed the empire to function even when the king was far away or occupied with other matters, while preventing any single satrap from becoming too powerful or too independent. Darius also standardized the tribute system. He established fixed annual payments for each satrapy, based on an assessment of its productive capacity, its population, and its resources. The satrapies paid in silver, which Darius standardized through the introduction of a royal coinage, the famous Daric gold coin, which was to circulate throughout the empire and become one of the first truly international currencies of the ancient world. The amounts of tribute were carefully calculated and recorded, and Herodotus preserves the details, giving us a remarkable snapshot of the relative wealth and importance of different parts of the empire. Babylon, the richest province, paid the enormous sum of 1,000 talents of silver annually, along with the feeding of the Persian court for 4 months of the year. Egypt paid 700 talents and the produce of its fisheries. India, the most distant province, paid a tribute in gold dust worth more than all the others combined, because the Indian territory was immensely rich. But tribute was only one part of the economic relationship between the center and the periphery. Darius also reorganized trade, improving roads and encouraging commerce throughout the empire. The royal road, which we will discuss in a moment, was the backbone of this system, but it was not the only infrastructure investment he made. Darius commissioned canals and irrigation works, improved harbors, and supported the development of maritime trade routes. He also commissioned a canal, completing a project that had been begun by earlier rulers, connecting the Nile River to the Red Sea, the precursor of the modern Suez Canal. This canal allowed goods from the Mediterranean to reach the Indian Ocean without the long overland journey, and it was a remarkable engineering achievement for its time. Darius was proud enough of it to have a commemorative stela erected beside it, recording the achievement in 4 languages. The Royal Road was perhaps the most impressive of Darius's infrastructure projects. It ran approximately 2,700 kilometers from Sardis, the former capital of Lydia on the Aegean coast, all the way to Susa, the main administrative capital of the empire. Along its length, at regular intervals of roughly 25 to 30 kilometers, there were royal posting stations, where fresh horses and riders were kept in readiness. A royal messenger using this system could travel the entire length of the road in about 7 days, an astonishing speed for the ancient world. Herodotus, impressed by this achievement, recorded the famous observation that nothing is faster than these Persian couriers. The road was also used for military movement, for the transportation of goods, and for the travel of officials and ambassadors, and its existence made the empire more coherent, more connected, more real as a unified entity than it would otherwise have been. Darius also built cities and palaces. He completed Cyrus's capital at Pasargadae and began building a magnificent new ceremonial capital at Persepolis, a site in the heartland of Persia, on a high stone platform surrounded by mountains. Persepolis, which was not completed until after Darius's death, became one of the architectural wonders of the ancient world, a complex of palaces and audience halls decorated with extraordinary bas-reliefs depicting the king receiving tribute from all the subject peoples of the empire, each delegation identifiable by their distinctive clothing and offering. These reliefs are invaluable to us today because they give us visual evidence of the extraordinary diversity of the empire and of the way Darius and his successors conceptualized their rule. The peoples shown bringing tribute are treated with remarkable dignity, walking in orderly procession, each group distinct and recognizable, each carrying the characteristic products of their homeland. There is no sense of degradation or humiliation in the imagery. The message is one of ordered diversity, of a king who rules many peoples and who takes pride in that variety. This was Darius's vision of empire, not homogenization, not the imposition of Persian culture on subject peoples, but a structured hierarchy in which Persian authority was supreme but local traditions were respected. The Persians did not require their subjects to worship Persian gods or abandon their own languages or customs. They required tribute, military service, and acknowledgement of Persian supremacy. Everything else could remain as it was. It was a vision of remarkable sophistication for the ancient world, and it worked. The Achaemenid Empire would last, under Darius and his successors, for 200 years, until Alexander the Great swept it away. That longevity was not accidental. It was the result of Darius's administrative genius, his understanding of what it took to hold a diverse empire together, his willingness to invest in the infrastructure of governance rather than just the infrastructure of conquest. There is something almost peaceful about contemplating it, is there not? The vast machinery of the empire, humming along across its enormous territory, the messengers flying along the royal road, the tribute flowing into the treasury at Susa, the satrapies managing their daily affairs, the peoples of 20 nations going about their lives under the orderly Persian sky. Something almost peaceful about the idea of all those human lives, so different from each other and from ours, continuing in their particular ways, raising their children and burying their dead and harvesting their grain and praying to their gods. Slip a little deeper, friend. The empire is well managed, you can rest. Chapter 9. Darius and the Faith of Ahura Mazda. The religion of Darius is worth spending some time with. Even as your eyes grow heavy, and the words of the story begin to blur a little at the edges. Because understanding what Darius believed, or what he said he believed, tells us something important about the man and about the civilization he led. Darius was a Zoroastrian, a follower of the teachings associated with the prophet Zarathustra, known to the Greeks as Zoroaster, who had lived sometime between 1200 and 600 before the Common Era, the precise dating being one of those scholarly debates that may never be fully resolved. Zoroastrianism was the dominant religion of the Iranian peoples, and it was a faith of remarkable depth and sophistication. At the center of Zoroastrian belief was a cosmic dualism, a great struggle between two opposing principles. On one side was Ahura Mazda, the wise Lord, the supreme god of light and truth and order and goodness. On the other side was Angra Mainyu, the destructive spirit, the principle of darkness and lie and chaos and evil. The entire history of the cosmos in this view was the unfolding of this conflict, and human beings were participants in it, called upon to align themselves with Ahura Mazda through good thoughts, good words, and good deeds. The central moral concept of Zoroastrianism was Asha, often translated as truth or righteousness or cosmic order. This was the principle that governed the proper functioning of the universe, the way things ought to be. Its opposite was drudge, the lie, the principle of falsehood and chaos and destruction. To be a good Zoroastrian was to follow Asha in all aspects of life, to be truthful, to act rightly, to support the cosmic order against the forces of chaos. You can see immediately how this religious framework would have shaped Darius's self-understanding as a king. In Zoroastrian terms, the king was the supreme human agent of Asha, the one who maintained order in the human world just as Ahura Mazda maintained order in the cosmic world. The rebellions that Darius faced at the beginning of his reign were not merely political challenges. They were manifestations of drudge, of the lie, of the principle of chaos working against the divine order. His suppression of those rebellions was not merely a political achievement. It was a cosmic service, the restoration of Asha against drudge. This is not merely a metaphor that Darius used for political effect. His inscriptions suggest that he genuinely believed this framework, that he experienced his reign as a partnership with Ahura Mazda in the maintenance of cosmic order. He thanks Ahura Mazda repeatedly for his victories, attributing his successes to divine favor rather than to his own military or administrative skill. He presents his own life as an exercise in truth and righteousness, aligning himself explicitly with the cosmic principle of Asha. At the same time, Darius was not a religious fanatic in any sense that we would recognize. The Persian Empire under Darius maintained a remarkable degree of religious tolerance, allowing subject peoples to worship their own gods in their own ways. There is evidence of Darius making donations to the Temple of Amun in Egypt, of respecting the traditional religious establishments of Babylon, of allowing the Jewish exiles to return to their homeland and rebuild their temple. The Zoroastrian faith, with its emphasis on cosmic order and truth, did not require the forcible conversion of others. It required that Persians themselves follow its precepts. This tolerant approach was both ethically consistent with Zoroastrian principles and practically effective. A king who respected local religious traditions was a king who could expect a degree of religious sanction from local priesthoods, who could present himself as a legitimate ruler within local religious frameworks as well as within the Persian one. Cyrus had done this brilliantly in Babylon, presenting himself as the chosen servant of Marduk. Darius continued and systematized this approach. There is something quietly remarkable about this, when you think about it. Here is a man who rules 20 nations and who is profoundly convinced of the truth of his own religious tradition, who nonetheless manages to govern all 20 of those nations without requiring any of them to abandon their gods. It is a degree of practical wisdom and genuine respect for human diversity that has not always been present in rulers who came after him. Ahura Mazda is watching over you too tonight. All the gods of all the peoples Darius ruled are watching over their children. Let them watch. Let your breathing slow. Let the ancient world recede a little further. Chapter 10. Darius and Egypt, the beloved province. Egypt was unlike any other province in the Persian Empire. It was older, richer in tradition, more deeply aware of its own distinctive identity, more capable of maintaining a sense of itself as Egypt even under foreign rule. The Egyptians had been at this for a very long time. They had absorbed the Hyksos, the Nubians, and now the Persians, always managing to remain at some essential level themselves. Darius understood this. He had learned from Cambyses' mistakes, or at least from the negative reputation that Cambyses had acquired in the Egyptian record. Cambyses, the Egyptian sources insist, had been a tyrant and a destroyer of temples, a madman who had killed the sacred Apis bull and desecrated the holy places of the gods. Modern historians are skeptical of some of these accounts, recognizing them as Egyptian propaganda designed to contrast the bad Persian king with the good one who came after. But the contrast itself tells us something about what Darius chose to do in Egypt. Darius presented himself to the Egyptians as a legitimate pharaoh. He took an Egyptian throne name, Setutra, meaning offspring of Ra, the sun god. He is depicted in Egyptian art in the traditional pharaonic style, wearing the double crown, making offerings to the Egyptian gods. He sponsored major construction projects in Egypt, building a temple at the oasis of Karga, adding to existing temples at other sites, commissioning reliefs and inscriptions in the Egyptian manner. He also completed the canal between the Nile and the Red Sea that we mentioned earlier, a project of enormous practical value for Egyptian commerce, and he had stele erected beside it in both Egyptian hieroglyphics and Old Persian cuneiform, recording his achievement in both the language of the conqueror and the language of the conquered. Darius also took a significant interest in Egyptian law. He commissioned a systematic compilation of Egyptian legal traditions, assembling a group of Egyptian scholars and administrators who spent years collecting, translating, and codifying the traditional laws of Egypt. This codification project, which took from around 519 to 503 before the Common Era to complete, was the most extensive legal compilation project in the ancient world up to that point, and it reflected Darius's genuine commitment to maintaining the integrity of local traditions within the empire. The satrap of Egypt during much of Darius's reign was a Persian noble named Arians, and his administration was generally efficient and orderly. But Arians eventually overstepped in a way that illustrates both the dangers of satrap autonomy and the way Darius responded to such dangers. Arians had begun minting his own coinage, which was an assertion of a degree of independence that could not be tolerated. The right to mint coinage was a royal prerogative, a symbol of sovereignty, and Arians's silver coins, which rivaled the quality of the royal daric, were a direct challenge to Darius's authority. Darius had Arians executed. The message was clear and unambiguous. The satraps governed in the king's name, by the king's will, and any assertion of independent sovereignty would be treated as treasonous. Egypt, despite the generally positive reputation of Darius's rule there, was not entirely content. The country was too proud of its ancient traditions, too aware of its difference from the rest of the empire, to be fully at ease under foreign rule, however enlightened that rule might be. There would be revolts in Egypt under Darius's successors, and the relationship between Egypt and Persia would continue to be complicated throughout the life of the empire. But under Darius himself, Egypt was largely peaceful and prosperous, a model of what the Achaemenid approach to empire could achieve at its best. The great Egyptian temples continued to function, the Nile continued to flood and recede in its eternal rhythm, the farmers continued to work their ancient fields, and the administrative machinery of the empire continued to collect its revenues and maintain its order. Let the Nile carry you, friend. Let its slow, ancient current carry you southward through the warm Egyptian night. Chapter 11. The Scythian Campaign and the Edge of the World. There are some chapters in the life of a great ruler that history remembers not for their success, but for their ambition, not for what was achieved, but for what was attempted. The Scythian campaign of Darius is one of those chapters, and it is worth telling slowly and carefully, because it illuminates something important about the man and about the limits that even the greatest power must eventually acknowledge. The Scythians were a people of the vast grasslands north of the Black Sea, in the region we now call Ukraine and southern Russia. They were nomads, or at least semi-nomadic, skilled horsemen who had no cities, no fixed settlements, no permanent infrastructure that an invading army could target and destroy. They had been a presence on the edges of the civilized world for centuries, raiding and trading with the settled peoples to their south, occasionally making deeper incursions into the more populated regions of Anatolia and the Near East. Darius's reasons for wanting to campaign against the Scythians are not entirely clear from the sources, and historians have proposed various explanations. It may have been a punitive expedition in response to Scythian raids into Persian territory. It may have been an attempt to extend Persian control to the northern shores of the Black Sea and establish dominance over the grain trade routes. It may have been partly a matter of prestige, a demonstration that the king of Persia could project his power even to the ends of the known world. Or it may simply have been that Darius, fresh from the successes of his early reign and filled with a conqueror's restless energy, looked at the map and saw a challenge he felt compelled to take up. The campaign began around 513 before the Common Era, and its preparation was on an extraordinary scale. Darius assembled what the ancient sources describe as an enormous army, numbering in the hundreds of thousands according to Herodotus, though modern historians are generally skeptical of such figures and suggest the actual number was likely far smaller, perhaps in the tens of thousands. He marched north through Thrace, the region of southeastern Europe that is now Bulgaria and European Turkey, crossing the Bosporus on a bridge of boats constructed by his engineers at the narrow point where Asia and Europe meet. The crossing of the Bosporus was itself a remarkable feat of engineering and organization. The bridge was built from boats lashed together side by side, with planking laid across them to form a road, anchored against the current by ropes stretched to the banks. It was the first time a Persian army had crossed into Europe, and Darius is said to have paused at the crossing to observe his troops passing over, counting them by having 10,000 men cross, then marking a line, then having the next 10,000 cross, and so on. Through Thrace he marched, receiving the submission of the Thracian peoples as he went, crossing the Danube River on another bridge of boats built by his Ionian Greek subjects, who contributed a substantial fleet of ships and engineering expertise to the campaign. And then he entered Scythia. And here the campaign began to go wrong, in the slow, frustrating, inexorable way that campaigns against nomadic peoples tend to go wrong for settled, organized armies. The Scythians refused to fight. This was not cowardice. It was strategy, and it was brilliant strategy, the kind that their landscape allowed and that their way of life made natural. Instead of gathering their forces and offering battle, they retreated. They drove their wagons deeper into the steppe. They moved their herds and their families eastward, away from the advancing Persian army. When the Persians approached, the Scythians withdrew. When the Persians stopped, the Scythians harassed their flanks and their supply lines with hit-and-run cavalry raids. Darius sent heralds to the Scythian king, a man named Idantheus, demanding that he either fight or submit. The reply that Idantheus sent back is one of the most remarkable diplomatic documents from the ancient world, and Herodotus preserves it in a form that, even if not literally accurate, captures perfectly the spirit of the Scythian response. Idantheus told Darius that the Scythians had no cities to lose, no crops to be burned, no permanent settlements that could be threatened. Their ancestors were not buried in the ground of this particular territory, so there were no sacred sites to be defended. He, Idantheus, would fight when he chose to fight, not when some Persian king chose it for him. And if Darius found this unsatisfactory, he was welcome to try to find and catch the Scythians, which he would discover was not as easy as he seemed to think. The Persians marched deeper into the steppe, following the retreating Scythians into territory that grew increasingly unfamiliar and increasingly hostile. The supply lines grew longer and more tenuous. The Scythian cavalry continued to raid and harass. Men fell ill, horses wore out, and still there was no decisive battle, no city to capture, no moment of triumph to justify the enormous effort of the campaign. Finally, with his army exhausted and supplies running short, Darius ordered a retreat. He marched his forces back to the Danube, crossed back into Thrace, and returned to Persian territory. The campaign was over, and it had achieved essentially nothing in military terms. But here is where the story becomes interesting from a historical perspective. The Scythian campaign, for all its practical failure, was not entirely without result. Darius's march through Thrace had brought that region under at least nominal Persian control. His Ionian Greek subjects had demonstrated their loyalty, or at least their compliance. And the campaign had demonstrated, for those paying attention, that even the Persian Empire had limits, that there were places and peoples that lay beyond the reach of organized imperial power. This was a lesson that would prove significant in the years ahead, when Darius turned his attention to the Greek world to the west. The Greeks were watching the Scythian campaign carefully, and they drew their own conclusions from it. There is a story, preserved in Herodotus, about what happened at the Danube Bridge when Darius was retreating from Scythia. The Scythians reportedly approached the Ionian Greeks who were guarding the bridge and urged them to break it, to strand the Persian army north of the river and allow the Scythians to destroy it. The Ionians deliberated among themselves. Some, motivated by genuine concern for their people's freedom from Persian rule, were inclined to do it. Others argued that the stability of their own regimes depended on Persian support, that the destruction of Darius would not necessarily mean freedom for Ionia. In the end, they maintained the bridge. The story, whether literally true or not, captures perfectly the ambiguous position of the Ionian Greeks under Persian rule, dependent enough on Persian power to be reluctant to challenge it, but resentful enough to be tempted. That resentment would eventually express itself in something much more dramatic than a moment of hesitation at a bridge. Sleep more deeply now. The wide steppe is receding. The Persians are marching home, tired but intact, and the empire still stands. Chapter 12. The Peoples of the Eastern Empire. While Darius was pressing west toward Greece and north toward Scythia, his empire extended equally far to the east, into territories that are even more distant from the familiar landscape of Western history, and that deserve their own quiet moment of attention. The eastern provinces of the Achaemenid Empire stretched from what is now eastern Iran and Afghanistan through to the Indus River Valley, encompassing peoples and landscapes of remarkable diversity. There were Bactrians, in the region around modern Afghanistan, skilled horsemen and archers who provided some of the finest cavalry in the Persian army. There were Sogdians, in the lands around modern Uzbekistan and Tajikistan, merchants and traders whose roots connected the Persian world with the distant civilizations of China. There were Gandharans, in the region around modern Pakistan and Afghanistan, where the Persian Empire bordered on the Indian subcontinent. And there were the peoples of the Indus Valley itself, whom the Persians called the Indians, and who paid that enormous tribute in gold dust that we mentioned earlier. Darius had extended Persian control to the Indus River through a campaign conducted by one of his generals, Skylax of Carianda, a Greek in Persian service, who also explored the river by boat and eventually sailed back to the Persian Gulf, becoming one of the first men to navigate the entirety of the Indus, and to establish a sea route between the Indus Delta and the Persian Empire's western ports. The eastern provinces provided the Persian Empire with enormous resources in men, materials, and money. The cavalry from Bactria and Sogdia was among the best in the ancient world. The metals of Afghanistan, the gold of India, the agricultural products of the fertile river valleys all flowed toward the imperial center. And the peoples of these eastern territories participated in Persian imperial culture in their own ways, sending tribute to Persepolis, serving in the royal armies, and being represented in the great friezes of the ceremonial capital. The Persepolis reliefs are particularly informative about the eastern peoples. The Bactrians are shown with their characteristic high-domed caps and their distinctive clothing, leading camels and horses as their tribute. The Indians are shown with their turbans and their gold, accompanied by donkeys. The Gandharans are there, and the Sogdians, each group distinct and recognizable, each occupying their assigned place in the great procession of imperial subjects. Darius was genuinely interested in the eastern parts of his empire. He commissioned expeditions of exploration, supported the development of trade routes, and invested in the infrastructure of these distant territories. The royal road system, while its most famous section ran westward to the Aegean, had branches that extended eastward as well, connecting the capital with the eastern satrapies. There is something wonderful about the sheer geographical reach of the empire that Darius ruled. From the Aegean coast of Anatolia to the Indus River is a distance of roughly 5,000 kilometers. From the steppes of Central Asia to the cataracts of the Nile is perhaps 3,000 kilometers north to south. And all of this was, in some sense, one political unit, governed by a single king, connected by a single administrative system, bound together by the Persian language of government and the Persian habit of imperial organization. Let your mind expand to fill that space, friend. Let it drift eastward across the Iranian plateau, past the great salt deserts, up into the mountains of Bactria where the air is thin and cold, and the passes are dusted with snow even in summer. Let it drift further east, down to the great plains of the Indus Valley where the river runs full and broad, and the air is warm and heavy. Then let it come back slowly to the center, to Susa and Persepolis where the king sits on his golden throne, and the world flows toward him in tribute and petition. This was the world Darius made. Now let us follow him into the world that would eventually unmake his ambitions, if not his empire. Let us follow him toward Greece. Chapter 13. Persepolis, the city of dreams in stone. Before we get to Greece, let us spend just a little while in Persepolis. It is worth the detour. It is always worth the detour. Persepolis. The name is Greek, meaning city of the Persians. The Persians themselves called it Parsa. It was Darius who began it, though he did not live to see it fully completed. His son Xerxes added greatly to it, and later kings added their own contributions, so that the complex we know from the archaeological remains is the work of several generations. But the initial vision, the decision to build a great ceremonial capital in the Persian heartland, on a high stone platform rising above the plain of Marvdasht in the province of Fars, this was Darius's. Why build Persepolis? The question is worth asking, because Darius already had capitals at Susa, at Ecbatana, at Babylon. He was a king who moved constantly between these different centers, following the seasons and the needs of administration, so that the empire had, in effect, multiple capitals serving different functions. Susa was the primary administrative center, where the great bureaucracy of the empire was centered. Ecbatana in Media was the summer capital, cool and elevated above the heat of the plains. Babylon was the great commercial center. Pasargadae was the original Persian royal seat, associated with Cyrus. Persepolis was something different. It was a statement, a monument, a vision in stone of what the Persian Empire was and meant to be. It was not primarily a city in the sense of a place where ordinary people lived and worked, though there were certainly craftsmen and administrators and support staff who lived in and around it. It was primarily a ceremonial center, the place where the great rituals of empire were performed, where the tributaries gathered to acknowledge Persian supremacy, where the king received the world's peoples as their sovereign. The platform on which Persepolis stood was massive, a terrace of roughly 500 by 300 meters, cut partly from the living rock of the mountain behind it and partly built up from enormous stone blocks. To this platform, the visitor ascended by a grand staircase wide enough for 10 horses to ride abreast, its steps shallow enough that those in formal robes could climb without awkwardness. At the top of the staircase stood the Gate of All Nations, a towering gateway flanked by enormous stone bulls and inscribed with the names of Darius and Xerxes, and the proclamation that this gate was built to receive the delegations of all the peoples of the world. Beyond the gate lay the great audience hall, the Apadana, where the king sat on his elevated throne to receive the tribute delegations and conduct the great ceremonies of the empire. The Apadana was one of the largest and most magnificent audience halls in the ancient world, supported by 36 columns 6 meters in circumference and over 20 meters tall, each topped with a distinctive double-animal capital that became one of the signature design elements of Persian architecture. And around the platform, carved into the limestone stairways and terrace walls in a seemingly endless procession, were the reliefs we have mentioned, the tribute bearers of all the nations, moving in orderly rows toward the king. The craftsmen who executed these reliefs were extraordinary artists, capable of rendering the finest details of clothing and jewelry and facial expression in hard stone, creating figures that are both idealized and individual, that belong clearly to their particular peoples, while also being integrated into the harmonious whole of the Persian imperial vision. Darius oversaw the construction of Persepolis personally, and the foundation tablets discovered by archaeologists give us a direct record of his intentions and instructions. He brought craftsmen from across the empire, Egyptians and Ionians and Lydians and Babylonians, whose different traditions and skills were blended together in a synthesis that was recognizably Persian, but drew on influences from every corner of the ancient world. The stone came from quarries not far from the site. The cedar for the great columns came from Lebanon, shipped across the sea and then transported overland. The gold for the decoration came from the tribute of Bactria and India. To stand in the ruins of Persepolis today, as one still can, the platform still intact, many of the columns still standing or partially standing, the relief still visible in remarkable clarity, is to feel the weight of time and the persistence of human ambition in equal measure. The buildings have been burned and stripped and weathered over 25 centuries, and still the place communicates the vision that Darius had for it, the vision of an ordered world with Persia at its center, and all peoples flowing toward that center in acknowledgement of its supremacy. Alexander the Great burned Persepolis in 330 before the Common Era, as both a symbolic act and, some ancient sources suggest, an act of drunken excess encouraged by a woman named Thais. Whether the burning was deliberate policy or accident, it was catastrophic. The great cedar beams caught fire and the flames spread through the wooden parts of the structures. The stone survived, as stone does, but much of the organic material, the wooden elements, the textiles, the perishable treasures was consumed. And yet Persepolis endures, the stone endures, the reliefs endure, and through them the vision of Darius endures, the vision of a king of kings who ruled the world's peoples not through fear alone, but through the structured, ceremonial acknowledgement of a shared imperial order. Let the columns of Persepolis rise around you as you drift towards sleep, tall, pale, luminous in the moonlight, the procession of peoples carved in stone, moving silently toward a throne that no longer exists. The wide staircase, empty now, descending to a plain where once ambassadors and tribute bearers came from every corner of the world. Rest. The stones are still standing. They have been standing for 2,500 years. They will still be standing when we have all slept and woken and slept again many times. Chapter 14. The Royal Court and the Life of the King. We have been speaking of Darius as a ruler and a builder and a general, and all of those things he certainly was. But he was also a human being who lived a human life, surrounded by family and friends and rivals and servants, conducting the daily business of being a king in a world that was both dazzling and exhausting. The Persian royal court was an elaborate institution, carefully organized according to rules of precedence and protocol that governed every aspect of life in the king's presence. Access to the king was controlled and rationed, distributed according to rank and favor. The great nobles might expect an audience, but even they had to wait and seek permission through the proper channels. The king himself was surrounded at all times by a close group of attendants and bodyguards, the latter being the elite soldiers known as the Immortals, so called because whenever one of their number fell ill or died, another was immediately substituted, so that their number never fell below 10,000. Darius had multiple wives, as was customary for Persian kings. His chief wife, and the mother of most of his children including his eventual successor Xerxes, was Atossa, the daughter of Cyrus the Great. By marrying Atossa, Darius connected himself to the direct line of Cyrus, strengthening his legitimacy and providing his children with an Achaemenid lineage on both sides. Atossa appears in our sources as a formidable woman, politically astute, willing to advocate for her son's interests, and treated by Darius with considerable respect. The Persian royal harem, which is sometimes imagined in lurid terms by later tradition, was in reality a highly organized institution with its own complex hierarchy and administrative structure. The women of the harem were not simply decorative objects. They had their own economic resources, managed their own estates, employed their own workmen and servants, and exercised considerable behind-the-scenes political influence. The Persepolis fortification tablets, a remarkable archive of administrative documents discovered at the site, record payments of rations to women of the royal household, and provide evidence that women, including women of high status close to the royal family, traveled extensively and conducted business throughout the empire. Darius himself was, by the standards of ancient kings, a relatively accessible ruler. He maintained the tradition of the king as judge, hearing cases directly when they were brought to his attention. And there are stories of him correcting injustices and punishing corrupt officials with a directness that made him, in the memory of the peoples he ruled, a figure of relative fairness. Whether these stories accurately reflect his judicial practice, or whether they are the kind of legend that tends to attach to great rulers, we cannot say for certain. But the consistency with which the theme appears across different sources suggests that Darius had a reputation for accessible justice that was both cultivated and at least partly genuine. He was also, the sources suggest, a man of considerable physical presence and dignity. The Persian kings cultivated an aura of deliberate majesty. They appeared in public dressed in the elaborate royal costume of purple robe and the upright tiara that was the mark of kingship, preceded by attendants and surrounded by guards, elevated physically above those around them either by standing on a dais or being carried in a litter. The message was carefully crafted. This was not simply a powerful man, but a being of a different order, the representative of the divine on earth, the axis around which the world turned. And yet behind this ceremonial magnificence was a man who hunted and ate and slept and worried and made decisions that he sometimes got wrong. He had sons who competed for his favor and eventually for his throne. He had ministers who competed for influence and sometimes acted in ways he would not have approved. He had problems that could not be solved by decree, enemies that could not be defeated by armies, and limits to his knowledge that the best intelligence system in the ancient world could not entirely overcome. This is perhaps the most humanizing thing about studying the history of great rulers. The recognition that beneath the monumentality of their public image, there was always a person navigating uncertainty, trying to hold together something enormous and complicated with the same basic human tools of judgment and willpower, and luck that the rest of us use to navigate our rather smaller lives. Darius was great, and he was human. Both things were true simultaneously. Chapter 15. The Ionian Revolt and the Coming Confrontation. The sound of the world is growing very distant now, is it not? The room is warm and dark. The story continues, soft and steady, like rain on a roof far above you. Let the events of the ancient world move through you without requiring anything, the way a dream moves through you, presenting itself without demanding response. The Ionian Greeks had been subjects of the Persian Empire since the time of Cyrus, since the defeat of Lydia and the subsequent submission of the Greek cities along the Aegean coast of Anatolia. They were, by any standard, a sophisticated and culturally productive people, the inheritors of a tradition of intellectual and artistic achievement that would eventually give the Western world some of its most fundamental concepts in philosophy, science, and art. Thales, Anaximander, Heraclitus, these thinkers and many others of comparable importance were Ionians, products of the cultural ferment of these Greek cities on the edge of the Persian Empire. But for all their cultural distinction, the Ionian Greeks chafed under Persian rule. The immediate cause of this chafing was economic and political. Persian rule in the Ionian cities was typically exercised through local tyrants, Greek rulers who governed their cities on behalf of the Persian satrap, owing their position to Persian support, and therefore loyal to Persian interests rather than to their own people. These tyrants were often corrupt and self-serving, and the populations of the Ionian cities resented both the tyrants themselves and the Persian overlordship that sustained them. The spark that set off the Ionian Revolt of 499 before the Common Era was provided by one of these tyrants, a man named Aristagoras of Miletus. Aristagoras had embarked on a military adventure against the island of Naxos, seeking to increase his own power and influence, and the adventure had failed badly. Facing ruin, and knowing that Persian authorities would hold him accountable for the failure, Aristagoras made a desperate decision. He renounced his tyranny over Miletus, proclaimed democratic government, and invited all of Ionia to rise up against Persian rule. The invitation was accepted with a speed and enthusiasm that suggests the underlying resentment had been building for years. City after city expelled its pro-Persian tyrant and joined the revolt. Within months, most of the Ionian cities were in open rebellion against the Persian Empire. Aristagoras, understanding that Ionia alone could not long resist Persian power, traveled to Greece seeking allies. He went first to Sparta, the dominant military power of mainland Greece, and made his case before the Spartan king Cleomenes with the aid of a bronze map of the known world, pointing to the wealth of Persia and the route by which it could be reached. Cleomenes listened, then asked how far it was from the Ionian coast to the Persian capital at Susa. When Aristagoras told him 3 months' march, Cleomenes dismissed him immediately. Sparta's strategic interests were local. A 3-month march from home was not within the realm of Spartan military commitment. Aristagoras was more successful at Athens. The Athenians, a democracy who had only recently expelled their own tyrant with difficulty, were naturally sympathetic to the Ionians' cause, and they also had a particular reason to be concerned about Persian power. The Persians had recently given refuge to Hippias, the expelled Athenian tyrant, and there was a real possibility that Persia might attempt to restore him by force. Athens voted to send 20 ships to aid the Ionian revolt. The small city-state of Eretria on the island of Euboea sent 5 more. 25 ships, a modest contribution, but one that would have enormous consequences, because it gave Persia a specific grievance against specific Greek cities on the mainland, a grievance that Darius would not forget and would eventually use as the pretext for the campaign against Greece. The revolt proceeded with initial success. The Ionians and their Athenian allies marched inland and burned Sardis, the former capital of Lydia and now the seat of the Persian satrap of that region. The burning of Sardis, including its famous temple of the goddess Cybele, was a dramatic and symbolically powerful act. It was also, militarily, something of a Pyrrhic achievement, because the Persians responded with gathering force, and the Ionians found themselves unable to maintain the momentum of their initial successes. For several years, the revolt continued, with both sides winning and losing battles, with the Ionian cities struggling to maintain their unity and their fighting spirit against the vast resources of the Persian Empire. The decisive moment came in 494, at the naval battle of Lade, fought in the waters off the coast of Miletus. The combined Ionian fleet faced the Persian fleet in open water, and at the crucial moment, the contingent from the island of Samos, perhaps 20% of the rebel fleet, turned and sailed away without fighting. Whether this was treachery arranged in advance or simply a cold calculation about the odds, the effect was catastrophic. The battle was lost, the Ionian fleet destroyed. Miletus, the largest and most important of the Ionian cities, the birthplace of the revolt, was taken by the Persians and treated with the severity that rebellious subjects could expect. The male population was killed or enslaved, the women and children enslaved, the city itself partly destroyed. It was a punishment designed not merely to deal with Miletus, but to demonstrate to every other city that had participated in the revolt what the cost of rebellion against the Persian king would be. The revolt was effectively over. Ionia was back under Persian control. But the story was not over, not by a long way, because Darius had not forgotten Athens and Eretria and their 25 ships. He is said to have had a servant ordered to say to him 3 times every day as he sat down to dinner, "Master, remember the Athenians." Whether this story is literally true or is a later embellishment, it captures something real about the significance that Darius attached to the Greek intervention in the Ionian revolt. Greece was next. Chapter 16. The decision to invade Greece. Let the room hold you gently. Let the warmth of the blankets settle more deeply into your shoulders. We are coming now to one of the most consequential decisions of the ancient world, a decision whose outcomes would shape not just the Persian Empire but the entire future of Western civilization. And we are going to approach it slowly, giving it the weight and space it deserves. Darius's decision to invade mainland Greece was not made in anger or on impulse. Despite the story of the servant reminding him of the Athenians, it was a calculated strategic decision, arrived at after years of observation and preparation, grounded in a realistic assessment of Persian power and a perhaps less realistic assessment of Greek weakness. From a Persian perspective, the logic of the decision was straightforward. The Greek cities of the mainland had intervened in an internal Persian matter, the Ionian revolt, sending ships and soldiers to aid rebellious subjects. This was a casus belli, a cause for war, that any ancient power would have recognized as legitimate. Beyond the specific grievance, there was the broader strategic consideration. The Aegean coastline was the western edge of the Persian Empire, and the Greek cities that lay just across the water represented a potential source of instability, a place from which future troublemakers might draw support. There was also the consideration of prestige and precedent. The Persian king was king of kings, the ruler of the world. The idea that small cities of Greece could attack his territory and escape unpunished was, from the Persian perspective, intolerable. The burning of Sardis demanded a response, and the scale and character of that response would be watched carefully by every other potential rebel across the empire. A demonstration of irresistible Persian power against Greece would serve multiple purposes simultaneously. Darius also had political considerations specific to Greece. The exiled Athenian tyrant Hippias was at the Persian court, willing and eager to serve as a guide and as a potential puppet ruler of a restored Athens under Persian suzerainty. A successful intervention in Greece, returning Hippias to power in Athens, would give Persia a friendly client state at the western edge of the Aegean, providing a useful base for any further operations, and ensuring that the troublesome Athenians would be governed by someone with no interest in further adventures against Persian territory. Then there was the simple reality of Persian military power. The empire that Darius had built commanded enormous resources, vast armies drawn from dozens of peoples, the finest cavalry in the ancient world, significant naval power in the form of fleets contributed by Phoenicia and Egypt and Ionia, and the organizational capacity to supply and coordinate forces on a scale that the small Greek city-states could not begin to match. Greece was a small, fragmented collection of cities, perpetually at war with each other, with no central government and no tradition of cooperative military action. How could they seriously resist the full weight of the Persian Empire? This assessment was not entirely wrong. Greek cities were small and fragmented and quarrelsome. Their armies were citizen militias, not professional forces. Their navies were significant but modest compared to the fleets at Persian command. And there was a reasonable expectation that many of the Greek cities would submit without fighting, recognizing the futility of resistance, as many of the northern Greek regions would in fact do. What Persian planning underestimated, or perhaps simply could not know, was the extraordinary capacity of the Athenians and certain other Greeks to fight when their backs were against the wall, and the particular military genius of the hoplite system, the heavily armored citizen soldiers who fought in the disciplined close-order formation called the phalanx. This was a way of fighting that the Persians had not encountered before in quite this form, and whose tactical effectiveness they were about to discover in the most dramatic possible fashion. Darius began his preparations for the Greek expedition carefully and methodically in his characteristic fashion. He sent heralds to the Greek cities demanding earth and water, the traditional Persian symbols of submission. Many of the Greek cities complied, particularly those in the north, and those who calculated that resistance was hopeless. Athens and Sparta, famously, did not comply. The Athenians threw the Persian herald into a pit. The Spartans threw theirs into a well, telling him that if he wanted earth and water, he could find them there. These were acts of defiance that crossed a line of no return. The Greek cities that had submitted had made their calculation. The cities that refused had made theirs. The first Persian expedition against Greece, in 492, was entrusted to Darius's son-in-law Mardonius. This expedition had a significant military component, but was also partly political in nature, aimed at reorganizing Persian control over Thrace and Macedonia and preparing the ground for a larger expedition to follow. The fleet that accompanied Mardonius was largely destroyed by a storm rounding the peninsula of Mount Athos, however, and the land forces suffered attacks from Thracian tribes, so the expedition withdrew without achieving its main objectives. Darius regrouped and planned again. He appointed new commanders, Datis the Mede and Artaphernes the nephew of Darius, and gave them a different mission. This time the expedition would cross the Aegean directly by sea, landing in Euboea, dealing with Eretria, and then moving against Athens. The expedition of 490 was a more focused and efficient operation than the earlier one had been. Eretria was taken and burned. Its population was enslaved and eventually settled in a village near Susa, where their descendants, according to some sources, could still be identified as a distinct community centuries later. Then the Persian fleet turned toward Attica, and the Persians came ashore at Marathon. Chapter 17, Marathon. Marathon. The name reverberates down the centuries, freighted with significance, used by every subsequent generation as a byword for the unlikely triumph of the few against the many, the determined against the powerful, the free against the would-be subjugators of freedom. It is one of those battles whose cultural significance has in some ways outgrown its strictly military importance, though its military importance was also real and considerable. The plain of Marathon lies about 40 kilometers northeast of Athens, a relatively level stretch of ground between the mountains and the sea, its southern end opening to a bay that provided a good anchorage for the Persian fleet. Hippias, the exiled Athenian tyrant, had recommended this landing site to the Persian commanders, reportedly because he knew the terrain and believed it would favor the Persian cavalry on the open ground. The Athenians, alerted to the Persian landing, sent their army north from Athens to block the exits from the plain. Before leaving, they sent a runner, the famous Phidippides, to Sparta requesting military assistance. Phidippides covered the 250 kilometers to Sparta in about 2 days, an extraordinary physical achievement. The Spartans expressed their willingness to help, but said they could not march to war until the next full moon, as religious law prevented them from doing so earlier. By the time they arrived at Marathon, the battle would already be over. The Athenian army was commanded by a council of 10 generals, one from each of the 10 tribal units of the Athenian democracy, with a war leader named Callimachus holding the casting vote. Associated with them was a Plataean contingent of about 1,000 men, the only Greeks from outside Athens to come to Athenian aid. Against them was a Persian force that modern historians estimate at perhaps 20,000 soldiers, though ancient sources give much larger numbers. For several days, the two armies faced each other without fighting. The Athenian generals debated whether to wait for the Spartans or attack immediately. The general Miltiades, who had experience fighting alongside Persians and understood their tactics, urged immediate attack. He argued that delay only allowed the Persians time to bring their cavalry into play, and perhaps to send part of their force by sea around Cape Sunium to attack Athens directly, while the Athenian army was pinned at Marathon. When Callimachus gave his vote to Miltiades, the decision was made. On the day that Miltiades held the rotating command, the Athenian army attacked. What happened next has been described and analyzed countless times, and the details are still debated by military historians. What is clear is that the Athenians ran toward the Persian line, the long double-quick march that the heavily armored hoplites maintained across the roughly mile or more of open ground between the armies. This was unusual, and may have been partly intended to minimize the time the Athenians spent in range of the Persian archers before closing to hand-to-hand combat, where Persian arrows would be ineffective. The Athenian battle line had been deliberately thinned in the center and reinforced on the flanks, so that when contact was made, the stronger flanks drove deep into the Persian line while the weaker center gave way somewhat. The Persians in the center, sensing victory, drove forward, and then the Greek flanks wheeled inward, catching the victorious Persian center from both sides, and the battle became a desperate close-quarters struggle. The Persians broke. The Greek flanks had closed around them, and the discipline and heavy armor of the hoplites told at close range. The Persian soldiers, skilled warriors many of them, were not cowards, and the fighting was fierce. But the geometry of the battle had turned against them, and retreat became rout. The Persians fled back toward their ships, and the pursuing Greeks drove some of them into a marsh at the northern end of the plain where many drowned. The official Athenian casualty count was 192 dead. The Persian dead numbered in the thousands. It was a remarkable outcome, one that stunned both sides and reverberated across the Greek world and beyond. After the battle, the Persians did in fact send part of their fleet around Cape Sunium, as Miltiades had feared, perhaps hoping to reach Athens while it was undefended. But the victorious Athenian army marched back to Athens with extraordinary speed and arrived in time to present a defense that the Persians judged insufficient to overcome. The fleet turned away. The expedition was over. Phidippides, or someone like him, ran from Marathon to Athens to announce the victory. The distance is roughly 40 kilometers, which is why competitive foot races of that distance are still called marathons today. The story is almost certainly embellished or invented in its most famous details, the lone runner collapsing and dying after gasping the single word victory, but the essence of it, the astonishing achievement of that day, is real. Marathon mattered. It shattered the perception of Persian invincibility. It demonstrated that Greek hoplites, properly handled, could defeat Persian infantry in open battle. It gave Athens a confidence and a prestige that would drive the city's political and cultural development for generations. And it ensured that there would have to be a second Persian expedition against Greece, because Darius could not leave such a humiliation unanswered. The defeat at Marathon was the greatest military setback of Darius's career. He had not been present himself at the battle, having entrusted the expedition to his commanders, but the defeat was his defeat. The empire's prestige had been damaged. The Greeks had proven that Persian power was not irresistible, and the troublesome Athenians were still free, still democratic, still a potential source of inspiration and support for anyone who wished to challenge Persian authority. Darius determined to lead the next expedition himself. He began planning on a much larger scale, gathering the resources and men and ships that would be needed for an overwhelming demonstration of Persian power that would brook no repetition of the Marathon outcome. But before that expedition could be launched, there were other problems to deal with. Chapter 18: Egypt revolts and Darius plans his final campaign. The night is very deep now. The world beyond your room is still, or seems so from where you are lying in the comfortable dark, with the blanket pulled close and the story moving softly through your mind like water. We are approaching the end of Darius's reign now, the final years of a long and eventful life, and the story slows and softens as we approach that ending. In 486, 2 years before Darius died, Egypt rose in revolt. It was not the first time Egypt had been restless under Persian rule, and it would not be the last, but it was serious enough to demand immediate attention. Egypt was too important, too rich, too strategically significant to be allowed to remain in revolt. Darius began organizing a campaign to suppress the Egyptian rebellion, adding it to the plans he was already making for the renewed Greek expedition. But then another problem arose closer to home. The question of succession became urgent. Darius had sons by multiple wives and the succession was not settled. His eldest son, Artabazan, had been born before Darius became king, but Artabazan's mother was not a daughter of Cyrus. Darius's younger son Xerxes, the son of Atossa, was born after Darius became king and was the son of a woman of the direct Achaemenid line. Xerxes's claim to be the rightful heir was therefore, in one sense, stronger than Artabazan's. There was a debate at court, and various arguments were marshaled on each side. In the end, Darius designated Xerxes as his heir, and Xerxes was acknowledged as crown prince. The influence of Atossa in this decision was almost certainly significant, and the historical memory of the great queen mother pressing her son's case would endure in the Persian tradition. Darius was preparing. He was organizing. He was planning the great campaigns that would deal simultaneously with Egypt and Greece, and close out his reign with the decisive victories that would secure his legacy. And then, in 486 before the Common Era, Darius died. The exact circumstances of his death are not recorded in detail. He had been king for 36 years. He was probably in his mid-60s, old by the standards of the ancient world. He had ruled through crises and triumphs too numerous to count, had built an empire, organized a civilization, and left his mark on history in ways that would endure for millennia. He died before he could launch his revenge on Greece, before he could suppress the Egyptian revolt, before he could see Persepolis completed. He was buried in a rock-cut tomb at Nakshi-Rostam, a site of dramatic beauty not far from Persepolis, where the cliff face was cut away to create a cruciform opening with a relief above it showing the king standing on a platform supported by the peoples of the empire, facing the fire altar with arms raised in worship to Ahura Mazda. It was a tomb worthy of the man who had made himself the center of the world, carved into the living rock where it would endure as long as the stone endured. His successors were buried beside him, in similar tombs cut from the same cliff, so that Nakshi Rostam became a royal necropolis, a place of quiet power where the kings of Persia rested in the rock and looked out over the plain below and the mountains beyond. The tombs are still there. You can visit them. The reliefs are worn but visible. The cruciform openings gape dark in the cliff face, and if you stand below them in the late afternoon when the light is golden and the shadows are long, you can almost feel the weight of what was built here, the strange persistence of human ambition and human achievement in the face of time. Chapter 19, the legacy that he left. Slip a little deeper now. We are past the battles and the revolts and the great events, and we are in that quieter territory that history calls legacy, which is really just the question of what remains after everything else has passed. What did Darius leave behind? He left behind, most immediately, an empire. Not just the territory, which was enormous, but the structures and systems that made the territory governable. The satrapy system, the standardized tribute, the royal road, the coinage, the legal codifications, the administrative habits and languages and procedures that allowed the Persian Empire to continue functioning long after Darius himself was gone. His son Xerxes would inherit these structures and use them to mount the great invasion of Greece that Darius had been planning. His grandson Artaxerxes would inherit them in turn, and so on, through the long sequence of Achaemenid kings, for another 150 years until Alexander the Great arrived. The empire that Alexander conquered in the 330s before the Common Era was still, in its fundamental organization, the empire that Darius had created. Alexander was sophisticated enough to recognize this, and he adopted many Persian administrative practices for his own purposes, keeping the satrapy system, retaining Persian officials in their posts, even adopting elements of Persian court ceremony and royal ideology. The Macedonian conqueror was, in this sense, also a Persian inheritor, and the Hellenistic kingdoms that succeeded Alexander's empire were themselves hybrids of Greek and Persian traditions. Darius also left behind, in a less tangible but no less real sense, a model of imperial governance that would influence political organization for centuries. The combination of centralized authority with delegated administration, the balance between the king's absolute power and the practical necessity of allowing competent subordinates genuine autonomy, the use of independent oversight to check potential abuse. These were ideas that would be reinvented and rediscovered again and again in subsequent history, often without direct knowledge of their Persian origins. The Persian model of tolerant imperial governance, the idea that an empire could be held together not by destroying local cultures, but by incorporating them into a larger framework while allowing them to maintain their particular identities, was also enormously influential. It shaped the policy of Alexander and his successors, influenced Roman imperial governance, and can be seen echoed in the approach of later empires that achieved stability through accommodation rather than through pure force. Darius also left behind, in a way that he could not have intended, a gift to scholarship. The Behistun inscription, that great trilingual monument to his own legitimacy, would become the key that unlocked the ancient languages of Mesopotamia for modern scholarship. The Persepolis fortification tablets, a vast archive of administrative documents that survived buried under the ruins of the treasury, would provide an extraordinary window into the daily life and economic organization of the empire. The artifacts and architectural remains of Persepolis and Pasargadae and Susa would become among the richest sources of knowledge about the ancient Near East that modern archaeology has recovered. And Darius left behind, perhaps most enduringly, a story. His story. The story of a young man of good but not royal birth who seized his moment in a crisis, who imposed his will on a world that was falling apart, who built something vast and durable from the materials of chaos. It is a story that speaks to something fundamental in human experience, the belief that individuals matter, that the choices of particular people at particular moments can bend the course of history, that the world is not simply a mechanism grinding forward on its own, but a stage on which human beings act and sometimes achieve extraordinary things. Darius believed this. He believed it profoundly. He carved his belief into the cliff face at Behistun, and he built it into the stone platform of Persepolis, and he expressed it in every inscription he left behind. By the favor of Ahura Mazda, what I have done, that I have done. He did a great deal. Chapter 20, Xerxes and the Shadow of His Father. The story of Darius does not quite end with his death. Stories never quite end that simply. The things a person does and builds continue after them, shaped and reshaped by those who come next. And to understand what Darius built, we must follow it a little further, into the reign of his son and successor Xerxes. Xerxes was a different man from his father. He had grown up in the purple, as it were, born after Darius was already king, raised in the full knowledge that he was the heir to the largest empire in the world. He lacked the formative experience of crisis that had made Darius who he was, the years of uncertainty and danger and improbable survival that had given the father his particular combination of ruthlessness and patience and organizational genius. Xerxes was not without ability. He was intelligent and physically impressive, and he had a capacity for magnificent gesture that was perhaps greater than his father's. But he also had a volatility, a susceptibility to flattery and to dramatic emotion that would sometimes lead him into decisions that his more calculating father might have avoided. He began his reign in 486 by dealing with the Egyptian revolt that had been pending at Darius's death. He suppressed it with considerable force, less interested in the diplomatic niceties of legitimate pharaonic rule than his father had been, more concerned with demonstrating Persian power in terms that left no room for misunderstanding. Egypt was brought back to heel, though the relationship between Egypt and the empire would remain troubled. Then Xerxes turned to the great project that his father had left him, the invasion of Greece. This was the campaign that would become the most famous Persian enterprise in history, the campaign that would bring Xerxes to the pass of Thermopylae, to the Battle of Salamis, to the sack of Athens. It is one of the great dramatic narratives of the ancient world, and it has been told and retold in countless forms from the time of Herodotus to our own day. But we need not follow it in detail here, because it belongs to the story of Xerxes, not to the story of Darius. What we can say is that the campaign of 480 to 479, the second Persian invasion of Greece, bore the unmistakable stamp of Darius's planning and preparation. The enormous army that Xerxes led across the Hellespont on his bridge of boats was the product of Darius's organizational genius and Darius's administrative machine. The fleet that accompanied it was built on the foundation of naval power that Darius had developed. The route of the invasion, through Thrace and Macedonia, and then south through Greece, was the route that Darius's earlier expedition under Mardonius had begun to reconnoiter. The campaign failed. At Salamis, the Greek fleet under Athenian leadership destroyed the Persian navy in the narrow waters of the bay. Without his fleet, Xerxes' position in Greece became untenable, and he retreated north, leaving a large army under Mardonius to continue the campaign. The following year at Plataea, the Greek land forces under Spartan command defeated the Persian army in a decisive battle that ended the Persian attempt to subjugate mainland Greece. The great invasion had failed. Greece remained free. The Persian Empire remained intact, vast and wealthy and powerful, but its western boundary was now definitively the Aegean coast, not the Greek mainland. The Greeks had proven that they could not be conquered, at least not in this fashion at this moment in history. Why does this matter for the story of Darius? Because the failure of Xerxes' campaign was in some ways the failure of Darius's last great ambition. The plan that Darius had conceived and begun preparing, The overwhelming demonstration of Persian power that would avenge Marathon and settle the Greek question once and for all had been carried out by his son and had failed. The legacy was therefore more complicated than Darius might have wished. He had built an empire that would endure for a century and a half after his death, but he had not solved the problem that he himself had created by confronting Greece, and the unsolved problem would continue to fester until Alexander the Great came along and solved it in the most dramatic possible way, by destroying the Persian Empire itself. But these are matters for later history, and we have already traveled a very long way together tonight. Chapter 21. What the Ancient World Knew of Beauty. You are very nearly asleep now. I can feel it in the way the words are settling around you, less processed, more simply present, the way music is present in a room where you are falling asleep, real but not demanding. Let us spend just a little time in the beauty that Darius's world contained, not the beauty of conquest and power, but the quieter beauty of things made with care and skill for their own sake. The Persian world was rich in art, not in the Greek sense of art as the expression of individual vision and philosophical inquiry, but in the older and in many ways more satisfying sense of art as the collective expression of a civilization's values and self-understanding. The goldsmiths of the Persian Empire were among the most skilled in the ancient world. The Oxus treasure, a remarkable collection of gold and silver objects discovered in the 19th century and now largely in the British Museum, gives us some sense of what Persian metalwork looked like. Delicate figures of animals and mythological creatures rendered in gold with extraordinary precision, armlets with terminal figures of griffins or winged animals, vessels of great elegance, ritual objects of mysterious purpose. The sophistication of the craft is astonishing, and the beauty of the objects is not merely technical but genuinely aesthetic, the beauty of things made with love for their own rightness and completeness. Persian textiles were equally remarkable, though almost none of them have survived the millennia. The colors and patterns that Persian weavers could produce were famous throughout the ancient world, and the purple robes and richly patterned fabrics of the Persian court were among the most luxurious objects that the ancient world had to offer. The colors were derived from natural sources, the purple from sea creatures, the reds from certain insects and plants, the blues from the rare and expensive lapis lazuli that came from the mountains of Afghanistan, and the skill of the Persian dyers in producing stable, brilliant colors was unmatched. The royal gardens that the Persians created, the paradises, a Persian word that would enter Greek and through Greek our own language in its English form of paradise, were another form of beauty that Darius and his court cultivated. The paradisa was an enclosed garden, irrigated and planted with trees and flowers, and kept as a kind of earthly paradise, a space of order and beauty and coolness in the hot Persian landscape. The kings maintained hunting parks as well, enclosed areas where animals were kept for the royal hunt, and these too were places of a certain wild beauty. The music of the Persian court is almost entirely lost to us. Ancient sources mention musicians and singing at royal banquets, the use of various instruments including flutes and lutes and drums, but the music itself left no trace that time has preserved. We can only imagine what it sounded like, drawing on the scraps of description in ancient texts and the occasional representation of musicians in relief carvings. It was surely elaborate and sophisticated, suited to a court that prided itself on magnificence in all things. Let the music play, very softly, somewhere at the edge of your hearing, the deep note of a Persian lute, the soft pulse of a drum, the voice of a singer in a language that has been dead for 25 centuries, in a room that no longer exists, in a palace that is now dust, under a sky that is the same sky that hangs above you now. The sky is always the same sky. The stars that Darius looked up at from his palace at Susa are the same stars that you could see if you went outside right now, which you are not going to do because you are very nearly asleep. Chapter 22. The Long View of History. There is a way of looking at history that sees only the movement of armies and the decisions of kings, the great events and the turning points, the battles won and lost, and the empires that rose and fell. It is not a wrong way of looking at it, but it is an incomplete one. Beneath the history of Darius the king there is another history, the history of all the ordinary people who lived their lives in the empire he created. The farmers of Mesopotamia who tended their fields in the ancient way, as they had for thousands of years before Cyrus, and as they would for thousands of years after Alexander. The merchants who traveled the royal road with their donkeys and their bales of goods, buying and selling in the markets of Sardis and Babylon and Susa. The craftsmen who shaped the stone at Persepolis, and the weavers who produced the textiles for the royal court, and the potters who made the bowls and jars that held the daily sustenance of the empire. These people are almost entirely invisible to us. They did not leave inscriptions or build monuments. They did not write histories or compose epics. Their names are not carved in any cliff face. And yet they were the substance of the empire, the millions of individual lives whose daily labor produced the wealth that flowed as tribute to Susa, whose sons filled the armies that fought the empire's battles, whose prayers rose to dozens of different gods in dozens of different languages from the Nile to the Indus. The Persepolis fortification tablets give us a glimpse of some of these people, because they record the daily disbursements of rations to the workers and officials at and around Persepolis. We can read there of women workers who received extra rations when they were pregnant or nursing. We can read of men identified by their trades, porters and brewers and bakers and weavers. We can read of small children, perhaps the sons and daughters of workers, who received their allotment of wine or beer or grain. These are not famous people. These are not people whose choices changed the world. They are simply people living their lives in the shadow of greatness, as most people in most times and places have lived their lives. There is something quietly profound about that. The great monuments endure, the cliff inscriptions and the stone platforms and the carved reliefs, and they speak to us of kings and gods and cosmic order. But beneath and behind them, invisible and yet somehow present, are all the human lives that made them possible, all the sweat and skill and daily effort that built the world those monuments record. History is both. It is the kings and it is the farmers. It is the great inscriptions and it is the forgotten names. It is the Battle of Marathon and it is the woman in a village near Persepolis who received an extra ration of wine because she was nursing a child that autumn. All of them are real. All of them were here. All of them are gone now, the way you and I will one day be gone, leaving behind only whatever we managed to build or plant or love or write in the time that was given to us. Sleep now, friend. The history is long and it is not finished, but you have heard enough of it tonight to carry with you into your dreams. Chapter 23. Darius the Man, one final time. Before we let the story settle entirely into silence, let us look at Darius one more time. Not the King of Kings on his golden throne, not the administrator organizing his satrapies, not the military commander suppressing rebellions, but the man, just the man. He was born into a world of enormous complexity and danger, a world where the rules of succession were uncertain, and the proximity to power was itself a source of danger. He grew up in the household of a Persian noble, receiving the education appropriate to his class, horsemanship and archery and truth-telling, the three things that Persian noble boys were said to be trained in above all others. He served in the army of Cambyses, learning the trade of war from the inside, watching how a great empire was organized and commanded. He saw his moment and he took it. Whether we call that courage or opportunism or destiny or simple luck, the result was the same. A young man of 30 or so, of good but not royal birth, became king of the world's largest empire in a moment of crisis, and managed not only to survive but to thrive, to impose his personality and his vision on a sprawling, diverse, potentially ungovernable territory, to create from the raw material of crisis something durable and organized, and in its own way, magnificent. He was not a saint. He was ruthless with those who challenged his authority. He ordered executions that were brutal even by the standards of his time. He suppressed revolts with the full force of imperial power, punishing the leaders of resistance in ways designed to deter future challengers rather than to reflect any particular concern for their humanity. He was, in short, a man of his time and his world, operating within the moral framework of the ancient Near East, where kings were not expected to be gentle with their enemies. But within that framework, he was remarkable. He built more than he destroyed. He organized more than he disrupted. He respected more local traditions than he violated. He invested in the infrastructure of the empire not just for the immediate purpose of control, but with an eye to the long-term coherence of the whole. He left the empire significantly more organized and more durable than he found it. The inscription at Nakshi Rostam, carved above his tomb in the cliff face, gives us his own final summation of himself. A great god is Ahura Mazda, who created this excellent work which is seen, who created happiness for man, who bestowed wisdom and energy upon Darius the king. Says Darius the king, "By the favor of Ahura Mazda, I am of such a sort that I am a friend to right, I am not a friend to wrong. It is not my desire that the weak man should have wrong done to him by the mighty, nor is that my desire that the mighty man should have wrong done to him by the weak. What is right, that is my desire. I am not a friend to the man who is a lie follower. I am not hot-tempered. What things develop in my anger, I hold firmly under control by my thinking power. I am firmly ruling over my own impulses. The man who cooperates, him I reward according to his cooperative action. Who does harm, him I punish according to the damage. It is not my desire that a man should do harm, nor indeed is that my desire. If he should do harm, he should not be punished. What a man says against a man, that does not persuade me, until I shall hear the sworn statements of both." These words, carved in stone 25 centuries ago, speak to something that transcends their particular historical moment. They describe an ideal of just governance that is recognizable across cultures and centuries. The ideal of a ruler who is not merely powerful but genuinely concerned with justice, who holds himself to standards as well as holding others to them, who hears both sides before judging. Whether Darius always lived up to this ideal, we cannot say. Probably he did not always. No human being does. But the fact that he articulated it, that he considered it important enough to carve it into the rock above his tomb, tells us something real about what he valued and how he understood his role in the world. He was a great king. He was a complicated man. He was, in the end, one of the most consequential individuals in the history of the ancient world, a person whose decisions and creations shaped the lives of millions of people across a vast territory for generations. And now he sleeps in his rock-cut tomb at Nakshi Rostam, in the cliff face above the plain of Fars, under the same stars that hang above you now. Let that image carry you the rest of the way into sleep, the tomb in the cliff, the carved relief above the door, the procession of people supporting the platform on which the king stands, the fire altar glowing softly in the Persian night, the wide plain below, silver in the moonlight, the mountains beyond, dark and still and very old. Everything is very old. The mountains were old when Darius was born. The stars were old when the mountains were young. And you, warm in your bed in the darkness of this present night, are part of the same long story, a story that began in starlight and will end in starlight, and in between has contained, among its countless chapters, the extraordinary life of Darius the Great, King of Kings, King of Persia, King of Media, King of Babylon, Pharaoh of Egypt, ruler of the world. Chapter 24, the Persian language and the written word. But the story is not entirely told, friend. There are more rooms in this palace than we have visited, more corridors to wander down, more details to linger over in the warm half-dark of the night. The story of Darius the Great is large enough to fill many nights, and we have only touched its surface. So if you are still with me, if your eyes have not yet fully closed, let us go a little further together. Let us explore the language that Darius spoke and the ways in which his empire communicated with itself. The Persian language that Darius spoke and that his inscriptions record is called Old Persian, and it belongs to the Iranian branch of the Indo-European language family. It is related to the Avestan language of the Zoroastrian sacred texts, and both of these languages are cousins of the ancient Indian Sanskrit, sharing with it a common ancestor in the Proto-Indo-Iranian tongue, spoken by the pastoral peoples of the steppe before they diverged and spread southward and westward. Old Persian was written in a cuneiform script, a writing system that had been borrowed and adapted from the Mesopotamian tradition, but simplified to produce an alphabet of about 40 distinct signs. This script was used primarily for official royal inscriptions, the great declarations carved into cliff faces and set on monuments, and it was probably not a widely used everyday writing system. For administrative purposes, the Persian Empire used Aramaic, a Semitic language that had been the administrative language of the Assyrian Empire, and that had spread widely as a lingua franca across the ancient Near East. Aramaic was written on perishable materials, papyrus and leather and wax tablets, most of which have not survived, though enough examples have been found to give us a good picture of how the empire communicated internally. The multilingual character of the Persian Empire was not just a practical reality, but also a kind of deliberate policy. The great inscriptions of Darius, at Behistun and elsewhere, were written in Old Persian, Elamite, and Babylonian Akkadian, the three prestige languages of the empire, so that the king's message could reach the widest possible audience. Elamite was included because Elam, the ancient civilization of southwestern Iran, had a long tradition of literacy and administration that the Persians had absorbed and built upon. Babylonian Akkadian was included because Babylon was the cultural center of Mesopotamia, the language of the educated elite, the medium in which astronomical observations and literary traditions and legal codes had been recorded for thousands of years. This three-language approach to royal communication reflects Darius's understanding that legitimacy in a diverse empire required speaking to different audiences in their own terms. The Old Persian text established his credentials as a Persian king, speaking directly to his own people. The Elamite text spoke to the bureaucratic tradition that had administered the plateau for centuries. The Babylonian text addressed the learned classes of Mesopotamia, for whom Babylonian cuneiform was the mark of education and high culture. Below this level of royal communication, the empire's administrative documents were written primarily in Aramaic, and the Persepolis fortification tablets, which we have mentioned before, were written in Elamite. These tablets, some 30,000 of them discovered in the 1930s by a University of Chicago expedition, and now partly in Chicago and partly still being published, give us an extraordinary picture of the administrative machinery at work. Records of payments and receipts, of the movement of goods and personnel, of the allocation of rations to workers of various categories, of the administration of the royal estates in the heartland of the empire. Reading these tablets, you get a sense of the sheer organizational complexity of the ancient Persian state. Every ration issued, every sheep slaughtered, every measure of grain dispersed was recorded in these little clay documents, impressed with seals identifying the issuing official, stored in archives that the administrative system maintained with evident care. The Persian empire builders were, among other things, passionate record keepers, inheritors of the Mesopotamian tradition of bureaucratic documentation that stretches back to the very origins of writing. The Persian script has a small irony attached to it. Old Persian was deciphered by modern scholars using the Behistun inscription, which Rawlinson managed to copy in that remarkable feat of mountaineering scholarship. But the Old Persian column of the inscription, paradoxically, was actually the least useful for decipherment purposes, because Old Persian was already partially understood from other sources. It was the Babylonian column that provided the real breakthrough, the column that allowed scholars to work out the grammar and vocabulary of Babylonian Akkadian in detail, and through it to understand the thousands of other cuneiform tablets that had been accumulating in museums without being readable. So the script that Darius devised to proclaim his own greatness became the key that unlocked a whole world of ancient voices he could never have imagined. The economic records of Mesopotamian merchants, the astronomical diaries of Babylonian observers, the hymns and prayers of long-forgotten gods, the legal codes of kings who had lived 1,000 years before him, the great epic poems of the ancient Near Eastern tradition. Language is a kind of immortality. Darius believed it. He carved his words into rock precisely because he understood that words carved in rock outlast the men who speak them. He was not wrong. Chapter 25. The Economy of the Empire. Deep breath now. Let the chest rise and fall. We are going to talk about the economy of the Persian Empire, which may sound like a dry subject, but which is in fact one of the most interesting aspects of Darius's achievement, because economy is the blood of empire, the circulation system that keeps everything alive and moving. Without a functioning economy, the greatest military power is nothing but an army that cannot be fed. The Persian Empire inherited the economic systems of the regions it absorbed, and those systems were diverse. Mesopotamia had been a market economy for thousands of years, with sophisticated institutions of credit and exchange, merchants who traveled long distances on commercial ventures, temples and palaces that functioned as major economic centers accumulating and distributing goods on a large scale. Egypt had a state-directed economy in which the government controlled the distribution of a large proportion of the country's agricultural output. The Iranian plateau had pastoral and agricultural economies that were different again, and the edges of the empire, from Lydia in the west to India in the east, had their own particular economic characters. Darius's economic achievement was to create a degree of integration and standardization across this diverse economic landscape, while allowing the particular systems of each region to continue functioning in their local ways. He did not attempt to impose a single economic model on the whole empire. He did not, for instance, try to turn Egypt into a market economy or Mesopotamia into a state-controlled one. Instead, he created the infrastructure that allowed these different systems to interact and complement each other. The most important of his economic innovations was the introduction of standardized coinage. Before Darius, coinage existed, most notably in the Lydian kingdom that had invented it, but it was not universal across the Persian Empire, and the various regional economies used different standards of weight and measure that made exchange across long distances complicated. Darius introduced the darak, a gold coin of high purity and consistent weight, named after himself, which became the standard for high-value transactions across the empire. He also introduced a silver coin, the siglos, for smaller transactions. These coins were not merely economic instruments. They were also political statements, stamped with the image of the king as a running archer, armed with bow and spear, a symbol of royal power and martial virtue. Every darak that circulated through the empire carried the king's image, reminding those who handled it of the authority that stood behind the monetary system. Coinage was, in this sense, one of the earliest forms of mass media, carrying the king's image to every corner of the empire through the medium of commerce. The tribute system that Darius established was the other major economic framework of the empire, and it worked in close relationship with the monetary system. The tribute was assessed in silver, which meant that subject peoples had to participate in the monetary economy to meet their obligations, selling goods and services to accumulate the silver that the Persian treasury required. This was not merely a revenue-raising mechanism, but also an instrument of economic integration, drawing diverse local economies into a common network of exchange. The revenues thus collected were stored in the great treasuries at Persepolis, Susa, and the other royal capitals, accumulating year after year as gold and silver bullion. Alexander the Great, when he sacked Persepolis in 330, found a treasure so enormous that it required thousands of camels to carry it away. The wealth of the Achaemenid Empire, built up over 2 centuries, was staggering by any standard of the ancient world. But the economy was not simply about extraction. Darius also invested heavily in economic infrastructure. The royal road, as we have noted, facilitated trade as well as military movement. The canal he completed between the Nile and the Red Sea enabled maritime trade between the Mediterranean world and the Indian Ocean. His irrigation projects in the plateau regions increased agricultural productivity. His support for the merchant communities of Phoenicia and the Aegean enabled the maritime trade that knit the western portions of the empire together. There was also a significant craft economy centered on the royal court and the great building projects. The construction of Persepolis required enormous quantities of stone, timber, gold, ivory, and other materials, and the workers who cut and carved and assembled these materials, drawn from across the empire, were paid workers, as the Persepolis fortification tablets make clear. They received rations of grain and wine and beer, and in some cases silver payments at rates that varied according to their skill and status. This was a significant economic stimulus, drawing resources and labor into productive activity on a massive scale. The economic history of the Persian Empire is still being written, as scholars work through the enormous archive of administrative documents from Persepolis and other sites. What is already clear is that Darius's economic policies, while not anticipating modern economic theory, were thoughtful and sophisticated responses to the practical challenges of managing a vast and diverse empire, and that they created conditions under which commerce and agriculture and craft production could all flourish. Let the merchants of the ancient world move through your dreams, friend. The Phoenician sailors on their purple-prowed ships, carrying cedar and glass and Tyrian dye westward across the sea. The Babylonian merchants with their caravans of donkeys, laden with textiles and spices and metal goods, moving along the ancient trade routes between the cities. The Indian traders on their boats in the estuary of the Indus, their holds full of the gold dust that would eventually find its way to the Persian treasury. All of them moving, always moving, through the vast commercial landscape of the empire, carrying goods and ideas from one end of the world to the other. Chapter 26, The Persian Military Machine. Stay with me a little longer. The night is soft and deep. We are going to talk about the military organization of the Persian Empire, because Darius was above all things a man who had risen to power through violence and maintained it through the constant readiness to use force, and the military apparatus he commanded was one of the most formidable in the ancient world. The Persian army was not a standing professional force in the modern sense. It was rather a system for mobilizing military power from across the empire on a scale determined by the needs of each particular campaign. At its core was the Persian and Median aristocracy, whose sons trained from childhood in the arts of war, horsemanship, and archery, and who formed the elite of the cavalry and the personal guard of the king. Around this core were the professional soldiers of the royal household, of whom the immortals were the most famous. And beyond this were the Levite forces of the satrapies, drawn from every people of the empire, each contributing contingents in their own traditional fighting style with their own traditional weapons. This diversity of military force was both a strength and a complexity. The Persian army at full strength contained cavalry and infantry of dozens of different types. The Persian and Median heavy cavalry, the light cavalry of Bactria and Sogdia, the war elephants from India, the chariots that were gradually becoming obsolete but were still maintained for ceremonial and occasional tactical purposes, the infantry of the core Persian tribes with their wicker shields and their short spears, the longer-range archers from various Eastern peoples, the Greek hoplites who served as mercenaries in ever-increasing numbers as the Achaemenid period progressed, the Ethiopians with their palmwood bows and stone-tipped arrows that Herodotus describes with evident fascination. Coordinating this diversity was a challenge that required sophisticated command structures and logistical systems. The Persians addressed it through a hierarchy of command. The king commanded all in theory, and in major campaigns often in practice, with a corps of senior commanders below him who were responsible for different contingents and different aspects of the operation. Logistics were managed through the satrapy system, with satrapies along the line of march, responsible for supplying the army with food and water and fodder. The Persian navy was a separate institution, contributed primarily by the maritime peoples of the empire. The Phoenicians of the Levantan coast, who were the finest sailors in the ancient Mediterranean and who provided the backbone of the Persian fleet. The Egyptians, who contributed their own naval forces. The Ionians and other Greek subjects who provided skilled sailors and rowers, and the Cypriots. The combination of Phoenician seamanship and Greek maritime knowledge, organized under Persian strategic direction, made the Persian fleet a formidable force. For intelligence gathering, the Persians relied on a combination of the formal eyes and ears of the king that we have mentioned, diplomatic contacts, and the network of Persian officials and merchants spread across the empire. Their knowledge of the geography and peoples of the empire was extensive, and Darius demonstrated genuine curiosity about distant peoples and places, commissioning expeditions of exploration as well as conquest. The Persian military also demonstrated considerable engineering capability. The bridge of boats over the Bosporus that Darius built for the Scythian campaign was a remarkable achievement, requiring precise engineering calculations and the coordination of enormous quantities of materials and labor. The road building program that created the Royal Road showed similar engineering sophistication. Persian siegecraft, while not as highly developed as it would later become under Alexander, was adequate for most purposes, and Persian armies showed considerable ability to reduce fortified cities when they chose to apply sustained effort. What Persian military organization was less good at, as the campaigns against the Scythians and eventually against the Greeks demonstrated, was dealing with opponents who refused to fight on terms that Persian advantages could exploit. The Persian combination of large cavalry forces and massed infantry with missile weapons was highly effective against other armies organized along similar lines or against opponents with fixed assets to defend. It was less effective against elusive nomads with no cities to lose, or against disciplined heavy infantry who closed the range before the arrows could do their work. The Battle of Marathon, which we have discussed, demonstrated this limitation in its starkest form. The heavily armored Greek hoplites, by running toward the Persian line rather than advancing at walking pace as was usual, minimized the time they spent in the killing ground of Persian archery and closed to hand-to-hand combat where their heavy armor and long spears gave them decisive advantages. This was a tactical solution to a tactical problem, and it would take the Persians a generation to understand and attempt to address it. Darius died before that generation was complete. The task of addressing the military lessons of Marathon would fall to Xerxes, who would bring an even larger army to Greece in 480 and discover that the fundamental problem had not been solved. Greek hoplites in a narrow pass were still more effective than Persian archers, and Greek triremes in a narrow bay were still more maneuverable than the heavier Persian fleet. But these are the limits of Persian military power, and limits are not the whole story. For most of its opponents, for most of the history of the empire, the Persian military machine was overwhelmingly effective, capable of projecting force across vast distances with a consistency and reliability that no other power of the ancient world could match. The rebellions that Darius faced at the beginning of his reign were defeated, one after another, in a year. That fact speaks for itself. Chapter 27. Darius and the Greeks, a complicated relationship. The relationship between Darius and the Greeks is one of the most fascinating and consequential relationships in all of ancient history, and it deserves careful attention because it was far more complicated than the simple narrative of Persian aggressor versus Greek defenders that has dominated Western historical tradition since the time of the Greeks themselves. The Greeks of the ancient world were not a unified people. They were a collection of city-states spread across the Aegean world, from the western coast of Anatolia to the shores of southern Italy and Sicily, speaking a common language but organized in radically different political forms and often bitterly at war with each other. The Greeks of Asia Minor, of Ionia, had been subjects of the Persian Empire since the time of Cyrus, and many of them had accommodated themselves to Persian rule with reasonable equanimity, maintaining their cultural traditions and their civic institutions while acknowledging Persian overlordship. Among these Ionian Greeks were some of the most brilliant thinkers of the ancient world. Heraclitus of Ephesus, who developed the concept of the logos, the rational principle underlying all reality, was a subject of the Persian Empire. Hecataeus of Miletus, one of the fathers of geography and history, was a contemporary of Darius who, it is recorded, actually addressed the Ionian Council and argued against the revolt. Anaxagoras, Xenophanes, and many others of the founding generation of Greek philosophy were Ionians living under Persian rule. There was cultural exchange in both directions across the boundary between the Persian and Greek worlds. Greek craftsmen worked at Persepolis, as we have noted. Persian gold and silver objects influenced Greek metalworking styles. Greek physicians were employed at the Persian court. Demos of Croton, a Greek doctor, is recorded by Herodotus as treating Darius himself for an injured ankle and becoming a valued member of the royal entourage. The satirical Greek view of the Persian world, with its luxury and its excess, and its elaborate court protocol, reflects genuine knowledge of Persian customs acquired through multiple channels of contact. The Persians were equally curious about the Greeks. Darius dispatched expeditions specifically to gather geographical and political intelligence about Greece, and his understanding of the Greek world was probably quite sophisticated by the time he launched his campaigns. The presence of Hippias, the exiled Athenian tyrant, at the Persian court gave Darius direct access to an insider's view of Athenian politics. The Ionian Greeks who served as subjects of the empire provided another perspective. And yet there was a fundamental misunderstanding at the heart of Persian-Greek relations, a misunderstanding that shaped the course of events in ways that neither side fully grasped at the time. The Persians understood the Greek city-states as political entities comparable to other political entities within the empire, governed by rulers who could be negotiated with, persuaded, or coerced, and who would ultimately calculate their interest and submit to a superior power, just as the rulers of Lydia and Babylon and Egypt had done. The idea that a city-state might be governed by its whole citizen body, that there was no single ruler to negotiate with or threaten, that public opinion among thousands of citizen warriors would determine policy, was genuinely difficult to understand from within the Persian political framework. The Greek city-states, for their part, particularly the democratic ones, were deeply afraid of and deeply resentful toward a political system that represented everything that democratic ideology opposed: monarchy, hierarchy, the subjugation of free citizens to a single will. The Persian king, in the Greek imagination, was the representative of a fundamentally different and threatening way of ordering human society, and resistance to Persia was, in the democratic cities, partly a matter of self-preservation, but also partly a matter of political principle. This ideological dimension of the conflict, which was real even if it was not the whole story, helps explain why the Battle of Marathon became so important in the Athenian self-understanding. It was not just a military victory. It was proof that free citizens, fighting for their own freedom and their own city, could defeat the forces of the greatest empire in the world. It was, in the Athenian telling, the definitive demonstration that democracy was not only a form of government, but a source of military strength, that free men fighting for their own freedom would always be fiercer and more courageous than subjects fighting for a king's ambition. This narrative was self-serving and considerably simplified. The actual military outcome at Marathon had more to do with terrain, tactics, and the particular genius of the dispositions Miltiades made than with any general principle about freedom versus tyranny. But the narrative served a deep need, and it was repeated and embellished until it became one of the founding myths of Western civilization. Darius, of course, knew nothing of this myth-making. He knew only that his expedition had failed, that his generals had been defeated, that the Greeks had proven more resilient than expected. He died planning his revenge, without knowing that his failure had already become a story, already being shaped by the Athenians into a narrative that would echo down the centuries. Chapter 28: The Jews and the Persians. One of the most remarkable aspects of Persian imperial policy under Darius and his predecessors was its relationship with the Jewish people, a relationship that was fundamentally different from the relationship that any other great empire of the ancient Near East had maintained with Israel. The Assyrians had conquered the northern kingdom of Israel in the 8th century and deported its population, scattering the 10 northern tribes across their empire in a diaspora from which they never fully returned. The Babylonians had conquered the southern kingdom of Judah in the 6th century, destroyed the Temple of Solomon, and carried the population of Jerusalem into captivity in Babylon, the Babylonian exile that is one of the central traumas of Jewish history and one of the defining experiences of the Hebrew Bible. Then Cyrus came, and Cyrus allowed the Jews to return to their homeland. He restored the temple vessels that Nebuchadnezzar had taken to Babylon. He authorized and apparently funded the rebuilding of the temple in Jerusalem. In the Hebrew Bible, Cyrus is described as the anointed of God, the shepherd of God, the instrument of divine purpose, terms of remarkable honor that the biblical tradition reserved for very few non-Israelites. Darius inherited and continued this pro-Jewish policy. When the rebuilding of the temple in Jerusalem was challenged by local opponents who wrote to the Persian authorities claiming that the Jews had no authorization for the project, Darius had the relevant archives searched and found the original decree of Cyrus. He not only confirmed the Jews' right to rebuild the temple, but issued a new decree commanding that the costs of construction be paid from the royal revenues of the province, and that the priests of Jerusalem be provided with daily supplies for their offerings. This remarkable act of imperial generosity toward a small and relatively insignificant people in a corner of the empire has been interpreted in various ways. Some historians emphasize the political calculation involved. Supporting the Jewish community in Jerusalem helped stabilize the potentially troubled border zone between the empire and Egypt. Others emphasize the religious framework. The Zoroastrian concept of a Shah, of cosmic truth and order, may have made Darius genuinely sympathetic to other monotheistic or near-monotheistic religious traditions, seeing them as fellow worshippers of the divine principle of order against chaos. Perhaps the most honest answer is that both factors were present, as they usually are in the decisions of shrewd rulers. What is certain is that the Jewish community in the Persian period, both those who returned to Judah and those who remained in the diaspora, flourished in ways that would not have been possible under any other great empire of the ancient world. The Persian period is sometimes called the Golden Age of Jewish literature, a time when many of the later books of the Hebrew Bible were written or completed, when the foundations of the Jewish religious and legal tradition were being laid, when the distinctively Jewish understanding of the covenant between God and the Jewish people was being developed and articulated. The relationship between the Jews and the Persians was not without its tensions and its difficulties. The Book of Esther, which purports to describe events at the Persian court of Xerxes, describes a plot against the Jewish community and its dramatic reversal. Whether historically accurate in its details or not, the story reflects real anxieties about the security of minority communities within a vast empire, real vulnerabilities that depended on the goodwill of the king and his ministers. But on balance, the Persian period was a time of relative peace and prosperity for the Jewish people, a time when they were allowed to be Jewish, to practice their religion and maintain their traditions and develop their literature and law, in a way that the Assyrians and Babylonians had never permitted. It is one of the more underappreciated legacies of the Achaemenid dynasty, this creation of a space within which a small and distinctive people could flourish and develop the religious and intellectual tradition that would eventually, through the medium of Christianity and Islam, shape the beliefs of more than half of humanity. Let the Nile still carry you, friend. Let the Jordan River carry you too. Let all the rivers of the ancient world carry you gently in the current of this long and peaceful night. Chapter 29. Medicine and Knowledge in the Persian World. The Persian Empire was not just a political and military achievement. It was also, in its own way, an intellectual one, a place where the knowledge traditions of many different civilizations came into contact and sometimes fruitful interaction. The most impressive example of this intellectual synthesis is perhaps in the field of medicine. The Persian court employed physicians from multiple traditions, and the interaction between these traditions was enormously productive. The Greek physician Demos of Croton, whom we have mentioned, was reputedly the finest doctor of his generation, and his employment at the Persian court gave him access to the medical knowledge of Egypt and Mesopotamia, as well as to the Greek tradition in which he had trained. Egyptian medicine was ancient and sophisticated, built on centuries of empirical observation, and recorded in papyrus documents that describe the treatment of a wide range of conditions with considerable clinical detail. Mesopotamian medicine was equally ancient, combining empirical treatments with magical and religious elements in a way that reflected the Mesopotamian understanding of disease as often having supernatural causes alongside natural ones. And Greek medicine, still in its formative period in the time of Darius, was beginning to develop the naturalistic, empirical approach that would eventually lead to the Hippocratic tradition and the idea of medicine as a rational science rather than a religious practice. At the Persian court, these three traditions met and influenced each other. We cannot trace the specific pathways of this influence with any precision because the documentation is too fragmentary. But we can be reasonably confident that the proximity of practitioners from these different traditions created opportunities for comparison and synthesis that would not otherwise have existed. Beyond medicine, the Persian Empire facilitated the exchange of knowledge in other fields as well. Astronomy and mathematics, highly developed in Babylonia, influenced the development of Greek astronomy. The geographical knowledge that Darius's expeditions of exploration accumulated filtered into Greek geographical thinking. The administrative and legal practices of the Persians influenced the development of similar institutions in the Hellenistic kingdoms that came after Alexander. Darius himself seems to have been genuinely curious about the world and about knowledge. His commissioning of Skylax to explore the Indus River and map the route from India to the Persian Gulf was not merely a practical expedition, but an act of geographical inquiry. His interest in Egyptian law and his commissioning of the Egyptian Legal Codification Project reflected a genuine respect for and curiosity about legal traditions different from his own. The Persian court library, if there was one, has not survived. The perishable materials on which most texts were written, papyrus and leather, do not endure the millennia the way clay tablets do. But the scale of Persian literate activity, evidenced by the enormous archive of the Persepolis fortification tablets, and by the existence of multiple scribal traditions working simultaneously in the imperial administration, suggests a world in which literacy and learning were valued and practiced at many levels. One of the most beautiful products of this world of learning was Persian astronomical observation. The Babylonians had been observing and recording the movements of celestial bodies for centuries before Cyrus. And under Persian rule, these observations continued and were eventually transmitted to the Greek world, where they formed the observational basis for the development of Greek mathematical astronomy. The regular, careful observation of the sky, night after night for generation after generation, was one of the great intellectual achievements of the ancient world, and it happened in the Persian Empire, under the stars that Darius and his ancestors and successors also looked up at. When you look up at the stars tonight, you are looking at the same stars that Babylonian astronomers noted in their diaries, that Darius watched from his palace roof, that Greek philosophers contemplated from their island observatories. The stars do not change. Only the people who look at them change. Generation by generation, until all the watchers of any particular era are gone and replaced by new ones who look up at the same sky and wonder the same wondering. Chapter 30. The Architecture of Daily Life. We have spoken at some length about the great monuments of the Persian Empire, the cliff inscriptions and the ceremonial capitals and the royal tombs. But what did daily life actually look like for the people who lived in this world? What were their houses, their meals, their clothes, their daily routines? For ordinary people in the Persian Empire, daily life would have varied enormously depending on where they lived and what they did. An Athenian craftsman and an Indian farmer and a Babylonian merchant and a Scythian herdsman living on the fringes of the empire would have lived in completely different ways, in different kinds of structures, eating different foods, wearing different clothes, following different daily rhythms determined by their climate and their culture and their occupation. But there are some common threads. Across most of the empire, for most people, daily life was organized around agriculture. The great majority of the population, as in all pre-modern societies, worked the land, growing grain and vegetables, and tending orchards and vineyards and herds of animals. Their lives followed the seasons, the cycle of planting and growing and harvesting and storing that had governed human existence since the invention of farming 10,000 years before. The houses in which these agricultural people lived were built from the materials available locally: mud brick in the lowland river valleys, stone in the mountain regions, wood in the forested areas. They were generally small, single-room or two-room structures with flat roofs where the family might sleep in the heat of summer, surrounded by courtyards where animals were kept and work was done. They were not comfortable by modern standards, but they were adapted to their environments and adequate for the lives that were lived in them. Food was simple and seasonal. Grain in the form of bread or porridge was the staple everywhere. Pulses, legumes, vegetables, and occasional meat supplemented the grain. Dates and other fruits were important in the river valley regions. Wine and beer were the common drinks, water being unreliable and often dangerous. The great banquets of the Persian court, with their hundreds of courses and their enormous quantities of food and drink, were as remote from the daily experience of the ordinary peasant as the moon is remote from the earth. But they were part of the same world, the world that the peasants' labor sustained and that the king's administration organized. Clothing varied enormously across the empire, as the Persepolis reliefs make clear. The Persians themselves wore the characteristic long robe and rounded hat that appears in their representations throughout the period. The Medes wore similar garments. Egyptians wore their traditional linen. Indians wore draped cloth in the manner still familiar today. Nomadic peoples wore leather and fur. Each group's clothing was adapted to their climate and their way of life, and the diversity of dress was one of the most visually striking aspects of the Persian imperial world. In the cities, life was more complex and more varied. The great cities of the empire, Babylon and Susa and Memphis and Sardis, were dense, busy places full of craftsmen and merchants and priests and officials and soldiers and slaves and every other category of urban humanity. Their streets were narrow and irregular, their buildings jammed together, their markets full of noise and smell, and the pressure of 1,000 people with 1,000 different purposes. The city was the crucible in which the cultural mixing of the empire took place at its most intense, where a Greek merchant might argue with a Babylonian money changer, while an Egyptian scribe recorded the transaction, and a Persian soldier watched from across the street. The rhythm of the city was different from the rhythm of the countryside. Instead of the agricultural seasons, the city followed the rhythm of trade and craft and administration, the rhythms of market days and official ceremonies and religious festivals, and the comings and goings of officials and armies. For those who lived in the city, the empire was most visible and most immediate. The daily presence of Persian officials and Persian customs, and the Persian coinage that made all exchange possible. Let the cities of the empire sleep around you now. Babylon settling into its night quiet, the great walls lit by 1,000 lamps, Susa with its palace gardens breathing cool in the evening air, Memphis with the Nile dark and slow beyond its walls, Sardis with the sound of its river, the golden Pactolus running soft through the night, all of them sleeping, all of them waiting for the morning that will come as it always comes, as it came for Darius and as it comes for us. Chapter 31. The Achaemenid Dynasty after Darius. We have told the story of Darius himself, but the story of what he built continues long after him, and a few more words about that continuation will help us understand the full significance of what he achieved. Xerxes reigned for 20 years after Darius, from 486 to 465 before the Common Era. His famous invasion of Greece in 480, which we have already touched upon, was the defining event of his reign, a military adventure that seemed initially overwhelming in its scale and ambition, and that ended in failure at Salamis and Plataea. After the Greek campaigns, Xerxes turned inward, spending his later years on the grand building projects at Persepolis that his father had begun, adding his own contributions to the great complex, and leaving behind some of the finest inscriptions and reliefs of the Achaemenid period. He was assassinated in 465, killed in his bedroom by a court conspiracy, a fate that would befall several Achaemenid kings in the period after Darius. The royal court, for all its elaborate ceremony and protocol, was a dangerous place, full of ambitious nobles and jealous family members and eunuch chamberlains with their own agendas. The assassination of Xerxes by his own court, official Artabanus, and the subsequent elimination of Artabanus by Xerxes' son Artaxerxes, set a pattern that would recur throughout the later Achaemenid period. Artaxerxes I, who reigned from 465 to 424, was a relatively successful ruler who maintained the empire and presided over the formal end of the Persian Wars with Greece through the Peace of Callias in 449. Under this agreement, Persia recognized the independence of the Ionian Greek cities, and Athens agreed to refrain from further attacks on Persian territory. It was a settlement that reflected the military stalemate that had developed. Persia could not conquer Greece, and Greece could not liberate Ionia. Both sides agreed to live with what they had. The later Achaemenid kings were a mixed group, some capable and some not, some lucky and some not, ruling an empire that was fundamentally sound but subject to periodic revolts and the constant challenge of managing its enormous diversity. Egypt revolted repeatedly. The satrapies sometimes became so powerful that their governors effectively ruled independently. Succession crises at the center produced periods of instability and occasionally civil war. And yet the empire endured. It endured for over 2 centuries after its founding by Cyrus, outlasting every rival and surviving challenges that would have destroyed lesser political constructions. The administrative framework that Darius had created proved robust enough to function even under weak or incompetent kings, because it had been built to depend not on any single personality, but on a system, a set of institutions and procedures that perpetuated themselves even when the man at the top was not equal to the role. This is, in a sense, Darius's greatest achievement. He built not just an empire but an imperial system, a way of organizing large-scale political power that was durable and self-sustaining. He transformed what had been a personal conquest empire, dependent on the charisma and military genius of Cyrus, into an institutional empire, dependent on law and administration and the accumulated habits of governance. That transformation is what allowed the Achaemenid Empire to survive for the 2 centuries that separated the death of Cyrus from the death of the last Achaemenid king. The last Achaemenid king was Darius III, who reigned from 336 to 330 before the Common Era. He was not, in most historical assessments, a particularly impressive ruler, but he faced an extraordinary opponent in Alexander of Macedon, and it would be unfair to judge him entirely by his failure to overcome one of the greatest military geniuses in history. Darius III met Alexander's armies at the battles of Issus in 333 and Gaugamela in 331, and was defeated both times by Alexander's combination of tactical brilliance and the extraordinarily motivated and disciplined Macedonian infantry. After the second defeat, the Persian court abandoned Darius, and he fled eastward into Bactria, where he was murdered by his own satrap Bessus. Alexander found his body, gave it a royal burial, and declared himself the avenger of the murdered king. It was a politically astute gesture, presenting Alexander as the legitimate successor of the Achaemenid dynasty rather than as its destroyer. In a sense, it was also historically accurate. Alexander did inherit the Persian Empire, not just the territory but the administrative system, the bureaucratic traditions, the cultural synthesis. The Hellenistic kingdoms that emerged from the fragmentation of Alexander's empire after his death in 323 were all in some degree Persian inheritors, shaped by the administrative and cultural legacy of the Achaemenid world. Darius the Great's creation, the system of imperial governance that he built and perfected over 36 years, outlasted not just him but his dynasty, outlasted even the people who had built it, becoming part of the common inheritance of the ancient Near Eastern world. Chapter 32. How History Remembered Darius. The voice is very soft now. The words are coming more slowly. There is no hurry. There is nothing but the story and the slow settling of your body into rest. Let us talk about how the world remembered Darius, and then we will let the night have you entirely. Darius was remembered differently by different peoples, which is perhaps inevitable for a man who ruled so many peoples. The Persians remembered him as the great lawgiver and administrator, the king who gave the empire its shape and its systems, the wise and just ruler who had brought order out of chaos at the beginning of his reign and maintained it through the decades of his kingship. His name appears in Persian royal tradition as a kind of ideal, the benchmark against which other kings were measured. The Babylonians remembered him with relative respect, as a king who had maintained the traditions of their temples and their priesthood, who had not disrupted the rhythms of Babylonian religious and cultural life in the way that some of his predecessors and successors had done. The Babylonian astronomical diaries from his reign are matter of fact and largely untroubled, recording eclipses and planetary positions with the same methodical calm they maintained through the reigns of all the kings they observed. The Egyptians remembered him with considerable respect, as we have noted, presenting him in their own terms as a legitimate pharaoh who had respected their traditions and built their temples. The tradition of Darius as a good king survived in Egyptian memory for centuries. The Jews remembered him, through the evidence of the biblical books of Ezra and Nehemiah, as the king who confirmed their right to rebuild their temple and provided resources for the work. He was not as celebrated in the Jewish tradition as Cyrus, who had made the original decree of return, but he was remembered positively as the king who had upheld and confirmed what Cyrus had begun. The Greeks had the most complicated and ambivalent memory of Darius. On one hand, he was the great enemy, the king who had sent his armies against Greece and who had suffered the defeat at Marathon. The Greek literary tradition, particularly the Athenian tradition, remembered Marathon as the great triumph of Greek freedom over Persian tyranny, and Darius as the embodiment of the Persian threat. Aeschylus's play The Persians, performed in Athens in 472, presents the spirit of Darius appearing to warn against the hubris of Xerxes, a device that allowed the Athenians to celebrate their victory over Persia, while also presenting Darius himself with some sympathy as a wise and restrained king, whose son's overreaching had brought disaster. Herodotus, writing in the later 5th century, gives us the fullest and most nuanced Greek account of Darius. He was himself an Ionian Greek, born in Halicarnassus in a region that had been part of the Persian Empire, and his view of Persia was more complex than that of the Athenian dramatists. He presents Darius as a capable and sometimes ruthless ruler, gives him credit for his administrative achievements, and tries to understand Persian customs and values on their own terms, even as he is ultimately writing a history of the Greek triumph over Persia. The Roman tradition, which knew Persia primarily through the Greek sources, tended to treat Darius as the foil to the triumphant democracy of Athens, an orientation that would shape Western historical thinking about the Persian-Greek conflict for many centuries. The idea of the Persian Wars as a foundational moment in the story of Western civilization, as the decisive defeat of Oriental tyranny by Occidental freedom, was a powerful narrative that served the ideological needs of many subsequent cultures, and that only began to be seriously questioned in the modern era. Modern historical scholarship has worked hard to see Darius through multiple lenses simultaneously, not just through the Greek sources that have dominated the tradition for so long, but through the Persian and Babylonian and Egyptian and Jewish sources that tell different stories. This more complex and more complete picture does not diminish Darius's achievements, but it does place them in a different light, seeing him not as a villain or a foil, but as one of the most impressive and consequential political figures of the ancient world, a man whose intelligence and energy and organizational genius shaped the lives of millions of people across an enormous span of time and space. Chapter 33: The Eternal Questions. The story is drawing toward its close now, friend, the way all stories draw toward their close, the way all nights draw toward their close, gently and without drama, the darkness softening just slightly at the eastern edge of the sky, even as we are still deep in the middle of the night. Let us end not with a summary of facts, but with the questions that Darius's story leaves us with, the eternal questions that hover at the edge of any serious engagement with history. Was Darius great? In the narrowest military and political sense, clearly yes. He achieved things that no other person of his time achieved. He built a system that lasted for 2 centuries. He administered an empire of unprecedented scale with intelligence and effectiveness. By any measure of political achievement, he stands among the greatest figures of the ancient world. But greatness is a complicated concept, and its complications were as present in the ancient world as they are today. The greatness of Darius was built on the labor of millions of people who had no choice in the matter, on the subjugation of peoples who had not asked to be subjugated, on violence that was often brutal even by the standards of his time. The rebellions that he suppressed were suppressed with executions that were designed to be horrifying as well as lethal. The peoples who refused to submit were treated with the full weight of imperial power, which meant death and enslavement and the destruction of cities. Darius himself would not have understood the question in these terms. For him, as for virtually every ruler of the ancient world, the conquest and subjugation of other peoples was not a moral problem, but a simple given of political life. The cosmos was ordered according to Ahura Mazda's will, and that will was expressed in the triumph of the righteous king over the forces of chaos and falsehood. Resistance to the righteous king was by definition the work of the lie, and the suppression of that resistance was the work of cosmic order. This is not a framework that we can fully inhabit today. We have learned other things, developed other ethical vocabularies, arrived at other understandings of what human beings owe each other. And so we hold Darius at a certain distance, admiring what he achieved while being unable to fully endorse how he achieved it, seeing in him both the extraordinary and the troubling. That tension is not unique to Darius. It is present in virtually every great ruler of history, from Alexander to Augustus to Genghis Khan to Napoleon. Greatness and ruthlessness have historically traveled together, because the scale of ambition required to reshape the world tends to require a willingness to override other people's preferences and autonomy in ways that, from those people's perspective, were simply violent and wrong. Perhaps the most honest thing we can say about Darius is that he was a man of his time and his world who happened to be extraordinarily capable within that time and world. He could imagine the good of the empire, and he worked toward it with genuine intelligence and energy. He could not easily imagine the good of the individual subject who did not share his framework, the Babylonian who preferred his own king to the Persian one, the Ionian Greek who preferred self-government to the relative stability of Persian overlordship. Those people existed, and their preferences were real, but they were, for Darius as for most rulers of any era, subordinate to the larger purposes of the imperial project. And yet, and here is the complication that saves the story from simple moral dismissal, the Persian Empire under Darius was, by the standards of empires, relatively benign. The peoples it absorbed were not, in the main, required to abandon their languages or their gods or their customs. They were taxed, yes, and conscripted, and subject to Persian authority. But they were also connected to a wider world of trade and knowledge and cultural exchange that enriched their lives in ways they would not otherwise have had access to. The Jewish tradition could rebuild its temple and develop its scripture. The Babylonian tradition could continue its astronomical observations and its literary heritage. The Greek tradition could develop its philosophy and its art. All of this happened within the framework of the Persian Empire, under the Achaemenid peace. There is no simple verdict to hand down on Darius, as there is no simple verdict to hand down on any of the great figures of history. There is only the attempt to understand, as honestly and as fully as we can, what he did, and why he did it, and what it meant for the people who lived in his world, and for the people who have lived in the world his achievements helped to shape. Chapter 34, A Final Walk Through the Palace. Close your eyes completely now. Let the words become something like music, present but not demanding, moving through you without requiring that you follow every note. Let us take one last walk through the palace at Susa, where Darius lived and worked and thought and decided the fate of millions. It is late afternoon, and the sun is beginning to descend toward the western desert, and the light has taken on that particular quality of the Persian evening, warm and golden, and somehow already tinged with the sadness of things passing. The palace is enormous, built on a great artificial platform, its walls decorated with glazed brick reliefs in bright colors, blue and yellow and white, showing rows of archers in the royal guard, the immortals striding in stately procession. The central audience hall, the Apadana, is supported by columns so tall they make you feel small standing among them, their tops decorated with the characteristic double animal capitals, bulls and lions facing each other with serene expressions. The king is in his private apartments, which we cannot enter, but we can imagine him there, resting after a day of audiences and documents and decisions, the enormous administrative machine of the empire having delivered its daily flood of information and requests and problems to be resolved. He is perhaps 50 years old, no longer young, beginning to show the marks of the decades of intense activity that have been his reign. His hair is carefully curled and his beard carefully tended in the Persian fashion. He wears a long robe of purple and gold. He is thinking about the Greek expedition. He is always thinking about the Greek expedition in these last years of his reign. The defeat at Marathon sits in his mind like a splinter that cannot be removed, small but persistently irritating, a reminder that his power is not absolute, that there are places in the world where the Persian army has been turned away. He is planning. He is always planning. But perhaps in this quiet hour of the late afternoon, he allows himself to think of other things, of his children who are growing up in the palace around him, of his wife Atossa, with whom he has shared 30 years of marriage and of whom, it seems, he was genuinely fond, of the great buildings rising at Persepolis, the ceremonial capital he is making in the heartland of his people, of the empire that stretches in every direction from where he sits, the vast, impossibly complex, endlessly demanding empire that is the creation of his life's work. Does he feel pride? Certainly. Does he feel the weight of it? Equally certainly. Does he feel in some part of him that the inscriptions never quite reach, the loneliness of the man at the center of everything, the man on whom all things depend, the man whose decisions can send 100,000 soldiers to their deaths or 100,000 builders to their work? We cannot know. The inner life of Darius the Great is not something that the historical record preserves. We have his public words, carved in stone, and we have the accounts of him by people who were not him and who saw him from the outside. The inner life, the dreams and doubts and private satisfactions of the man himself, is as inaccessible to us as the inner life of anyone who has been dead for 25 centuries. But he was there. In that palace, in that late afternoon light, he was there, as real as you are real, as present to himself as you are present to yourself. He breathed the warm Persian air. He heard the fountains in the palace garden. He felt the softness of his robe against his skin. He was alive in that moment in the way that all living things are alive, fully and irreducibly present in their particular now. And then time moved on as it always does. The sun set over the western desert. The palace lamps were lit. The evening star appeared in the darkening sky. And Darius, the King of Kings, the Lord of the world, went to sleep like any ordinary man, and the day was over, and the next day began. Sleep now. Chapter 35. The Stars Above Persepolis. The stars are very bright tonight over Persepolis. They are always bright there, because the air is clear and the plateau is high above the dust and haze of the lowland cities, and there is nothing for many miles in any direction to interfere with the view of the sky. The stars that shine over the ruins of Persepolis tonight are the same stars that shone over the completed palace when Darius walked there. Orion rises in the east. The Pleiades cluster together in their familiar group. The Milky Way arches from horizon to horizon, that great river of light that the ancient peoples of the Near East knew as the road of the gods or the road of ghosts, the path that the dead traveled on their way to whatever came after life. The ancient Babylonian astronomers who served the Persian kings knew the stars by other names and saw in them other patterns, but they knew these same stars, these same configurations, these same movements across the sky. They watched them every night from the tops of their ziggurats, recording positions and times in their clay tablet diaries, building up over the centuries a body of observational data of extraordinary precision. Their records were accurate enough that modern astronomers can use them to reconstruct the positions of the planet's centuries before the Common Era. Darius looked up at these stars. In the quiet of a Persian night, in some courtyard of some palace, he looked up at the same constellations you might see if you went outside right now and looked up. The connection across the centuries is real, not metaphorical. The light that enters your eyes from Orion tonight left that star some hundreds of years ago, and some of it also left in the time of Darius. And the star itself has been there for millions of years, burning with nuclear fire in the dark, indifferent to the emperors and empires and civilizations that have risen and fallen in the thin biological film on this one small planet of one ordinary star. But the emperors and empires are not nothing. They are the way that life has organized itself, the way that human beings have tried to make sense of their world and create some order and meaning in the face of the vast, indifferent cosmos. Darius's empire, with all its complexity and all its violence and all its achievement, was one of the most impressive of these attempts. It was the effort of a particular group of human beings at a particular moment in history to impose their idea of order on the world, to create something that would last beyond their individual lives, to leave a mark that the generations after them would find and wonder at. They succeeded more than they could have known. Their mark is still here. The ruins of Persepolis still stand. The Behistun inscription still speaks. The administrative traditions they developed still echo in the way that governments organize themselves. And the story of Darius, the young man who seized an empire in a moment of crisis and spent 36 years turning it into something durable, still has the power to move us. Still has the power to say something true about ambition and achievement, and the limits of human power. Chapter 36. The Trade Routes of the Persian World. But there is more. There is always more when you are telling the story of a civilization as rich and complex as the Persian, and you are not quite asleep yet, are you? There is still a small part of you that is listening, that wants to hear a little more before the darkness takes you completely. Good. Let that small part of you keep listening while the rest of you lets go. We have spoken of the Royal Road, that magnificent artery of communication and commerce that ran from Sardis to Susa. But the commercial life of the Persian Empire was not confined to that single road, however impressive it was. The empire was crisscrossed with trade routes of every kind, land and sea and river, carrying goods and people and ideas from one end of the known world to the other. The most ancient of these routes were the river routes of Mesopotamia, the Tigris and the Euphrates, which had been carrying boats and barges for thousands of years before Darius was born. The great cities of Babylonia, Babylon and Nippur and Ur and their neighbors, sat on or near these rivers precisely because the rivers were the highways of the ancient world, the cheapest and most efficient means of moving heavy goods across the flat alluvial plain. The Persians inherited these river routes and incorporated them into their own commercial network. The sea routes of the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea were equally ancient and equally important. The peoples of the Gulf Coast had been sailing to India and back since at least the 3rd millennium before the Common Era, carrying copper and textiles westward and bringing back the luxury goods of the East, the lapis lazuli and carnelian and ivory and cotton, and spices that the markets of Mesopotamia demanded. Under Persian rule, these sea routes were regulated and protected. The harbors maintained, the lighthouses lit, the pirates suppressed. The Phoenicians, who were subjects of the Persian Empire but who maintained their own remarkable seafaring tradition, were the masters of the Mediterranean trade. From their home ports at Tyre and Sidon and Byblos, Phoenician ships ranged the length and breadth of the Mediterranean, trading purple dye and glass and cedar wood and Mesopotamian goods for the grain and silver and copper of the Western Mediterranean. The Phoenician trading network was one of the most extensive commercial systems of the ancient world, and under Persian overlordship, it continued to function and even to expand. Darius understood the value of these Phoenician maritime skills and did not attempt to supplant them, but to direct and support them. The Phoenician fleet was the backbone of Persian naval power, and the Phoenician commercial network was an asset that the Persian treasury benefited from through the regular collection of tribute, and through the commercial activity that Phoenician trade generated along the coasts of the empire. The overland routes that connected Persia to India and to the lands beyond were also well established before Darius, but they were developed and regularized under his administration. The routes through Bactria and Sogdia that would later become the famous Silk Road were already carrying goods between the Iranian plateau and the more distant civilizations of Central and Eastern Asia. Silk itself was probably not yet the primary commodity on these routes in Darius's time, but many other goods moved along them. The horses of Bactria, the metals of the plateau, the luxury goods of India, the furs and amber of the far north. The Persian Empire was, in this sense, the first great connector of the Old World's major civilizations, the political framework within which the trade routes of Mesopotamia, of the Mediterranean, of the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf, of the overland routes to India and Central Asia, all came under a single administrative umbrella. The Pax Persica, the Persian peace, was not just a military achievement but a commercial one, creating conditions under which goods and ideas could move across vast distances with a degree of security and predictability that had not previously existed. Let the caravans move through your dreams now. The long lines of camels with their swaying loads, crossing the salt deserts of the Iranian plateau in the early morning light. The Phoenician galleys skimming the blue Mediterranean, their purple-dyed sails full of wind, carrying the luxury goods of the east to the markets of the west. The river boats of the Euphrates, piled high with grain and dates and woven goods, drifting downstream toward Babylon. The mountain passes of Bactria, narrow and cold, threading between peaks that tower above the clouds, with the caravans picking their way through carefully, men and animals both exhaling white breath in the thin air. All of it moving, all of it flowing, the blood of the empire circulating. Chapter 37, the concept of kingship under Darius. One of the most intellectually interesting aspects of Darius's reign is the way in which he thought about kingship itself, the way he understood his own role and the nature of the authority he exercised. This is not a trivial question, because different understandings of kingship produce different kinds of political behavior, and the Persian understanding of what a king was and what a king owed to his people was different in important ways from both the Mesopotamian traditions that preceded it and the Greek democratic ideology that contested it. In the Mesopotamian tradition, the king was primarily a servant of the gods, a human figure who was chosen by the divine to exercise the gods' authority on earth, responsible for maintaining the temples and the religious practices that kept the gods' content and the cosmos functioning. The Assyrian kings, for instance, described themselves above all as the representatives of the god Ashur, executing the divine will in military and administrative matters. Their primary obligation was to Ashur, and their treatment of conquered peoples was determined by what Ashur required, which often meant considerable brutality. Darius's understanding of kingship was related to this tradition, but inflected by the distinctively Persian elements of his Zoroastrian faith. He was certainly chosen by Ahura Mazda, certainly executing the divine will, certainly responsible for maintaining the cosmic order of Ashah against the chaos of Drudge. But the Zoroastrian emphasis on truth and justice as active virtues, not merely as attributes of the divine, but as obligations of the human, gave his understanding of kingship a somewhat more ethical character. His inscriptions consistently emphasize the king's obligation to be just, to hear both sides before judging, to protect the weak from the strong and the strong from the weak alike. This is not simply rhetoric. It is a genuine expression of a political philosophy in which power creates obligation, in which the king's divine mandate includes an obligation to exercise that mandate in ways that are genuinely beneficial to the peoples over whom he rules. This is not the same as what we would call democratic accountability. Darius did not believe that his authority came from the consent of the governed, or that his subjects had the right to depose him if he failed to meet their expectations. He believed that his authority came from Ahura Mazda, and that it was to Ahura Mazda that he was primarily accountable. But the belief that the divine mandate included a genuine obligation toward justice and truth was not a negligible check on royal behavior. It meant that Darius had internal reasons, as well as external constraints, to rule with some degree of fairness. Compare this with the Greek democratic understanding of political authority, in which legitimacy came from the consent of the citizen body, and in which rulers were directly accountable to the people who elected them. This is a fundamentally different understanding of the source and nature of political authority, and it is not surprising that the two systems came into conflict. What is interesting is that the conflict was not simply about power, but also, at a deeper level, about the nature of political legitimacy itself. The Greeks who described the Persian wars in their histories, Herodotus most prominently, were not simply telling the story of a military conflict. They were making a philosophical argument about the relative merits of Persian monarchy and Greek democracy as systems of government. And while their argument was inevitably self-serving, it was not entirely wrong. Greek democracy did produce a kind of political energy and civic commitment that Persian monarchy did not. And this energy and commitment were part of what made the Athenians such unexpectedly effective fighters at Marathon. But Persian monarchy produced its own kind of effective governance, and for a much larger and more diverse population than Athenian democracy ever had to manage. The question of which system was better is not one that has a simple answer, because both systems had real virtues and real limitations, and their relative effectiveness depended heavily on the particular circumstances in which they were operating. Darius would not have understood this comparison. He would simply have said that his authority came from Ahura Mazda, that he exercised it justly, and that the proof of his legitimacy was the success with which he had maintained the cosmic order against the forces of chaos. He was not entirely wrong about any of this. Chapter 38. Women of the Persian Empire. The breath is very slow and even now. Good. Let it stay that way. Let the story move through you like a gentle current, carrying you further down into the warm dark. We have mentioned Atossa, the chief queen of Darius, and noted that the women of the Persian court were far more active and powerful than their later reputation might suggest. Let us spend a little more time with this subject, because it is one of the more surprising and interesting aspects of Persian imperial life. The Persepolis fortification tablets, those extraordinary administrative documents from the royal estates around Persepolis, give us a picture of women's economic life that is genuinely remarkable for the ancient world. Women of high status, including royal women and women of the nobility, appear as managers of estates, employers of labor, recipients and dispersers of large quantities of goods. They traveled with official escorts, received food and wine rations that reflected their status, and directed the work of both male and female workers on their estates. Atossa herself appears in our sources as a woman of genuine political influence. Herodotus tells a famous story about how Atossa, through a conversation with Demos, the Greek doctor who treated Darius's injured ankle, encouraged Darius to consider campaigns of westward expansion, suggesting that the acquisition of Greek slaves and the extension of Persian power to the Aegean were appropriate objectives for a great king. Whether this story is literally true, or is a Greek construction that attributes to a woman the responsibility for setting Persia on the course that would eventually lead to conflict with Greece, it reflects a perception that Atossa had real influence over policy. Her role in the succession dispute between Artabazan and Xerxes is better documented, at least in its outcome. She advocated for her son Xerxes, and Xerxes was chosen. The Queen Mother as a political actor, protecting and promoting the interests of her children, is a role that appears repeatedly in the Achaemenid period, and the women who played it most skillfully left their marks on the succession of the empire in ways that were not always visible in the official record, but were no less real for that. The women of the lower orders of the empire are visible to us primarily through the administrative records, the lists of workers, and the disbursements of rations. These records show women working in skilled trades alongside men, receiving rations and in some cases silver wages, traveling between estates on official business. The ration rates varied according to age and skill and status, but the principle that skilled women workers should be paid at the same rate as skilled male workers for the same work appears to have been at least partially observed in the Persian records. This is not to say that the Persian world was anything like what we would call gender equal. The society was hierarchical and patriarchal in its fundamental structure. Women were subject to male authority in most formal contexts. The queen's power depended on her relationship to the king and the heir, not on any formal political role of her own. The working women of the lower estates worked hard for modest rewards in conditions that were often difficult. But within these limitations, Persian women had a degree of economic and social agency that was perhaps greater than their counterparts in some other ancient civilizations, and that certainly exceeded the very limited public role available to women in the Greek democracies that are so often held up as the founders of Western freedom. The Athenian woman who inspired later ideals of liberty was expected to stay at home and be managed by her male relatives. The Persian royal woman traveled the empire with an official escort, managed large estates, and influenced the succession of the greatest monarchy in the world. Histories of freedom, as of most other things, are complicated. Chapter 39. The Immortals, the Royal Guard. Let us speak for a little while about the 10,000. The Immortals, the most famous military unit of the ancient Persian world, the personal guard of the king, the elite infantry force that formed the hard core of every major Persian military operation. The name Immortals, which comes to us through Herodotus, was said to derive from the practice of immediate replacement. Whenever a member of the unit died or became too ill or injured to serve, another soldier was immediately substituted from a waiting pool of candidates, so that the unit's number never fell below 10,000. The unit was, in this sense, institutionally immortal even if its individual members were not. Herodotus describes the Immortals in his account of Xerxes's invasion of Greece, noting their imposing appearance, their richly decorated equipment, their evident pride in their elite status. They wore elaborate clothing and carried distinctive weapons, and they traveled with their own separate supply train of camels and covered wagons carrying their personal gear and provisions, attended by their own servants and concubines. They were, in other words, an elite force that traveled and lived like an elite, with all the comforts and accoutrements that their status entitled them to. The core of the Immortals were Persian and Median soldiers, drawn from the aristocratic families of those two peoples, men who had grown up training for exactly this role. Around this core were soldiers from other Iranian peoples who had demonstrated the necessary skills and loyalty. All of them wore the characteristic Persian military dress, a tiara or soft cap, a sleeved robe, trousers, and soft leather boots, together with their armor of scale or lamellar construction and their wicker shield, the distinctive oval wicker shield that appears in Persian military imagery throughout the period. Their primary weapons were the spear and the bow. The Persian combination of spear and bow gave soldiers versatility at different ranges, and the Immortals were trained to use both with skill. The bow, in particular, was a weapon of enormous importance in the Persian military tradition, and Persian archers were among the finest in the ancient world, capable of maintaining a rate of fire that could darken the sky with arrows at the kind of ranges where Greek hoplite armor provided significant protection. The Immortals also served as the royal bodyguard, surrounding the king in battle and in court, ensuring his personal safety. In this role, they were ceremonially dressed and equipped, presenting the most imposing martial face of the empire to those who came to the royal court. The famous glazed brick friezes of Susa, which show files of archers in their full regalia, are generally thought to represent the Immortals, and they give a vivid sense of how deliberately intimidating the appearance of this force was designed to be. Darius reviewed the Immortals regularly, and their loyalty to him personally was one of the foundations of his security as king. In the early crisis of his reign, when rebellions were breaking out across the empire, the reliability of the royal guard was not a minor matter. These were the men who stood between the king and assassination, who formed the hard core of the army in the decisive battles, who maintained the physical reality of royal power in a world where power was always ultimately backed by force. Let the Immortals stand watch outside the palace gates tonight. They are very still and very tall in the Persian darkness, their spears upright, their eyes alert. Nothing will disturb you while they stand there. The empire is safe. The king sleeps, and so at last can you. Chapter 40: Food, Feasting, and the Persian Table. Perhaps you are hungry, perhaps not. Either way, let us talk for a little while about food in the Persian world, because food is one of the most intimate connections we can make with the past, one of the most immediate ways of understanding how people lived. The Persian royal table was legendary in the ancient world. Herodotus and other Greek sources describe the feasts of the Persian court with a mixture of awe and disapproval. The awe at the sheer quantity and variety of food, the disapproval at what the Greeks, with their simpler tastes, viewed as a kind of decadent excess. The Persian king's table, according to these accounts, fed not just the royal family but hundreds or even thousands of guests and attendants. The enormous meal prepared by armies of cooks and served by armies of servants in a ceremony of elaborate ritual. The Persepolis fortification tablets give us a more prosaic, but ultimately more informative picture of what people actually ate in and around the Persian court. The rations dispersed to workers and travelers consisted primarily of grain, in the form of flour for baking, supplemented by beer or wine, dates, and occasional allotments of meat. The quantities varied with status and function, with skilled workers and supervisors receiving more than unskilled laborers, men generally receiving more than women, adults more than children. But the tablets also record the provisioning of travelers and officials of higher status, and for these people the rations were more generous and more varied. Wine appears frequently, not the rough local product but wine of quality, measured and distributed according to rank. Meat appears in larger quantities for the higher status recipients, and the quantities themselves were sometimes remarkable, suggesting the provisioning of large retinues and official parties on the move. The royal feast, as described in the ancient sources, was a different order of magnitude from these everyday provisions. Persian kings were known for the scale of their hospitality, the number of guests they could feed, and the variety of dishes they could provide. The Greek historian Polyaenus preserves what purports to be a description of the daily provisions of the Persian king, and even allowing for exaggeration, it is impressive. Hundreds of sheep and cattle, thousands of fowl, vast quantities of grain and wine and spices and condiments, all prepared by teams of specialized cooks and confectioners and bakers. The food itself reflected the diverse resources of the empire. The meat came from the vast herds of the plateau. The grain came from the agricultural valleys of Mesopotamia and Egypt and Bactria. The wine came from the vineyards of western Iran and from the subject territories of the west. The spices and luxury condiments came from the trade routes that connected Persia to India and Arabia. The fish came from the rivers and the Gulf. And the confections and sweetmeats that formed the dessert courses were made from the dates and honey and nuts and dried fruits that the empire produced in abundance. Eating was also, in the Persian court, a ceremonial activity. The seating at royal banquets was determined by rank and favor, with proximity to the king being the most precious distinction. The protocol of who ate before whom, who was served what, how dishes were presented and in what order, was all carefully managed as an expression of the social hierarchy of the court. The feast was not just about food. It was about power and status, and the constant negotiation of position within the complex world of the royal court. Let the smells of the Persian kitchen drift through your half-sleep. The warm, yeasty smell of fresh-baked bread, the sharp, sweet smell of wine in a pottery cup, the rich, complex smell of a meat stew slow-cooked with spices and dried fruit, the kind of dish that fills a room with warmth and makes a cold evening feel safe and comfortable. The warm smell of fresh dates, sticky and sweet on the fingertips. All these smells from 25 centuries ago, reaching you somehow through the long corridor of time, real and immediate and comforting. Chapter 41: The Persian Garden and the Idea of Paradise. The Persians gave us the word paradise. The old Persian paradisa, an enclosed garden, entered Greek as paradisos, which entered Latin as paradisus, which entered English as paradise. And the Persian garden, the enclosed and irrigated garden that the kings and nobles of the Persian Empire maintained as spaces of beauty and pleasure and royal display, was itself a remarkable creation. The Iranian plateau is, in much of its extent, a dry and often austere landscape. The great salt deserts, the rocky highlands, the semi-arid slopes of the mountain ranges are all beautiful in their way, but they are not the kind of landscape that invites you to sit outside in the afternoon warmth and enjoy the gentleness of nature. Water is scarce. Shade is limited. The colors are muted browns and ochres and pale greens. Into this landscape, the Persians introduced the garden as a deliberate act of transformation, a human imposition of abundance and shade and flowing water onto a landscape that naturally offered none of these things. The Persian garden was irrigated by underground channels called qanats, a remarkable engineering system that collected water from mountain springs and conveyed it underground across long distances to the flat, dry areas where it was needed. The qanat system, which the Persians did not invent but greatly expanded, was one of the most important technologies in the history of the ancient Near East, making possible the irrigation of areas that would otherwise have been uninhabitable desert. Within the garden enclosure, the Persians planted trees for shade and fruit, flowers for color and scent, herbs for medicine and cooking. The sound of running water was central to the garden experience, the water flowing through channels and falling into pools and fountains, creating a sound that was the very antithesis of the dry silence of the plateau. Birds were kept in the garden, their songs adding to the sensory richness. And the whole was enclosed by walls that separated this created paradise from the harsh world outside, making the garden a private world of abundance within the arid landscape. The king's garden at Pasargadae, the first Persian capital founded by Cyrus, has been partially recovered by archaeologists, and it reveals a formal garden design of considerable sophistication, with stone water channels running in a regular grid, patterned through a planted area divided into sections by low stone curbs. The garden was irrigated from channels connected to the local water supply, and it almost certainly contained trees and shrubs that provided shade and beauty in what is today a rather bare and stony plain. The royal hunting parks, the paradises in another sense, were larger enclosures containing wild animals that the king and his guests could hunt in a controlled setting. These hunting parks were maintained across the empire, each stocked with the animals characteristic of its region: lions and leopards and wild boar in the western territories, various species of deer and antelope and wild cattle in the eastern ones. The hunt was an important ritual of royal masculinity and martial virtue, and the hunting park was the arena in which this ritual was performed. Darius was, by all accounts, an avid hunter, as was expected of a Persian king and nobleman. The ability to hunt dangerous animals on horseback was one of the core skills of the Persian aristocracy, a demonstration of courage and physical prowess that complemented and in some ways mirrored the skills required in battle. The hunting scenes that appear in Persian art, showing kings and nobles pursuing lions and other dangerous animals, are not merely decorative. They are political statements, assertions of the king's mastery over nature as a parallel to his mastery over men. The garden as paradise, the garden as compensation for the harshness of the world, the garden as the creation of a better and more beautiful reality within the limits of what is possible, is one of the most enduring ideas that the Persian world contributed to human culture. The idea of paradise as a garden of abundance and beauty, where water flows freely and fruit hangs ripe on every tree, and the air is full of birdsong and fragrance, entered the Jewish and Christian and Islamic traditions through the Persian Channel, and it has shaped the imagination of billions of people who have no idea that the word they are using is Persian. Let the garden open around you now, friend. The cool shade of the trees, the sound of water in the channel, the scent of roses and jasmine in the warm air, the colors deep and soft, the walls enclosing you, keeping the harsh world out. This is paradise. This is where you are going. Chapter 42. Darius and the Law. The law is a kind of sleep, in its way. The good law, the law that works as it is supposed to work, is a background condition that allows life to proceed without constant violent interruption. A shared framework of expectation and obligation that creates the predictability within which ordinary human business can be conducted. When the law is working well, most people most of the time do not notice it. They are simply going about their lives within the structure it creates. The law becomes visible mostly when it breaks down. Darius was deeply interested in law. His inscriptions speak repeatedly of justice and truth, of his obligation to protect the weak from the strong, of his commitment to hearing cases personally rather than delegating the judicial function entirely to subordinates. And his administrative practice showed a consistent engagement with legal questions that went beyond mere rhetoric. The Persian Empire, like every ancient state, did not have a single unified legal code that applied equally to all subjects in all territories. Law in the ancient world was primarily local, reflecting the customs and traditions of particular peoples and particular places. What the Persian imperial government contributed was a framework within which local law operated, a set of minimum standards and royal prerogatives that applied throughout the empire, and a supreme court of royal justice to which disputes could be appealed when local resolution failed. The most important of Darius's legal initiatives was probably the codification of Egyptian law that we have already discussed. This was not a matter of imposing Persian law on Egypt, but of recording and systematizing the existing legal traditions of Egypt so that they could be administered more consistently and fairly. The project required years of work by teams of scholars, but it produced a codification of Egyptian legal practice that served as the basis for Egyptian courts for generations. In Babylonia, Darius similarly worked within the existing legal framework, respecting the ancient legal traditions of the country and the authority of the Babylonian courts. The documents from Babylonian archives during the Persian period show a legal system functioning in recognizable continuity with its pre-Persian forms, handling the same kinds of commercial disputes and property transactions and inheritance cases that Babylonian law had always governed. The Persian contribution to this diversity was not the imposition of uniformity, but the creation of a royal legal authority that could intervene when local justice failed, when satraps abused their power, when local traditions were violated. The famous story of Cambyses removing a corrupt judge, having his skin stretched across the judge's seat as a reminder to his son who succeeded him, illustrates the principle that royal justice was the ultimate guarantor of fairness when local justice failed. Whether the story is literally true or not, it reflects a genuine aspect of Persian royal ideology. Darius himself heard legal cases when he was present in a capital city. This was not merely ceremonial. Ancient sources describe him as genuinely engaged in the judicial process, asking questions, seeking clarification, insisting on hearing both sides, and sometimes overturning the recommendations of subordinate judges when he believed justice required it. The commitment to legal justice was also, of course, a political tool. A king who was known to be accessible to the grievances of ordinary subjects, who was believed to intervene personally on behalf of the wrongly treated, was a king who built loyalty at a level deeper than mere military submission. The Persian kings cultivated this reputation carefully, and the stories that circulated about royal justice contributed to the legitimacy of their rule in ways that military power alone could never have achieved. Chapter 43. The Persian Empire and its Indian Frontier. The eastern edges of the Persian Empire were among the most remote and the most fascinating. We have spoken briefly about the Indian satrapies, the territories beyond the Indus River that Darius added to his domain, but they deserve a little more attention because they represent one of the most remarkable extensions of a land-based empire in the ancient world. Darius's campaign to the Indus, which was conducted through his general Skylax rather than by the king in person, brought the Persian Empire into contact with the civilization of the Indus Valley, one of the oldest in the world. The cities of the Indus civilization had flourished and declined long before the Persians arrived, but the region still contained a dense and productive population organized in ways that the Persian imperial system could understand and tax. The tribute that the Indian satrapy paid to the Persian treasury was, as Herodotus notes, enormous: 360 talents of gold dust, worth more than the tribute of any other province. This gold came from the alluvial deposits of the Indus River system and from the gold-bearing regions of the mountains to the north, and its abundance reflected the natural wealth of a region that the ancient world regarded with a mixture of fascination and awe. India was, in the ancient imagination, a land of wonders and extremes. The ancient sources, drawing on the accounts of travelers and traders who had been there, described a country of extraordinary size and fertility, of rivers larger than any in the known world, of animals and peoples unlike anything familiar in the West. The gold-digging ants of Herodotus, which were said to throw up mounds of gold-bearing earth as they burrowed, are often cited as an example of the fabulous elements in ancient accounts of India, though some modern scholars have suggested that these mysterious animals might actually have been marmots, which do throw up gold-bearing soil in the gold-rich regions of modern Pakistan and Afghanistan. The Indian soldiers who served in the Persian army were described by Herodotus and other sources with evident interest. They wore cotton clothing, which was unusual enough in the ancient Near East to attract attention. They carried cane bows and cane arrows tipped with iron, a different archery tradition from the composite bows of the Iranian plateau. They rode both horses and elephants, though the war elephant was more characteristic of later Indian military practice than of the period of Darius. The cultural exchange that occurred along the Indian frontier of the Persian Empire is an underexplored topic in ancient history. Persian administrative practice certainly influenced the development of bureaucratic traditions in the northwestern Indian subcontinent. Indian philosophical and religious ideas may have reached the Persian world through the channel of contact maintained by the imperial administration. The Greek accounts of India that begin to appear in the late 5th century, particularly the Indica of Ctesias, a doctor who served at the Persian court of Artaxerxes II, reflect information gathered through Persian intermediaries about a land that the Greeks themselves had not yet directly explored. When Alexander the Great invaded India in 327, he was in some sense following in Darius's footsteps, extending Macedonian power into a region that had already been touched by the reach of the Achaemenid Empire. The administrative infrastructure that the Persians had established in northwestern India provided a framework within which Alexander's own administration could partially operate, and the political traditions of the region had already been shaped by the century and a half of Persian rule that preceded his arrival. Chapter 44: The Fall of Empires and the Persistence of Civilization. The night is very quiet now. The words are very soft. We are approaching, at last, the very end of what we have to say, not because the history is exhausted, because the history of Darius and his world and its consequences never truly ends, but because the night is finite and you have been traveling for a long time, and it is time at last to rest. Empires fall. That is the melancholy truth that the ruins of Persepolis proclaim as clearly as anything. The platform is still there, the columns still standing against the Persian sky, the relief still visible in the limestone, but the living institution, the court and the administrative machine and the tribute-bearing processions, and the king sitting on his golden throne, all of that is gone, gone as completely as if it had never been. And yet the civilization that the Persian Empire represented did not fall with the empire itself. The administrative traditions, the artistic styles, the religious ideas, the agricultural and engineering practices, the commercial networks, all of these continued after the empire ended, continued through the Greek rule that Alexander imposed, and through the Parthian Empire that succeeded the Greek in Iran, and through the Sassanid Empire that succeeded the Parthian. The Iranian cultural tradition, of which the Achaemenid Empire was the supreme political expression, is one of the most continuous and creative in human history, extending from the time of Cyrus to the present day in an unbroken, if many times interrupted and transformed, sequence. The Zoroastrian religion that Darius practiced survived the end of the Achaemenid dynasty, survived the Hellenistic period, survived the Parthian and Sassanid periods, survived even the Islamic conquest of Iran in the 7th century of the Common Era. Though after that conquest, it became a minority faith in the land of its origin. Today, Zoroastrianism is practiced by several 100,000 people, mostly in India, where the Parsi community preserves the faith that Darius brought to his royal inscriptions, and in Iran, where a small community of Zoroastrians maintains the ancient tradition in the very landscape where it was born. The fire temples of the Zoroastrian faith, in which the sacred fire burns continuously as a symbol of the divine light of Ahura Mazda, are among the living connections to the world of Darius. The fire that burns in a Zoroastrian fire temple today is maintained in the same tradition, the same religious practice, that would have been recognizable to the priests who served at the fire altars of the Achaemenid period. When a Zoroastrian today prays facing the fire and speaks the words of the Gathas, the ancient hymns attributed to Zarathustra himself, they are doing something that connects them directly across 25 centuries to the religious world of Darius the Great. The Persian language, Old Persian in Darius's day, has continued to evolve over the centuries into Middle Persian and then into Modern Persian, the language spoken today by more than 100 million people in Iran and Afghanistan and Tajikistan, and by diaspora communities around the world. Modern Persian is not Old Persian, any more than modern English is Old English, but there is a genuine continuity, a thread that connects the language of the Behistun inscription to the language spoken in Tehran today. The landscape of Iran is still the landscape that Darius knew, or at least recognizably related to it. The Zagros Mountains still rise in their dramatic ridges above the western plateau. The salt deserts still glitter white under the summer sun. The valley of Marvdasht, where Persepolis stands, is still a broad agricultural plain surrounded by mountains, still productive, still inhabited by people who have been growing crops there for thousands of years. And the ruins of Persepolis are still there, still accessible to visitors, still capable of communicating something of the vision that Darius had when he ordered the terrace cut from the rock and the columns raised and the reliefs carved. People come from all over the world to stand in the ruins of that platform, to look up at the standing columns, to trace with their fingers the delicate details of the bas-reliefs, and to feel, however briefly and however inadequately, the weight of what was once there. The stones endure, the story endures, and you, warm in your bed in this present night, are part of the same human story that includes Darius and Cyrus and the immortals and the Phoenician sailors and the Babylonian astronomers and the Egyptian temple builders and the Scythian horsemen of the steppe. All of us human, all of us mortal, all of us living our brief lives in the shadow of the vast cosmos, trying to make something that will last a little longer than we do. Chapter 45, The Long Goodbye. We have been traveling together for a long time now. We have walked the royal road from Sardis to Susa, stood in the ruins of Persepolis, watched the sun rise over the Zagros Mountains, listened to the fountains in the garden at Pasargadae. We have met Cyrus the Great in Cambyses and the mysterious Bardia and the 7 conspirators who killed him. We have followed the young Darius as he seized the empire, watched him defeat rebellion after rebellion, seen him build his administrative system and his roads and his palaces, followed him north to the Scythian steppe and west to the shores of Attica, watched the Battle of Marathon unfold on the plain below the mountains of Greece, seen him return to his planning and his preparations, and then watched him die, quietly, in the year 486, leaving behind the world's most powerful empire and an unfinished agenda. The story of Darius is the story of a man who understood that power alone is not enough, that an empire must be administered as well as conquered, organized as well as dominated, that the structures of governance outlast the military victories that create them. It is the story of a world vastly different from ours in its technology and its politics and its moral framework, but not so different in the fundamental human desires that animated it. The desire for security, for prosperity, for meaning, for justice, for beauty, for something that will last. It is also the story of a world that is gone, as all worlds eventually go. The empire that Darius built was destroyed by Alexander in 330. The religion he practiced survived but became a minority faith. The language he spoke evolved into something he would not recognize. The landscape he inhabited has been reshaped by centuries of human activity. The forests cleared, the rivers dammed, the ancient agricultural system sometimes preserved and sometimes abandoned. And yet not entirely gone. The ruins are there. The inscriptions are there. The tablets are there. The coins bearing the image of the running archer are in museum collections around the world, still bright after 25 centuries. The reliefs of Persepolis still show the peoples of the empire in their orderly procession, still carrying their tribute, still dressed in their distinctive clothes, still moving toward a throne that no longer exists. History is, in the end, the conversation that the present has with the past, the attempt to understand what came before and what it means for what is now. We study Darius not because the Persian Empire matters for its own sake, although it does, but because understanding it helps us understand ourselves, helps us see the human condition in a broader perspective, helps us recognize what is permanent and what is contingent in the ways that human beings organize themselves and treat each other and try to leave something lasting behind. The permanent things are not the empires. The permanent things are the human desires and fears and capacities that the empires express in their particular historical forms. The desire for security, the fear of disorder, the capacity for organization, the hunger for justice, the love of beauty, the hope that what we make will outlast us. Darius shared all of these with us. Across 25 centuries and all the enormous difference between his world and ours, these are the things that make him recognizable, make his story meaningful, make it worth telling on a quiet night when sleep is slow in coming. Close your eyes now. The story is told. The empire is at peace, at least for tonight, in the space between your waking and your sleeping, where history and dream become indistinguishable from each other. Darius sleeps in his tomb at Nakshi-Rostam. The fire burns in the temple. The royal road is quiet. The satraps are sleeping in their palaces. The soldiers are sleeping in their barracks. The merchants are sleeping in the caravanserais along the great roads. The farmers are sleeping in their villages. The children are sleeping in their houses. The whole vast empire is sleeping under the same stars that hang above you now. Sleep. Sleep. The world is old and vast and full of stories. You have heard one of the greatest. Now let it carry you down. 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 Into the dark. Into the quiet. Into rest. Good night, Gollum. Good night, friend. Good night. Chapter 46. The Phoenicians, Masters of the Sea. Stay with me a little longer, friend. The night is still around you, and there is more to tell. We have spoken of the great land empire that Darius created, the roads and the satrapies and the tribute flowing toward Susa. But there was another dimension to the Persian world that we have not fully explored, a dimension that opens outward toward the salt water, toward the wide Mediterranean Sea and the trade routes that connected the empire to the Western world. This was the dimension of the Phoenicians. The Phoenicians were a Semitic people who inhabited a narrow strip of coastline in what is now Lebanon and the northern part of Israel, a coast backed by the mountains of Lebanon and opening westward onto the blue waters of the Mediterranean. They were not a large people, not numerous, not possessed of a vast agricultural hinterland that could support a great army. What they had instead was the sea, and a genius for sailing it that was unmatched in the ancient world. The Phoenician cities of Tyre and Sidon and Byblos had been maritime powers for centuries before the Persians arrived. They had sent their ships across the Mediterranean and beyond, establishing trading posts and eventually permanent settlements as far west as the Atlantic coast of Spain and Morocco. The most famous of these colonies was Carthage, on the coast of modern Tunisia, which would eventually grow into one of the great powers of the Western Mediterranean in its own right, the rival of Rome in the famous Punic Wars that would come several centuries after Darius. The Phoenicians had also, famously, invented or perfected the alphabet. The consonantal script that they developed, probably in the early first millennium before the Common Era, was the ancestor of Greek and Latin and Arabic and Hebrew, and through those languages of virtually every alphabetic writing system in the world today. Every letter that you have ever read in whatever language traces its ancestry back to the Phoenician traders who needed a simple, portable writing system that could record commercial transactions without the complex training required by the cuneiform systems of Mesopotamia or the hieroglyphics of Egypt. When the Persian Empire absorbed Phoenicia under Cyrus, the Phoenicians became subjects of a foreign power for the first time in their history, but they proved to be highly cooperative subjects, partly because Persian rule was genuinely tolerant of their merchant culture and their commercial traditions, and partly because the empire offered enormous opportunities for trade and profit that the Phoenicians were quick to exploit. Darius relied on the Phoenician fleet as the backbone of Persian naval power. The Phoenician ships, the fast triremes and the larger merchant vessels, were the best in the ancient Mediterranean, and the Phoenician sailors who crewed them were the most skilled. When Darius needed to project Persian power across the sea, to transport armies or to threaten coastal cities, it was the Phoenician fleet that made this possible. In return, the Phoenician cities retained a remarkable degree of autonomy within the Persian imperial framework. They continued to be governed by their own kings, who served as satraps in all but name, managing local affairs according to Phoenician custom, while acknowledging Persian overlordship and contributing to Persian military campaigns. The commercial networks that the Phoenicians maintained throughout the Mediterranean continued to function and even to expand under the Pax Persica. Tyre in particular was one of the great cities of the ancient world, built partly on the mainland and partly on an offshore island, its harbor protected by its unusual geography, its streets busy with merchants from every corner of the Mediterranean world. The purple dye that gave Phoenicia its name was made there from a species of sea snail found along the Levantan coast, and it was one of the most valuable luxury products of the ancient world. A pound of Tyrian purple fabric was worth its weight in silver, a price that kept the product exclusively for the wealthy and the royal, and that made the dyers of Tyre among the most prosperous craftsmen of the ancient world. The cedar forests of Lebanon, which provided the timber for the great temples and palaces of the ancient Near East, were another resource that gave the Phoenician cities economic importance beyond their size. The cedars of Lebanon appear in the Hebrew Bible as symbols of grandeur and permanence. The wood from which Solomon's temple was built, and they were equally prized in the Persian imperial building program. The great columns of Persepolis were made from Lebanese cedar, shipped from the coast to the Persian heartland over hundreds of kilometers. Let the sea carry you, friend. The wide Mediterranean, blue and shining in the afternoon sun, with the Phoenician ships riding the swells, their sails bright against the sky. The smell of salt water and cedar pitch and the particular smell of a working ship, all rope and canvas and the sweat of the sailors. The distant horizon, where the sea meets the sky and anything might be waiting beyond. Chapter 47. Susa, the royal city of administration. We have spoken of Persepolis as Darius's great ceremonial creation, but the city where the business of empire was actually conducted was Susa, and Susa deserves its own chapter, its own careful description, its own place in the story. Susa was one of the oldest cities in the world. It had been inhabited since before written history, and it had been an important urban center for at least 3,000 years before Darius was born. It was the capital of Elam, the ancient civilization of southwestern Iran that had been one of the most important political powers of the ancient Near East before the rise of Persia. The Elamites had their own language, their own art, their own religious traditions, and their own administrative practices, and Darius incorporated all of these into his Persian imperial synthesis. Susa sat in the lowland plain of what is now Khuzestan in southwestern Iran, at the confluence of several rivers, in a landscape that was hot and fertile, given to dramatic seasonal flooding that enriched the soil and produced abundant agricultural harvests. Its climate was extreme, with summer temperatures that could reach 50 degrees Celsius, and that made the city nearly uninhabitable during the hottest months, which was why the Persian court relocated to Ecbatana in the cool mountains of Media during the summer, and returned to Susa for the more temperate autumn and winter seasons. Darius rebuilt Susa on a grand scale, creating a new palace complex that rivaled Persepolis in its magnificence, if not in its dramatic setting. The palace at Susa was built on an artificial terrace similar to the one at Persepolis, decorated with the same characteristic Persian architectural elements: columns with double animal capitals, glazed brick friezes in bright colors, reliefs showing the royal guard and other aspects of court life. The famous frieze of archers that we have already mentioned, the magnificent glazed brick composition showing files of royal guards in their elaborate dress, comes from Susa. These bricks, made in sections and assembled on the palace walls, created images of remarkable vividness and color. The figures rendered in glazes of yellow and white and blue and green against a background of blue-green turquoise. The whole composition communicating the power and magnificence of the Persian court in visual terms that required no literacy to understand. Darius was proud enough of his building work at Susa to leave a detailed foundation inscription recording the materials he used and their places of origin. The inscription reads like a catalog of the empire's resources: cedar from Lebanon, gold from Bactria and Sardis and Sogdia, lapis lazuli and carnelian from Sogdia, turquoise from Khwarezmia, silver and ebony from Egypt, ivory from India and Ethiopia, stone columns from Elam. It is a remarkable document, demonstrating both the organizational capacity of the Persian imperial system and the diversity of resources it could mobilize for a single construction project. The city of Susa itself, beyond the royal palace, was a densely populated urban center with all the characteristics of a major ancient metropolis. There were temples, markets, workshops, residential quarters, administrative buildings, and all the other institutions of urban life. The population was diverse, reflecting the administrative function of the city, which drew officials and petitioners and merchants and craftsmen from across the empire. It was in Susa that the day-to-day governance of the empire was managed. The great bureaucracy that Darius had created, with its layers of administrators and scribes and record-keepers, was centered here. The tribute that flowed in from the satrapies arrived here, was counted and stored in the treasury, and was dispersed from here for the various purposes of the empire. The royal correspondence, the endless stream of messages and dispatches and petitions and reports that kept the imperial machine functioning, was processed here. The archaeological remains of Susa are extensive, though much has been disturbed by centuries of subsequent occupation and by the extensive excavations of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, which were not always conducted with the care that modern archaeology would require. The site is now partly occupied by the modern Iranian city of Shush, and excavations continue to reveal new aspects of the ancient city beneath and around the modern one. Let Susa sleep around you now. The great palace on its terrace, the archers frozen in their glazed brick procession, the treasury sealed for the night, the scribes gone to their beds with their clay tablets set aside. the rivers flowing past in the darkness, the wide plain of Khuzestan stretching away under the stars, the empire resting. Chapter 48. The Persian Diplomatic Tradition. Empires are not maintained only by force. If they were, they would be constantly exhausted by the effort of suppressing every population that resented their rule, and they would last only until their military resources were depleted. The most successful empires in history have combined force with persuasion, coercion with accommodation, the stick with the carrot, and the Persian Empire under Darius was one of the most sophisticated practitioners of this combination in the ancient world. Persian diplomacy was a complex art, drawing on the administrative traditions of Mesopotamia and on the particular Persian genius for incorporating subject peoples into the imperial system in ways that made cooperation more attractive than resistance. The sending and receiving of embassies, the exchange of gifts, the negotiation of agreements, the management of client kings and subject peoples through a carefully calibrated mixture of reward and threat. All of these were practiced by Darius and his court with considerable sophistication. The reception of foreign ambassadors at the Persian court was itself a carefully choreographed diplomatic event. The ambassador arrived after a journey through the empire that had already demonstrated Persian wealth and power. The well-maintained roads, the efficient posting stations, the ordered cities, the visible prosperity of the satrapies all sent a message before a word had been spoken. The reception at court, with its elaborate ritual of prostration and presentation, its visual display of royal magnificence, its catalogue of tributary peoples represented in the throne room reliefs and in the actual presence of subject delegations, was designed to impress and overawe. The gifts that the Persian king gave to departing ambassadors were legendary in the ancient world. Herodotus and other Greek sources describe Persian royal gifts that were fabulous in their richness: golden bowls and cups, fine textiles, elaborate jewelry, horses of the finest breeds. These gifts served a diplomatic purpose, binding the recipient to the Persian king through the complex web of obligation that gift exchange creates in most human societies. Darius was particularly skilled at the diplomatic management of the Greek world. His policy of supporting the more conservative political factions in various Greek cities, of maintaining relationships with exiled politicians like Hippias, of manipulating the complex intercity rivalries of the Greek world, was a sophisticated attempt to divide and influence a collection of communities that could not easily be conquered by direct military force. The Persian practice of giving refuge to exiled Greek politicians was both genuinely helpful to the individuals concerned and strategically useful to the empire. Hippias in exile at the Persian court was useful as a guide to Athenian geography and politics, and as a potential puppet ruler if the expedition against Athens succeeded. Demaratos, the exiled Spartan king who defected to the Persian side, provided valuable intelligence about Spartan military practices and political conditions. The empire also maintained diplomatic relationships with peoples beyond its borders, in Arabia, in the steppes of Central Asia, in the kingdoms of the Sudan and the lands along the Indian coast. These relationships were managed with the same combination of gift and threat that characterized Persian diplomacy in general, and they served the practical purposes of maintaining trade routes, gathering intelligence, and securing the borders of the empire against external threats. Persian diplomacy was not always successful. The Scythian campaign demonstrated the limits of what Persian power could achieve against peoples who chose not to engage on Persian terms. The Greek campaigns demonstrated that democratic city-states did not respond to the kind of political manipulation that worked with monarchies. But within the world of monarchical polities that made up the bulk of the Persian Empire's neighborhood, Darius's diplomatic practices were generally effective and often brilliant. Chapter 49. Children of the Great King. Darius had many children. The Persian royal family, with its multiple wives and its culture of polygamy, produced a large next generation, and the management of royal children, their education, their placement in positions of responsibility, their potential rivalries for the succession, was one of the constant concerns of Persian royal administration. We know the names of several of Darius's sons. There was Artabazan, the eldest, born of a wife whom Darius had taken before he became king. There was Xerxes, the son of Atossa and the eventual successor. There was Macestes, who appears in Herodotus in a story of tragic family conflict in the reign of Xerxes. There were others whose names are less prominent in the historical record. The daughters of Darius are mostly invisible to us, which is a reflection of the general invisibility of women in the ancient historical record, rather than of any lack of importance in their actual lives. Royal daughters were used in the diplomatic marriages that cemented alliances and incorporated powerful noble families into the royal network. They were given to the sons of great nobles as wives, or they married into the families of allied kings, and in these marriages, they often played roles of considerable political significance, even if those roles are not explicitly recorded. The education of royal children in the Persian world followed the three-part curriculum that was traditional for the Persian nobility: horsemanship, archery, and truth-telling. These three skills were considered the foundation of the noble Persian character, and royal children, despite their special status, were trained in them from an early age. A Persian prince who could not ride a horse with skill or draw a bow accurately would have been a figure of some contempt, failing to meet the basic standards of his class. Beyond these physical and moral basics, royal children also received training in the administrative arts, the management of estates, and the direction of servants and subordinates that was the practical business of noble life. They were introduced to the complexities of court protocol from an early age, learning the elaborate rituals of deference and precedence that governed every interaction in the royal environment. For the sons of Darius, there was also, inevitably, the awareness of competition for royal favor and ultimately for the succession. The question of which son would inherit was not always settled in advance, and the competition between candidates could be fierce and sometimes violent. The rivalry between Artabazan and Xerxes for the succession to Darius, which we have already described, was resolved peacefully in Xerxes's favor. But such rivalries did not always resolve peacefully, and the Achaemenid history is punctuated by succession crises that ended in fratricide. Xerxes himself, once he became king, killed his brother Macestes after a complex court intrigue that Herodotus describes in vivid and tragic detail. The pattern of royal fratricide, of sons killing brothers to secure the throne, was not unique to Persia, but was particularly prevalent in systems of royal succession, where the selection of the heir was not automatically determined by birth order, but could be influenced by the king's preference, by court politics, and by the relative strength of the candidate's claims. Darius had tried to settle the succession question clearly by designating Xerxes before his death, but even this clear designation did not prevent the tensions that arose between the different factions of the royal family. The capacity of succession crises to destabilize empires was one of the persistent weaknesses of the monarchical system, a weakness that no amount of administrative sophistication could entirely overcome. Let the children of Darius sleep in their palace apartments, dreaming the complex dreams of royal children who know that their lives are both privileged and precarious, that the same proximity to power that gives them everything could, in the wrong circumstances, take everything away. Chapter 50: The Persian Empire and Arabia. The Arabian Peninsula was not part of the Persian Empire in any formal sense, but it was not entirely outside the Persian sphere of influence either, and the relationship between Persia and Arabia was important enough to deserve a moment of attention in our story. The Arabs were, in the time of Darius, primarily a nomadic or semi-nomadic people of the Great Desert Peninsula that stretches south of Mesopotamia and Syria to the Indian Ocean. They were organized in tribes, herded camels and other animals, traded along the desert routes that connected the Mediterranean world with the Arabian coast and the Indian Ocean trade, and worshipped their own gods in their own ways. The camel made the Arabs crucial to the Persian imperial economy. The domesticated camel, with its ability to carry heavy loads across waterless desert terrain for extended periods, was the essential technology of the overland trade routes that connected Persia with Arabia, and through Arabia with the frankincense and myrrh-producing regions of southern Arabia and eastern Africa. These aromatic resins were among the most valuable commodities of the ancient world, used in religious ceremonies and medical treatments throughout the Mediterranean and Near Eastern worlds. And the Arabs who controlled the trade routes through which they moved were correspondingly wealthy and powerful. Darius maintained good relations with the Arab tribes of the desert frontiers, recognizing that these tribes served as effective border guards in terrain where conventional military forces were ineffective. The Arabs appear in the Persepolis reliefs among the tribute bearers of the empire, but their tribute was more symbolic than economically significant, reflecting a relationship of diplomatic cooperation rather than genuine subjugation. The Arabs also contributed military forces to Persian campaigns on occasion. Herodotus describes Arab contingents in the Persian army during the invasion of Egypt by Cambyses, noting that they contributed camels that served as water carriers for the army crossing the desert, a logistical contribution that was probably as important as any military one. Arabs appear again in the catalogue of peoples that Xerxes led against Greece, though in relatively small numbers. The Arabian trade routes that connected the Persian Gulf to the Red Sea, and through the Red Sea to the Mediterranean, were of great commercial importance, and Darius's completion of the canal between the Nile and the Red Sea was partly motivated by a desire to make these routes more efficient, and to ensure that Persian commercial interests could benefit from the trade between the Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean, without having to traverse the long overland route across Arabia. The relationship between Persia and Arabia was one of many examples of the Persian Empire's capacity to maintain working relationships with peoples who were not formally subject to Persian rule, to incorporate them into the imperial commercial and diplomatic system through arrangements that fell short of full political submission, but that nonetheless served the mutual interests of both parties. Chapter 51. The Music of Persepolis. You cannot hear the music of ancient Persia. It has been gone for 25 centuries, preserved in no recording, described only in fragments of text that tell us something about instruments and occasions, but nothing about the actual notes or melodies or rhythms that made Persian music what it was. And yet the music was there. It was there in every banquet hall and every temple and every royal procession, and the people of that world heard it and were moved by it in whatever ways music moves people in every culture and every age. We know from ancient sources that music was an important part of Persian court life. Banquets were accompanied by musicians, typically a combination of players on stringed instruments related to the lute, wind instruments related to the flute and the horn, and percussion of various kinds. Singers performed at banquets, and their songs were a medium through which stories and traditions and religious ideas were transmitted. The Avestan hymns that form the core of the Zoroastrian sacred literature were sung, chanted in a style that we can partially reconstruct from the traditions that have survived in the Zoroastrian community, which has maintained continuous practice of liturgical chant from ancient times to the present. These chants, with their complex patterns of stress and their archaic language, give us some sense of the sonorous world of ancient Persian religious music, though even here the relationship between what survives and what was actually practiced in Darius's time is uncertain. The musical instruments depicted in Persian art include the angular harp, which appears in several Persepolis reliefs, and which was a sophisticated instrument capable of playing complex melodies. There are also images of lutes with long necks and small bodies, of various kinds of flutes and pipes, and of framed drums that the player held in one hand and struck with the other. The music of the court would have been different from the music of the temple, and different again from the music of the marketplace and the village. Court music, performed by professional musicians in an aristocratic setting, would have tended toward sophistication and elaboration, toward the demonstration of technical skill, and the creation of a suitably magnificent sonic environment for the royal occasion. Temple music, performed in the context of religious ritual, would have had a more prescribed and traditional character, repeating the ancient forms that gave the liturgy its power. And ordinary music, the music that ordinary people made in their ordinary lives, would have been something else again. The working songs that accompanied repetitive labor, the lullabies that soothed children to sleep, the dance music that accompanied festivals and celebrations, the mourning songs that accompanied death and burial. All of this music existed, rich and varied and alive, in the world that Darius ruled, and none of it has survived for us to hear. Let the silence where the music was become a kind of music itself. Let the absence of the ancient Persian melody become a space in which your imagination can create whatever sound feels right for this moment, this quiet night, this gradual approach of sleep. A lute string vibrating in a palace room, the deep hum of a priestly chant in a fire temple, the whispered song of a Persian woman rocking a child to sleep in a village in the foothills of the Zagros Mountains, 25 centuries ago, under the same stars. Chapter 52. The Persian Empire and the Concept of Time. The ancient world measured time differently from the way we measure it, and the Persian world was no exception. The Persians used a calendar of their own, derived from older Iranian traditions, organized around the solar year but modified by the particular requirements of the Zoroastrian religious calendar, which prescribed fixed festivals at specific times of the year tied to the agricultural cycle and to the cosmic drama of light against darkness. The most important of these festivals was Nowruz, the Persian New Year, which was celebrated at the spring equinox, the moment when day and night are equal, and the light begins its seasonal victory over the darkness. Nowruz was the great festival of Persian civilization, the moment when the empire's diverse peoples were ceremonially unified in the celebration of renewal and rebirth. And it was at Nowruz that the tribute delegations assembled at Persepolis to offer their gifts to the king. The Nowruz celebrations at Persepolis must have been extraordinary occasions. The tribute bearers arrived from every corner of the empire, each delegation in its distinctive dress, each carrying the characteristic products of its homeland. The king received them in the great Apadana, seated on his elevated throne, and the ceremony of presentation was an annual renewal of the imperial order, a visible demonstration that the empire was intact, that all its peoples acknowledged the king's supremacy, that the cosmic order was being maintained. The processions carved on the stairways at Persepolis, which we have already described, may actually be representations of the Nowruz ceremony, the tribute bearers frozen in their moment of presentation in a permanent artistic record of the annual event. If so, they are a remarkable document of the imperial ritual at its most elaborate and self-conscious. Other festivals punctuated the Persian year. Maragan, the festival of Mithra at the autumn equinox, which was associated with justice and friendship and the bonds of loyalty. Yalda, the longest night, when the forces of darkness were at their most powerful, and the community gathered together in warmth and light to await the return of the sun, and various lesser festivals tied to agricultural rhythms and religious observances. Time, for the ancient Persian, was not a neutral medium through which events occurred. It was itself a stage in the cosmic drama between Ahura Mazda and Angra Mainyu, between light and darkness, between order and chaos. The passage of time brought the world closer to the final renovation, the Frashocraty, when Ahura Mazda would ultimately triumph over the forces of darkness, and the world would be renewed and perfected. History, in this framework, was not merely a record of human events but a chapter in a cosmic story that was moving toward a meaningful conclusion. This sense of sacred time, of the calendar as a map of the divine drama, shaped the way Darius and his court understood their own actions. The great ceremonies of Nowruz were not merely political occasions but religious ones, acts of participation in the cosmic renewal that the festival celebrated. The king's role in these ceremonies was not merely symbolic but genuinely sacral, his presence and his actions contributing to the maintenance of the cosmic order that Ahura Mazda required. Let time slow around you now. Let the Persian calendar drift through your mind like a slow procession of seasons. The spring equinox, when the light returns and the year begins again. The long summer days on the Iranian plateau, hot and blue and still. The autumn festivals with their sense of harvest and completion. The long winter nights when the fire burns in the temple and the faithful gather in its warmth. The seasons turn. The stars move in their slow circuit. And somewhere in the long ago, Darius the Great watches the same stars and celebrates the same festivals and participates in the same cosmic drama that his people have always participated in. Chapter 53. The Royal Hunt and the Persian Ideal. The hunt was one of the defining activities of the Persian royal and aristocratic class, and it deserves a chapter of its own because it illuminates so much about the values and self-understanding of the people who practiced it. Hunting in the Persian world was not primarily about food production, though the game that was killed was certainly eaten. It was primarily about the demonstration of courage, skill, and mastery over the natural world. The ability to face a lion on horseback, to control your mount in the presence of a charging animal whose instinct is to flee, to bring the beast down with a precisely placed arrow or a well-timed spear thrust, was proof of the kind of qualities that the Persian ideal demanded of its aristocratic warriors. The lion was the premier quarry of the royal hunt, and the lion hunt appears repeatedly in Persian and related Near Eastern art as a symbol of royal power and virtue. The lion, king of beasts, represented the most dangerous and formidable challenge that nature could offer, and the king who overcame it was demonstrating his fitness to rule not just in the human world but in the natural one as well. The lion hunts depicted in Assyrian palace reliefs, which the Persians certainly knew, were among the most dramatic artworks of the ancient Near East, and Persian kings continued and elaborated this tradition. Darius hunted lions in the royal hunting parks, the paradises, that were maintained across the empire. He also hunted in the wild, where the danger was more genuine and the demonstration of courage more meaningful. The great plains of the Iranian plateau and the river valleys of Mesopotamia still harbored lions in Darius's time, though the species would be exterminated from the region within a few centuries as human settlement expanded and hunting pressure increased. The royal hunt also served a social function. It was an occasion on which the king and his nobles could display their skills in a context that was less fraught with political tension than the court itself, where hierarchy was softened by the shared excitement of the chase, and where the king could show himself as first among his peers in an activity that all his nobles valued and practiced. The hunt was a space in which the bonds of male aristocratic society were reaffirmed through shared danger and shared achievement. Darius is depicted in several ancient images as a hunter. A famous seal impression from the period shows a royal figure, identified by inscription as Darius, in a chariot, shooting at a lion, the classic image of royal mastery over the natural world. The figure is composed and powerful, the bow drawn, the lion rearing in its death agony, the composition balancing the human and animal elements in a way that emphasizes the king's calm control over the drama. Let the royal hunt move through your half-sleep, friend. The thunder of hooves on the dry plain, the flash of the lion in the tall grass, the bow bent back to its limit, the arrow flying. And then stillness, the quarry brought down, the hunt accomplished, the king in his power and his mastery. Stillness. Chapter 54. the treasury and the gold of the world. At Persepolis, behind the great Apadana and the other ceremonial buildings, was the treasury, and in the treasury was stored the accumulated wealth of the Persian Empire. When Alexander the Great sacked Persepolis in 330, he found a quantity of gold and silver so vast that it required 3,000 camels and an uncountable number of mules and pack animals to carry it away. The ancient sources give figures that are difficult to verify, but that all agree on one point. The wealth was enormous beyond anything that the Macedonians had imagined. This wealth had been accumulating for more than 200 years, from the time of Cyrus onward. Every year, the tribute of 23 satrapies flowed into the royal treasury, and the Persian kings, unlike some of their successors, did not spend it as fast as it came in. They were careful managers of the imperial finances, and they allowed the treasury to accumulate year after year, building up a reserve that could fund any military campaign or any building project that might be needed. Darius was particularly careful with the treasury. He standardized the coinage and the tribute system precisely in order to regularize the flow of revenue into the imperial accounts and to make it predictable and reliable. The administrative documents from Persepolis, the tablets that record the day-to-day management of the royal estates, show a meticulous attention to accounting, a concern to ensure that every talent of silver and every measure of grain was properly recorded and accounted for. The daric, the gold coin that Darius introduced, was struck from the finest gold available, with a consistency of weight and purity that made it one of the most trusted monetary standards of the ancient world. Greek mercenaries who served in Persian armies were paid in darics, and the coins circulated widely throughout the Mediterranean world, their quality a constant advertisement for Persian monetary reliability. The silver that came in as tribute was also partly minted into coin, partly stored as unworked bullion, and partly dispersed for the various expenses of the imperial administration. The payment of troops, the purchase of materials for building projects, the funding of court ceremonies and diplomatic gifts, the maintenance of the royal road system and the posting stations. The wealth of the Persian treasury was not merely a financial resource. It was also a political one. The knowledge that the king commanded essentially inexhaustible financial resources was itself a deterrent to potential rebels and a magnet for potential allies. The Persian daric, in particular, became a byword for political influence in the Greek world, where Persian gold could reliably purchase the cooperation of politicians and generals, whose civic loyalty was not quite as firm as their public posture suggested. This use of Persian gold as a diplomatic tool was one of the more sophisticated aspects of Persian foreign policy, and it became more prominent in the period after the Greek Wars, when Persia found that direct military intervention in Greek affairs was difficult and expensive, and that the manipulation of Greek internal politics through subsidies and bribes was often more effective. But even in Darius's time, the knowledge that Persian gold was available to those who cooperated with Persian interests was a constant presence in the calculations of Greek politicians. Chapter 55, A Meditation on Ruins. The story has been long, friend. We have traveled far together through the centuries, walked the royal road and stood in the Apadana and followed the tribute processions and watched the battles unfold on the plain of Marathon. And now, as the night draws toward its deepest point, let us spend a little time simply sitting with the ruins. The ruins of the Persian Empire are scattered across the landscape of the modern world, from the Aegean coast of Turkey to the Indus Valley of Pakistan, from the Black Sea coast to the first cataract of the Nile. They take many forms, some dramatic and immediately recognizable, others subtle and requiring an educated eye to identify. The most famous ruins are those of Persepolis, which we have visited several times in our narrative. The great stone platform still stands on its terrace in the valley of Marvdasht. The columns still rise against the blue Iranian sky, and the reliefs still speak their eloquent visual language of imperial order and diversity. These ruins are protected as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and they receive thousands of visitors every year. People who come from around the world to stand in the space where Darius and his successors received the tribute of the world. The tomb of Darius at Nakshi Rostam is a few kilometers away, carved into the living rock of the cliff, its cruciform opening visible from a distance. You can stand at the base of the cliff and look up at the relief that shows the king in his moment of worship, facing the fire altar, supported by the representatives of his peoples. The detail is still visible, the faces still recognizable as faces, the clothing still distinctive and individual for each of the figure groups. At Pasargadae, the first Persian capital, the tomb of Cyrus still stands in the plain, its simple limestone construction both humble and monumental, surviving the centuries with a dignity that its complex and brilliant builder would perhaps have appreciated. The garden channels that Darius saw when he visited his predecessor's tomb are visible in the archaeological record, though the garden itself is long gone. In Iran, there are numerous other sites from the Achaemenid period. The remains of palaces and gate complexes at Susa, though these are less well preserved than Persepolis. The cliff inscriptions at Behistun, still visible from the road below, though the details require binoculars to read at the distance that the security fences maintain. Various minor sites scattered across the plateau. In Turkey, at Sardis, the former capital of Lydia and one of the most important cities of the Western Persian Empire, there are ruins of the Achaemenid period mixed with later Greek and Roman remains, the different periods layered over each other in the way that archaeology finds so challenging and so revealing. In Egypt, the temple that Darius built at the oasis of Karga still stands in the western desert, decorated with hieroglyphics and reliefs in the traditional Egyptian style, showing Darius as pharaoh performing the ritual duties of the Egyptian kingship. It is a quiet and beautiful place, far from the tourist circuits of the Nile Valley, and to visit it is to experience something of the strangeness and the richness of the Achaemenid world. All of these ruins are places where the distance between our world and theirs collapses briefly, where you can stand in a physical space that was real and present and alive in the time of Darius, and feel something of the weight and the texture of that vanished world pressing through the surface of the present. The stones are the same stones. The sky above them is the same sky. And the human desire that built these things, the desire to create something lasting, to impose one's vision on the material world and leave it there for others to find, is a desire you share with the builders. Sit with the ruins a little longer. Let them settle into you. Let the stones speak their slow, patient language. Then let them go gently, as you go gently into sleep. Chapter 56. What Darius would have thought of us. Let us end with a playful speculation. Friend, what would Darius the Great make of the world we live in if he could somehow be brought forward through the centuries to see it? He would be amazed by the scale of it, the Persian Empire, which stretched 5,000 kilometers from end to end, and felt to those who lived in it like the entire known world, would seem a small and provincial thing in the context of the modern globe with its 8 billion people and its interconnected communication systems. The Royal Road, with its posting stations every 30 kilometers and its 7-day transit time from Sardis to Susa, would seem impossibly slow beside a world where messages travel at the speed of light and physical objects cross the planet in hours. He would perhaps recognize some things. The existence of great powers competing for influence and resources, the tendency of political authority to concentrate and then to fragment, the persistence of ethnic and religious identities within larger political units, the difficulty of governing diverse populations while maintaining central authority. These are all patterns that he would recognize from his own experience. Patterns that seem to repeat themselves in human political organization, regardless of the particular technology or ideology involved. He would be bewildered by democracy in its modern form, not because he could not imagine the concept, having been exposed to it in the Greek world, but because the idea that billions of people could participate in the governance of their societies through the medium of representative institutions would be entirely outside anything his experience had prepared him for. The Persian system, in which authority flowed downward from the king through an administrative hierarchy, was radically different in its fundamental assumptions from any system of mass democratic participation. He might be impressed by modern medicine. His empire employed some of the best physicians of the ancient world, and he himself benefited from the skill of Demosts. But the diseases that killed people in the ancient world, the infections and the fevers and the parasites that shortened lives and brought pain and death to people at every level of society, have been largely conquered in the modern world through discoveries that would have seemed magical to any ancient observer. He might be troubled by what has happened to the landscape he knew. The forests of Lebanon are largely gone, the product of thousands of years of timber harvesting that includes his own building projects. The lions that he hunted in the paradise parks are extinct from the region. The rivers are dammed and managed and often polluted in ways that would have been incomprehensible to a world that depended on their natural flow. But perhaps what would most strike him, coming from his world of absolute monarchy and vast social distances between the king and the lowest subject, is the ordinariness of modern life for most people. The accessibility of food and clothing and shelter and education and medical care that even relatively modest modern circumstances provide. The possibility of living a comfortable and meaningful life without belonging to the small elite that monopolized these goods in the ancient world. This would be, perhaps, the most genuinely alien and remarkable thing about the present. And yet the human things would be familiar. Love and ambition and fear and curiosity, and the desire for justice, and the search for meaning and the awareness of mortality. These things do not change. These are the things that connect Darius to us across the centuries, more deeply and more fundamentally than any difference in technology or politics or scale. We are all mortal. We all want to leave something behind. We all look up at the same stars. Chapter 57. The River of Time. There is a river in Persian mythology called Vedati, the Good River, and it flows through the world in the Zoroastrian cosmological imagination as a symbol of life and purification and the continuous renewal of the good creation. The river flows eternally, carrying the creative energy of Ahura Mazda through the landscape of the world, and it is one of the images through which the ancient Persians understood the relationship between the divine and the human, between the eternal and the temporal. History is a kind of river. It flows continuously, carrying the events and the people and the ideas of each moment forward into the next, the past emptying into the present that empties into the future in a current that never stops. We are all in the river. We have always been in the river. Darius was in the river, and the Babylonians were in the river, and the Sumerians who invented writing were in the river, and the first human beings who looked up at the stars and wondered about them were in the river, and we are in the river now, and the people who will come after us will be in the river when we are gone. This is both a humbling and a comforting thought. Humbling because it places any individual life, however remarkable, within a flow so large and continuous that the individual seems small. Comforting because it means that nothing is truly lost, that everything that has ever happened is still present in the river, still flowing, still part of the current that carries all of us forward. Darius is in the river. His empire is in the river. The Behistun inscription is in the river. The Battle of Marathon is in the river. The ruins of Persepolis are in the river. And you, lying in your bed on this particular night, in this particular year, in this particular place, are in the river too, part of the same flow that has been flowing since before memory and will continue flowing long after you are gone. Sometime in the deep of the night, when you are fully asleep and dreaming whatever you will dream, the river will carry you somewhere. Let it. It knows where it is going, even when we do not. The river always finds its way. Sleep now, the river has you. The current is gentle and warm and utterly reliable. Let go. Let go and rest. The story of Darius the Great is told. The empire is at peace. The king is in his tomb. The fire burns in the temple. The stars wheel overhead in their ancient pattern. All is well, all is well. All manner of things is well. Good night.